Book 2, Australia, Chapter 1. A New Destination. For the first few moments, the joy of reunion completely filled the hearts. Lord Glenarvan had taken care that the ill success of their expedition should not throw a gloom over the pleasure of meeting, his very first words being, "Cheer up, friends, cheer up. Captain Grant is not with us, but we have a certainty of finding him." Only such an assurance as this would have restored hope to those on board the Duncan. Lady Helena and Mary Grant had been sorely tried by the suspense, as they stood on the poop waiting for the arrival of the boat, and trying to count the number of its passengers. Alternate hope and fear agitated the bosom of poor Mary. Sometimes she fancied she could see her father, Harry Grant, and sometimes she gave way to despair. Her heart throbbed violently. She could not speak, and indeed could scarcely stand. Lady Helena put her arm round her waist to support her, but the captain, John Mangles, who stood close beside them, spoke no encouraging word. For his practiced eye saw plainly that the captain was not there. "He is there. He is coming." "Oh, father!" exclaimed the young girl. But as the boat came nearer, her illusion was dispelled. All hope forsook her, and she would have sunk in despair, but for the reassuring voice of Glenarvan. After their mutual embraces were over, Lady Helena and Mary Grant and John Mangles were informed of the principal incidents of the expedition, and especially of the new interpretation of the document, due to the sagacity of Jacques Paganel. His lordship also spoke in the most eulogistic terms of Robert, of whom Mary might well be proud. His courage and devotion, and the dangers he had run, were all shown up in strong relief by his patron, till the modest boy did not know which way to look, and was obliged to hide his burning cheeks in his sister's arms. "No need to blush, Robert," said John Mangles. "Your conduct has been worthy of your name." And he leaned over the boy and pressed his lips on his cheek, still wet with Mary's tears. The Major and Paganel, it need hardly be said, came in for their due share of welcome, and Lady Helena only regretted she could not shake hands with the brave and generous Thalcave. McNabbs soon slipped away to his cabin, and began to shave himself as coolly and composedly as possible, while Paganel flew here and there, like a bee sipping the sweets of compliments and smiles. He wanted to embrace everyone on board the yacht, and beginning with Lady Helena and Mary Grant, wound up with M. Albinett, the steward, who could only acknowledge so polite an attention by announcing that breakfast was ready. "Breakfast!" exclaimed Paganel. "Yes, Monsieur Paganel. A real breakfast, on a real table with a cloth and napkins?" "Certainly, Monsieur Paganel. And we shall neither have charqui, nor hard eggs, nor fillets of ostrich?" "Oh, monsieur," said Albinett in an aggrieved tone. "I don't want to hurt your feelings, my friend," said the geographer, smiling. "But for a month that has been our usual bill of fare, and when we dined we stretched ourselves full length on the ground, unless we sat astride on the trees. Consequently, the meal you have just announced seemed to me like a dream, or fiction, or chimera." "Well, Monsieur Paganel, come along and let us prove its reality," said Lady Helena, who could not help laughing. "Take my arm," replied the gallant geographer. "Has his lordship any orders to give me about the Duncan?" asked John Mangles. "After breakfast, John," replied Glenarvan, "we'll discuss the program of our new expedition en famille. M. Albinett's breakfast seemed quite a fate to the hungry guests. It was pronounced excellent, and even superior to the festivities of the Pampas. Paganel was helped twice to each dish, through absence of mind, he said. This unlucky word reminded Lady Helena of the amiable Frenchman's propensity, and made her ask if he had ever fallen into his old habits while they were away. The Major and Glenarvan exchanged smiling glances, and Paganel burst out laughing, and protested on his honor that he would never be caught tripping again once more during the whole voyage. After this prelude, he gave an amusing recital of his disastrous mistake in learning Spanish, and his profound study of Camoens. "After all," he added, "it's an ill wind that blows nobody good, and I don't regret the mistake." "Why not, my worthy friend?" asked the Major. "Because I not only know Spanish, but Portuguese. I can speak 2 languages instead of 1. "Upon my word, I never thought of that," said McNabbs. "My compliments, Paganel. My sincere compliments." But Paganel was too busily engaged with his knife and fork to lose a single mouthful, though he did his best to eat and talk at the same time. He was so much taken up with his plate, however, that one little fact quite escaped his observation, though Glenarvan noticed it at once. This was that John Mangles had grown particularly attentive to Mary Grant. A significant glance from Lady Helena told him, moreover, how affairs stood, and inspired him with affectionate sympathy for the young lovers. But nothing of this was apparent in his manner to John, for his next question was what sort of a voyage he had made. "We could not have had a better, but I must apprise your lordship that I did not go through the Straits of Magellan again." "What? You doubled Cape Horn, and I was not there?" exclaimed Paganel. "Hang yourself," said the Major. "Selfish fellow. You advise me to do that because you want my rope," retorted the geographer. "Well, you see, my dear Paganel, unless you have the gift of ubiquity, you can't be in two places at once. While you were scouring the Pampas, you could not be doubling Cape Horn." "That doesn't prevent my regretting it," replied Paganel. Here the subject dropped, and John continued his account of his voyage. On arriving at Cape Pilares, he had found the winds dead against him, and therefore made for the south, coasting along the Desolation Isle, and after going as far as the 67th degree southern latitude, had doubled Cape Horn, passed by Terra del Fuego and the Straits of Le Maire, keeping close to the Patagonian shore. At Cape Corrientes they encountered the terrible storm which had handled the travelers across the Pampas so roughly, but the yacht had borne it bravely, and for the last 3 days had stood right out to sea, till the welcome signal gun of the expedition was heard announcing the arrival of the anxiously looked-for party. It was only justice, the captain added, that he should mention the intrepid bearing of Lady Helena and Mary Grant throughout the whole hurricane. They had not shown the least fear, unless for their friends, who might possibly be exposed to the fury of the tempest. After John Mangles had finished his narrative, Glenarvan turned to Mary and said, "My dear Miss Mary, the captain has been doing homage to your noble qualities, and I am glad to think you are not unhappy on board his ship." "How could I be?" replied Mary naively, looking at Lady Helena, and at the young captain too, likely enough. "Oh, my sister is very fond of you, Mr. John, and so am I," exclaimed Robert. "And so am I of you, my dear boy," returned the captain, a little abashed by Robert's innocent avowal, which had kindled a faint blush on Mary's cheek. Then he managed to turn the conversation to safer topics by saying, "And now that your lordship has heard all about the doings of the Duncan, perhaps you will give us some details of your own journey, and tell us more about the exploits of our young hero." Nothing could be more agreeable than such a recital to Lady Helena and Mary Grant, and accordingly Lord Glenarvan hastened to satisfy their curiosity, going over incident by incident, the entire march from one ocean to another, the pass of the Andes, the earthquake, the disappearance of Robert, his capture by the Condor, Thalcave's providential shot, the episode of the Red Wolves, the devotion of the young lad, Sergeant Manuel, the inundations, the caimans, the waterspout, the night on the Atlantic shore. All these details, amusing or terrible, excited by turns laughter and horror in the listeners. Often and often Robert came in for caresses from his sister and Lady Helena. Never was a boy so much embraced, or by such enthusiastic friends. "And now, friends," added Lord Glenarvan when he had finished his narrative, "we must think of the present. The past is gone, but the future is ours. Let us come back to Captain Harry Grant." As soon as breakfast was over they all went into Lord Glenarvan's private cabin and seated themselves round a table covered with charts and plans, to talk over the matter fully. "My dear Helena," said Lord Glenarvan, "I told you, when we came on board a little while ago, that though we had not brought back Captain Grant, our hope of finding him was stronger than ever. The result of our journey across America is this: we have reached the conviction, or rather absolute certainty, that the shipwreck never occurred on the shores of the Atlantic nor Pacific. The natural inference is that, as far as regards Patagonia, our interpretation of the document was erroneous. Most fortunately, our friend Paganel, in a happy moment of inspiration, discovered the mistake. He has proved clearly that we have been on the wrong track, and so explained the document that all doubt whatever is removed from our minds. However, as the document is in French, I will ask Paganel to go over it for your benefit." The learned geographer, thus called upon, executed his task in the most convincing manner, descanting on the syllables Goni and Indi, and extracting Australia out of Austral. He pointed out that Captain Grant, on leaving the coast of Peru to return to Europe, might have been carried away with his disabled ship by the southern currents of the Pacific right to the shores of Australia, and his hypotheses were so ingenious and his deductions so subtle that even the matter-of-fact John Mangles, a difficult judge, and most unlikely to be led away by any flights of imagination, was completely satisfied. At the conclusion of Paganel's dissertation, Glenarvan announced that the Duncan would sail immediately for Australia. But before the decisive orders were given, McNabbs asked for a few minutes' hearing. "Say away, McNabbs," replied Glenarvan. "I have no intention of weakening the arguments of my friend Paganel, and still less of refuting them. I consider them wise and weighty, and deserving our attention, and think them justly entitled to form the basis of our future researches. But still I should like them to be submitted to a final examination, in order to make their worth incontestable and uncontested." "Go on, Major," said Paganel. "I am ready to answer all your questions. They are simple enough, as you will see. 5 months ago, when we left the Clyde, we had studied these same documents, and their interpretation then appeared quite plain. No other coast but the western coast of Patagonia could possibly, we thought, have been the scene of the shipwreck. We had not even the shadow of a doubt on the subject." "That's true," replied Glenarvan. "A little later," continued the Major, "when a providential fit of absence of mind came over Paganel, and brought him on board the yacht, the documents were submitted to him, and he approved our plan of search most unreservedly." "I do not deny it," said Paganel. "And yet we were mistaken," resumed the Major. "Yes, we were mistaken," returned Paganel. "But it is only human to make a mistake, while to persist in it, a man must be a fool." "Stop, Paganel, don't excite yourself. I don't mean to say that we should prolong our search in America." "What is it, then, that you want?" asked Glenarvan. "A confession, nothing more. A confession that Australia now as evidently appears to be the theater of the shipwreck of the Britannia as America did before." "We confess it willingly," replied Paganel. "Very well, then, since that is the case, my advice is not to let your imagination rely on successive and contradictory evidence. Who knows whether after Australia some other country may not appear with equal certainty to be the place, and we may have to recommence our search." Glenarvan and Paganel looked at each other silently, struck by the justice of these remarks. "I should like you, therefore," continued the Major, "before we actually start for Australia, to make one more examination of the documents. Here they are, and here are the charts. Let us take up each point in succession through which the 37th parallel passes, and see if we come across any other country which would agree with the precise indications of the document." "Nothing can be more easily and quickly done," replied Paganel, "for countries are not very numerous in this latitude, happily." "Well, look," said the Major, displaying an English planisphere on the plan of Mercator's chart, and presenting the appearance of a terrestrial globe. He placed it before Lady Helena, and then they all stood round, so as to be able to follow the argument of Paganel. "As I have said already," resumed the learned geographer, "after having crossed South America, the 37th degree of latitude cuts the islands of Tristan d'Acunha. Now I maintain that none of the words of the document could relate to these islands. The documents were examined with the most minute care, and the conclusion unanimously reached was that these islands were entirely out of the question." "Let us go on then," resumed Paganel. "After leaving the Atlantic, we passed 2 degrees below the Cape of Good Hope, and into the Indian Ocean. Only one group of islands is found on this route, the Amsterdam Isles. Now, then, we must examine these as we did the Tristan d'Acunha group. After a close survey, the Amsterdam Isles were rejected in their turn. Not a single word, or part of a word, French, English, or German, could apply to this group in the Indian Ocean. Now we come to Australia," continued Paganel. "The 37th parallel touches this continent at Cape Bernouilli, and leaves it at Twofold Bay. You will agree with me that, without straining the text, the English word STRA and the French one Austral may relate to Australia. The thing is too plain to need proof." The conclusion of Paganel met with unanimous approval. Every probability was in his favor. "And where is the next point?" asked McNabbs. That is easily answered. After leaving Twofold Bay, we cross an arm of the sea which extends to New Zealand. Here I must call your attention to the fact that the French word continent means a continent, irrefragably. Captain Grant could not, then, have found refuge in New Zealand, which is only an island. However that may be, though, examine and compare, and go over and over each word, and see if, by any possibility, they can be made to fit this new country. In no way whatever, replied John Mangles, after a minute investigation of the documents and the planisphere. No, chimed in all the rest, and even the Major himself, it cannot apply to New Zealand. Now, went on Paganel, in all this immense space between this large island and the American coast, there is only one solitary barren little island crossed by the 37th parallel. And what is its name? Asked the Major. Here it is, marked in the map. It is Maria Theresa, a name of which there is not a single trace in either of the three documents. Not the slightest, said Glenarvan. I leave you, then, my friends, to decide whether all these probabilities, not to say certainties, are not in favor of the Australian continent. Evidently, replied the captain and all the others. Well, then, John, said Glenarvan, the next question is, have you provisions and coal enough? Yes, your honor, I took in an ample store at Talcahuano, and, besides, we can easily replenish our stock of coal at Cape Town. Well, then, give orders. Let me make one more observation, interrupted McNabbs. Go on then. Whatever likelihood of success Australia may offer us, wouldn't it be advisable to stop a day or two at the Tristan da Cunha Isles and the Amsterdam? They lie in our route and would not take us the least out of the way. Then we should be able to ascertain if the Britannia had left any traces of her shipwreck there. Incredulous Major, exclaimed Paganel. He still sticks to his idea. I stick to this anyway, that I don't want to have to retrace our steps, supposing that Australia should disappoint our sanguine hopes. It seems to me a good precaution, replied Glenarvan. And I'm not the one to dissuade you from it, returned Paganel. Quite the contrary. Steer straight for Tristan da Cunha. Immediately, your honor, replied the captain, going on deck, while Robert and Mary Grant overwhelmed Lord Glenarvan with their grateful thanks. Shortly after, the Duncan had left the American coast, and was running eastward, her sharp keel rapidly cutting her way through the waves of the Atlantic Ocean. Chapter 2. Tristan da Cunha and the Isle of Amsterdam. If the yacht had followed the line of the equator, the 196 degrees which separate Australia from America, or, more correctly, Cape Bernouilli from Cape Corrientes, would have been equal to 11,760 geographical miles. But along the 37th parallel, these same degrees, owing to the form of the Earth, only represent 9,480 miles. From the American coast to Tristan da Cunha is reckoned 2,100 miles, a distance which John Mangles hoped to clear in 10 days, if east winds did not retard the motion of the yacht. But he was not long uneasy on that score, for toward evening the breeze sensibly lulled and then changed altogether, giving the Duncan a fair field on a calm sea for displaying her incomparable qualities as a sailor. The passengers had fallen back into their ordinary ship life, and it hardly seemed as if they really could have been absent a whole month. Instead of the Pacific, the Atlantic stretched itself out before them, and there was scarcely a shade of difference in the waves of the two oceans. The elements, after having handled them so roughly, seemed now disposed to favor them to the utmost. The sea was tranquil, and the wind kept in the right quarter, so that the yacht could spread all her canvas, and lend its aid, if needed, to the indefatigable steam stored up in the boiler. Under such conditions, the voyage was safely and rapidly accomplished. Their confidence increased as they found themselves nearer the Australian coast. They began to talk of Captain Grant as if the yacht were going to take him on board at a given port. His cabin was got ready, and berths for the men. This cabin was next to the famous number 6, which Paganel had taken possession of instead of the one he had booked on the Scotia. It had been till now occupied by M. Albinet, who vacated it for the expected guest. Mary took great delight in arranging it with her own hands, and adorning it for the reception of the loved inmate. The learned geographer kept himself closely shut up. He was working away from morning till night at a work entitled Sublime Impressions of a Geographer in the Argentine Pampas, and they could hear him repeating elegant periods aloud before committing them to the white pages of his daybook. And more than once, unfaithful to Clio, the muse of history, he invoked in his transports the divine Calliope, the muse of epic poetry. Paganel made no secret of it either. The chaste daughters of Apollo willingly left the slopes of Helicon and Parnassus at his call. Lady Helena paid him sincere compliments on his mythological visitants, and so did the Major, though he could not forbear adding, "But mind no fits of absence of mind, my dear Paganel, and if you take a fancy to learn Australian, don't go and study it in a Chinese grammar." Things went on perfectly smoothly on board. Lady Helena and Lord Glenarvan found leisure to watch John Mangles' growing attachment to Mary Grant. There was nothing to be said against it, and, indeed, since John remained silent, it was best to take no notice of it. "What will Captain Grant think?" Lord Glenarvan asked his wife one day. "He'll think John is worthy of Mary, my dear Edward, and he'll think right." Meanwhile, the yacht was making rapid progress. 5 days after losing sight of Cape Corrientes, on the 16th of November, they fell in with fine westerly breezes, and the Duncan might almost have dispensed with her screw altogether, for she flew over the water like a bird, spreading all her sails to catch the breeze, as if she were running a race with the Royal Thames Club yachts. Next day, the ocean appeared covered with immense seaweeds, looking like a great pond choked up with the debris of trees and plants torn off the neighboring continents. Commander Murray had specially pointed them out to the attention of navigators. The Duncan appeared to glide over a long prairie, which Paganel justly compared to the Pampas, and her speed slackened a little. 24 hours after, at break of day, the man on the lookout was heard calling out, "Land ahead!" "In what direction?" asked Tom Austin, who was on watch. "Leeward," was the reply. This exciting cry brought everyone speedily on deck. Soon a telescope made its appearance, followed by Jacques Paganel. The learned geographer pointed the instrument in the direction indicated, but could see nothing that resembled land. "Look in the clouds," said John Mangles. "Ah, now I do see a sort of peak, but very indistinctly." "It is Tristan d'Acunha," replied John Mangles. "Then, if my memory serves me right, we must be 80 miles from it, for the peak of Tristan, 7,000 feet high, is visible at that distance." "That's it, precisely." Some hours later, the sharp, lofty crags of the group of islands stood out clearly on the horizon. The conical peak of Tristan looked black against the bright sky, which seemed all ablaze with the splendor of the rising sun. Soon the principal island stood out from the rocky mass, at the summit of a triangle inclining toward the northeast. Tristan d'Acunha is situated in 37 degrees 8 minutes of southern latitude, and 10 degrees 44 minutes of longitude west of the meridian at Greenwich. Inaccessible Island is 18 miles to the southwest and Nightingale Island is 10 miles to the southeast, and this completes the little solitary group of islets in the Atlantic Ocean. Toward noon, the two principal landmarks, by which the group is recognized, were sighted, and at 3 p.m., the Duncan entered Falmouth Bay in Tristan d'Acunha. Several whaling vessels were lying quietly at anchor there, for the coast abounds in seals and other marine animals. John Mangles' first care was to find good anchorage, and then all the passengers, both ladies and gentlemen, got into the long boat and were rowed ashore. They stepped out on a beach covered with fine black sand, the impalpable debris of the calcined rocks of the island. Tristan d'Acunha is the capital of the group, and consists of a little village, lying in the heart of the bay, and watered by a noisy, rapid stream. It contained about 50 houses, tolerably clean, and disposed with geometrical regularity. Behind this miniature town there lay 1,500 hectares of meadowland, bounded by an embankment of lava. Above this embankment, the conical peak rose 7,000 feet high. Lord Glenarvan was received by a governor supplied from the English colony at the Cape. He inquired at once respecting Harry Grant and the Britannia, and found the names entirely unknown. The Tristan d'Acunha Isles are out of the route of ships, and consequently little frequented. Since the wreck of the Blendon Hall in 1821, on the rocks of Inaccessible Island, 2 vessels have stranded on the chief island, the Primanguet in 1845, and the 3-mast American, Philadelphia, in 1857. These three events comprise the whole catalogue of maritime disasters in the annals of the Acunhas. Lord Glenarvan did not expect to glean any information, and only asked by the way of duty. He even sent the boats to make the circuit of the island, the entire extent of which was not more than 17 miles at most. In the interim, the passengers walked about the village. The population does not exceed 150 inhabitants, and consists of English and Americans, married to Negroes and Cape Hottentots, who might bear away the palm for ugliness. The children of these heterogeneous households are very disagreeable compounds of Saxon stiffness and African blackness. It was nearly nightfall before the party returned to the yacht, chattering and admiring the natural riches displayed on all sides, for even close to the streets of the capital, fields of wheat and maize were waving, and crops of vegetables imported 40 years before, and in the environs of the village, herds of cattle and sheep were feeding. The boats returned to the Duncan about the same time as Lord Glenarvan. They had made the circuit of the entire island in a few hours, but without coming across the least trace of the Britannia. The only result of this voyage of circumnavigation was to strike out the name of Isle Tristan from the program of search. Chapter 3. Cape Town and M. Viat. As John Mangles intended to put in at the Cape of Good Hope for coals, he was obliged to deviate a little from the 37th parallel, and go 2 degrees north. In less than 6 days he cleared the 1,300 miles which separate the point of Africa from Tristan d'Acunha, and on the 24th of November at 3 p.m. the Table Mountain was sighted. At 8 o'clock they entered the bay, and cast anchor in the port of Cape Town. They sailed away next morning at daybreak. Between the Cape and Amsterdam Island there is a distance of 2,900 miles, but with a good sea and favoring breeze, this was only a 10 days' voyage. The elements were now no longer at war with the travelers, as on their journey across the pampas, air and water seemed in league to help them forward. "Ah, the sea! The sea!" exclaimed Paganel. "It is the field par excellence for the exercise of human energies, and the ship is the true vehicle of civilization. Think, my friends, if the globe had been only an immense continent, the 1,000th part of it would still be unknown to us, even in this 19th century. See how it is in the interior of great countries, in the steppes of Siberia, in the plains of Central Asia, in the deserts of Africa, in the prairies of America, in the immense wilds of Australia, in the icy solitudes of the poles, man scarcely dares to venture. The most daring shrinks back, the most courageous succumbs. They cannot penetrate them. The means of transport are insufficient, and the heat and disease and savage disposition of the natives are impassable obstacles. 20 miles of desert separate men, more than 500 miles of ocean." Paganel spoke with such warmth that even the Major had nothing to say against this panegyric of the ocean. Indeed, if the finding of Harry Grant had involved following a parallel across continents instead of oceans, the enterprise could not have been attempted. But the sea was there ready to carry the travelers from one country to another, and on the 6th of December, at the first streak of day, they saw a fresh mountain apparently emerging from the bosom of the waves. This was Amsterdam Island, situated in 37 degrees 47 minutes latitude and 77 degrees 24 minutes longitude, the high cone of which in clear weather is visible 50 miles off. At 8 o'clock its form, indistinct though it still was, seemed almost a reproduction of Tenerife. "And consequently it must resemble Tristan d'Acunha," observed Glenarvan. "A very wise conclusion," said Paganel. "According to the geometrographic axiom that 2 islands resembling a third must have a common likeness. I will only add that, like Tristan d'Acunha, Amsterdam Island is equally rich in seals and Robinsons." "There are Robinsons everywhere, then?" said Lady Helena. "Indeed, madame," replied Paganel. "I know few islands without some tale of the kind appertaining to them, and the romance of your immortal countryman, Daniel Defoe, has been often enough realized before his day." "Monsieur Paganel," said Mary, "may I ask you a question?" "Two, if you like, my dear young lady, and I promise to answer them." "Well, then, I want to know if you would be very much frightened at the idea of being cast away alone on a desert island." "I?" exclaimed Paganel. "Come now, my good fellow," said the Major. "Don't go and tell us that it is your most cherished desire. I don't pretend it is that, but still, after all, such an adventure would not be very unpleasant to me. I should begin a new life. I should hunt and fish. I should choose a grotto for my domicile in winter and a tree in summer. I should make storehouses for my harvests. In one word, I should colonize my island. All by yourself? All by myself if I was obliged. Besides, are we ever obliged? Cannot one find friends among the animals? And choose some tame kid or eloquent parrot or amiable monkey? And if a lucky chance should send one a companion like the faithful Friday, what more is needed? 2 friends on a rock, there is happiness. Suppose now, the Major and I— "Thank you," replied the Major, interrupting him. "I have no inclination in that line, and should make a very poor Robinson Crusoe." "My dear Monsieur Paganel," said Lady Helena, "you are letting your imagination run away with you as usual. But the dream is very different from the reality. You are thinking of an imaginary Robinson's life, thrown on a picked island and treated like a spoiled child by nature. You only see the sunny side. What, madam? You don't believe a man could be happy on a desert island?" "I do not. Man is made for society and not for solitude, and solitude can only engender despair. It is a question of time. At the outset it is quite possible that material wants and the very necessities of existence may engross the poor shipwrecked fellow, just snatched from the waves. But afterward, when he feels himself alone, far from his fellow men, without any hope of seeing country and friends again, what must he think, what must he suffer? His little island is all his world. The whole human race is shut up in himself, and when death comes, which utter loneliness will make terrible, he will be like the last man on the last day of the world. Believe me, Monsieur Paganel, such a man is not to be envied." Paganel gave in, though regretfully, to the arguments of Lady Helena, and still kept up a discussion on the advantages and disadvantages of isolation, till the very moment the Duncan dropped anchor about a mile off Amsterdam Island. This lonely group in the Indian Ocean consists of 2 distinct islands, 33 miles apart, and situated exactly on the meridian of the Indian Peninsula. To the north is Amsterdam Island, and to the south St. Paul. But they have been often confounded by geographers and navigators. At the time of the Duncan's visit to the island, the population consisted of 3 people, a Frenchman and 2 mulattoes, all 3 employed by the merchant proprietor. Paganel was delighted to shake hands with a countryman in the person of good old Monsieur Violet. He was far advanced in years, but did the honors of the place with much politeness. It was a happy day for him when these kindly strangers touched at his island, for St. Peter's was only frequented by seal fishers, and now and then a whaler, the crews of which are usually rough, coarse men. Violet presented his subjects, the 2 mulattoes. They composed the whole living population of the island, except a few wild boars in the interior and myriads of penguins. The little house where the 3 solitary men lived was in the heart of a natural bay on the southeast, formed by the crumbling away of a portion of the mountain. Twice over in the early part of the century, Amsterdam Island became the country of deserted sailors, providentially saved from misery and death. But since these events no vessel had been lost on its coast. Had any shipwreck occurred, some fragments must have been thrown on the sandy shore, and any poor sufferers from it would have found their way to Violet's fishing huts. The old man had been long on the island, and had never been called upon to exercise such hospitality. Of the Britannia and Captain Grant he knew nothing, but he was certain that the disaster had not happened on Amsterdam Island, nor on the islet called St. Paul, for whalers and fishing vessels went there constantly, and must have heard of it. Glenarvan was neither surprised nor vexed at the reply. Indeed, his object in asking was rather to establish the fact that Captain Grant had not been there than that he had. This done, they were ready to proceed on their voyage next day. They rambled about the island till evening, as its appearance was very inviting. Its fauna and flora, however, were poor in the extreme. The only specimens of quadrupeds, birds, fish, and cetacea were a few wild boars, stormy petrels, albatrosses, perch, and seals. Here and there thermal springs and chalybeate waters escaped from the black lava, and thin dark vapors rose above the volcanic soil. Some of these springs were very hot. John Mangles held his thermometer in one of them, and found the temperature was 176 degrees Fahrenheit. Fish caught in the sea a few yards off, cooked in 5 minutes in these all but boiling waters, a fact which made Paganel resolve not to attempt to bathe in them. Toward evening, after a long promenade, Glenarvan and his party bade adieu to the good old Wyatt, and returned to the yacht, wishing him all the happiness possible on his desert island, and receiving in return the old man's blessing on their expedition. Chapter 4. A Wager and How Decided. On the 7th of December at 3 a.m., the Duncan lay puffing out her smoke in the little harbor ready to start, and a few minutes afterward the anchor was lifted, and the screw set in motion. By 8 o'clock, when the passengers came on deck, the Amsterdam island had almost disappeared from view behind the mists of the horizon. This was the last halting place on the route, and nothing now was between them and the Australian coast but 3,000 miles distance. Should the west wind continue but a dozen days longer, and the sea remain favorable, the yacht would have reached the end of her voyage. Mary Grant and her brother could not gaze without emotion at the waves through which the Duncan was speeding her course, when they thought that these very same waves must have dashed against the prow of the Britannia but a few days before her shipwreck. Here, perhaps, Captain Grant, with a disabled ship and diminished crew, had struggled against the tremendous hurricanes of the Indian Ocean, and felt himself driven toward the coast with irresistible force. The captain pointed out to Mary the different currents on the ship's chart, and explained to her their constant direction. Among others, there was one running straight to the Australian continent, and its action is equally felt in the Atlantic and Pacific. It was doubtless against this that the Britannia, dismasted and rudderless, had been unable to contend, and consequently been dashed against the coast, and broken in pieces. A difficulty about this, however, presented itself. The last intelligence of Captain Grant was from Callao on the 30th of May 1862, as appeared in the Mercantile and Shipping Gazette. How then was it possible that on the 7th of June, only 8 days after leaving the shores of Peru, that the Britannia could have found herself in the Indian Ocean? But to this, Paganel, who was consulted on the subject, found a very plausible solution. It was one evening, about 6 days after their leaving Amsterdam Island, when they were all chatting together on the poop, that the above-named difficulty was stated by Glenarvan. Paganel made no reply, but went and fetched the document. After perusing it, he still remained silent, simply shrugging his shoulders, as if ashamed of troubling himself about such a trifle. "Come, my good friend," said Glenarvan, "at least give us an answer." "No," replied Paganel. "I'll merely ask a question for Captain John to answer." "And what is it, Monsieur Paganel?" said John Mangles. "Could a quick ship make the distance in a month over that part of the Pacific Ocean which lies between America and Australia?" "Yes, by making 200 miles in 24 hours. Would that be an extraordinary rate of speed?" "Not at all. Sailing clippers often go faster." "Well, then, instead of June 7th on this document, suppose that one figure has been destroyed by the seawater, and read 17 June or 27 June, and all is explained." "That's to say," replied Lady Helena, "that between the 31st of May and the 27th of June, Captain Grant could have crossed the Pacific and found himself in the Indian Ocean." Paganel's theory met with universal acceptance. "That's one more point cleared up," said Glenarvan. "Thanks to our friend. All that remains to be done now is to get to Australia, and look out for traces of the wreck on the western coast." "Or the eastern," said John Mangles. "Indeed, John, you may be right, for there is nothing in the document to indicate which shore was the scene of the catastrophe, and both points of the continent crossed by the 37th parallel must, therefore, be explored." "Then, my lord, it is doubtful after all," said Mary. "Oh no, Miss Mary," John Mangles hastened to reply, seeing the young girl's apprehension. "His lordship will please to consider that if Captain Grant had gained the shore on the east of Australia, he would almost immediately have found refuge and assistance. The whole of that coast is English, we might say, peopled with colonists. The crew of the Britannia could not have gone 10 miles without meeting a fellow countryman." "I am quite of your opinion, Captain John," said Paganel. "On the eastern coast Harry Grant would not only have found an English colony easily, but he would certainly have met with some means of transport back to Europe." "And he would not have found the same resources on the side we are making for?" asked Lady Helena. "No, madame," replied Paganel. It is a desert coast, with no communication between it and Melbourne or Adelaide. If the Britannia was wrecked on those rocky shores, she was as much cut off from all chance of help as if she had been lost on the inhospitable shores of Africa. But what has become of my father there, then, all these 2 years? Asked Mary Grant. My dear Mary, replied Paganel, you have not the least doubt, have you, that Captain Grant reached the Australian continent after his shipwreck? No, Monsieur Paganel. Well, granting that, what became of him? The suppositions we might make are not numerous. They are confined to 3. Either Harry Grant and his companions have found their way to the English colonies, or they have fallen into the hands of the natives, or they are lost in the immense wilds of Australia. Go on, Paganel, said Lord Glenarvan, as the learned Frenchman made a pause. The first hypothesis I reject, then, to begin with, for Harry Grant could not have reached the English colonies, or long ago he would have been back with his children in the good town of Dundee. Poor father, murmured Mary. Away from us for 2 whole years. Hush, Mary, said Robert. Monsieur Paganel will tell us. Alas, my boy, I cannot. All that I affirm is that Captain Grant is in the hands of the natives. But these natives, said Lady Helena hastily. Are they? Reassure yourself, madam, said Paganel, divining her thoughts. The aborigines of Australia are low enough in the scale of human intelligence, and most degraded and uncivilized, but they are mild and gentle in disposition, and not sanguinary like their New Zealand neighbors. Though they may be prisoners, their lives have never been threatened, you may be sure. All travelers are unanimous in declaring that the Australian natives abhor shedding blood, and many a time they have found in them faithful allies in repelling the attacks of evil-disposed convicts far more cruelly inclined. You hear what Monsieur Paganel tells us, Mary, said Lady Helena, turning to the young girl. If your father is in the hands of the natives, which seems probable from the document, we shall find him. And what if he is lost in that immense country? Asked Mary. Well, we'll find him still, exclaimed Paganel in a confident tone. Won't we, friends? Most certainly, replied Glenarvan, and anxious to give a less gloomy turn to the conversation, he added, but I won't admit the supposition of his being lost, not for an instant. Neither will I, said Paganel. Is Australia a big place? Inquired Robert. Australia, my boy, is about as large as 4/5 of Europe. It has somewhere about 775,000 hectares. So much as that? Said the Major. Yes, McNabbs, almost to a yard's breadth. Don't you think now it has a right to be called a continent? I do, certainly. I may add, continued the savant, that there are but few accounts of travelers being lost in this immense country. Indeed, I believe Leichhardt is the only one of whose fate we are ignorant, and some time before my departure I learned from the Geographical Society that McIntyre had strong hopes of having discovered traces of him. The whole of Australia, then, is not yet explored? Asked Lady Helena. No, madam, but very little of it. This continent is not much better known than the interior of Africa, and yet it is from no lack of enterprising travelers. From 1606 to 1862, more than 50 have been engaged in exploring along the coast and in the interior. Oh, 50! Exclaimed McNabbs incredulously. No, no, objected the Major. That is going too far. And I might go farther, McNabbs, replied the geographer, impatient of contradiction. Yes, McNabbs, quite that number. Farther still, Paganel. If you doubt me, I can give you the names. Oh, said the Major coolly. That's just like you savants. You stick at nothing. Major, will you bet your Purtymore rifle against my telescope? Why not, Paganel, if it would give you any pleasure? Done, Major, exclaimed Paganel. You may say goodbye to your rifle, for it will never shoot another chamois or fox unless I lend it to you, which I shall always be happy to do, by the by. And whenever you require the use of your telescope, Paganel, I shall be equally obliging, replied the Major gravely. Let us begin, then, and ladies and gentlemen, you shall be our jury. Robert, you must keep count. This was agreed upon, and Paganel forthwith commenced. Mnemosyne, goddess of memory, chaste mother of the muses, he exclaimed. Inspire thy faithful servant and fervent worshipper. 258 years ago, my friends, Australia was unknown. Strong suspicions were entertained of the existence of a great southern continent. In the library of your British Museum, Glenarvan, there are 2 charts, the date of which is 1550, which mention a country south of Asia, called by the Portuguese Great Java. But these charts are not sufficiently authentic. In the 17th century, in 1606, Quiros, a Spanish navigator, discovered a country which he named Australia de Espiritu Santo. Some authors imagine that this was the New Hebrides group and not Australia. I am not going to discuss the question, however. Count Quiros, Robert, and let us pass on to another. 1, said Robert. In that same year, Luis Vaz de Torres, the second in command of the fleet of Quiros, pushed further south. But it is to Theodore Hertage, a Dutchman, that the honor of the great discovery belongs. He touched the western coast of Australia in 25 degrees latitude and called it Eendracht after his vessel. From this time navigators increased. In 1618, Zeechen discovered the northern parts of the coast and called them Arnheim and Diemen. In 1618, Jan Edels went along the western coast and christened it by his own name. In 1622, Lewin went down as far as the Cape, which became his namesake. And so Paganel continued with name after name until his hearers cried for mercy. "Stop, Paganel," said Glenarvan, laughing heartily. "Don't quite crush poor McNabbs. Be generous. He owns he is vanquished." "And what about the rifle?" asked the geographer triumphantly. "It is yours, Paganel," replied the Major, "and I am very sorry for it, but your memory might gain an armory by such feats. It is certainly impossible to be better acquainted with Australia. Not the least name, not even the most trifling fact." "As to the most trifling fact, I don't know about that," said the Major, shaking his head. "What do you mean, McNabbs?" exclaimed Paganel. "Simply that perhaps all the incidents connected with the discovery of Australia may not be known to you." "Just fancy," retorted Paganel, throwing back his head proudly. "Come now, if I name one fact you don't know, will you give me back my rifle?" said McNabbs. "On the spot, Major." "Very well, it's a bargain, then." "Yes, a bargain. That's settled." "All right. Well now, Paganel, do you know how it is that Australia does not belong to France? But it seems to me. Or, at any rate, do you know what's the reason the English give?" asked the Major. "No," replied Paganel, with an air of vexation. "Just because Captain Baudin, who was by no means a timid man, was so afraid in 1802 of the croaking of the Australian frogs that he raised his anchor with all possible speed and quitted the coast, never to return." "What?" exclaimed Paganel. "Do they actually give that version of it in England? But it is just a bad joke. Bad enough, certainly, but still it is history in the United Kingdom." "It's an insult," exclaimed the patriotic geographer. "And they relate that gravely?" "I must own it is the case," replied Glenarvan, amidst a general outburst of laughter. "Do you mean to say you have never heard of it before?" "Never, but I protest against it. Besides, the English call us frog-eaters. Now, in general, people are not afraid of what they eat." "It is said, though, for all that," replied McNabbs. So the Major kept his famous rifle after all. Chapter 5. The Storm on the Indian Ocean. 2 days after this conversation, John Mangles announced that the Duncan was in longitude 113 degrees 37 minutes, and the passengers found on consulting the chart that consequently Cape Bernouilli could not be more than 5 degrees off. They must be sailing then in that part of the Indian Ocean which washed the Australian continent, and in 4 days might hope to see Cape Bernouilli appear on the horizon. Hitherto the yacht had been favored by a strong westerly breeze, but now there were evident signs that a calm was impending, and on the 13th of December the wind fell entirely. As the sailors say, there was not enough to fill a cap. There was no saying how long this state of the atmosphere might last. But for the powerful propeller the yacht would have been obliged to lie motionless as a log. The young captain was very much annoyed, however, at the prospect of emptying his coal bunkers, for he had covered his ship with canvas, intending to take advantage of the slightest breeze. "After all, though," said Glenarvan, with whom he was talking over the subject. "It is better to have no wind than a contrary one." "Your lordship is right," replied John Mangles. "But the fact is these sudden calms bring change of weather, and this is why I dread them. We are close on the trade winds, and if we get them ever so little in our teeth, it will delay us greatly." "Well, John, what if it does?" "It will only make our voyage a little longer." "Yes, if it does not bring a storm with it." "Do you mean to say you think we are going to have bad weather?" replied Glenarvan, examining the sky, which from horizon to zenith seemed absolutely cloudless. "I do," returned the captain. "I may say so to your lordship, but I should not like to alarm Lady Glenarvan or Miss Grant." "You are acting wisely, but what makes you uneasy?" "Sure indications of a storm. Don't trust, my lord, to the appearance of the sky. Nothing is more deceitful. For the last 2 days the barometer has been falling in a most ominous manner, and is now at 27 degrees. This is a warning I dare not neglect, for there is nothing I dread more than storms in the southern seas. I have had a taste of them already. The vapors which become condensed in the immense glaciers at the South Pole produce a current of air of extreme violence. This causes a struggle between the polar and equatorial winds, which results in cyclones, tornadoes, and all those multiplied varieties of tempest against which a ship is no match." "Well, John," said Glenarvan, "the Duncan is a good ship, and her captain is a brave sailor. Let the storm come, we'll meet it." John Mangles remained on deck the whole night, for though as yet the sky was still unclouded, he had such faith in his weather-glass that he took every precaution that prudence could suggest. About 11 p.m. the sky began to darken in the south, and the crew were called up, and all the sails hauled in except the foresail, brigantine, topsail, and jib-boom. At midnight the wind freshened, and before long the cracking of the masts, and the rattling of the cordage and groaning of the timbers awakened the passengers, who speedily made their appearance on deck, at least Paganel, Glenarvan, the Major, and Robert. "Is it the hurricane?" asked Glenarvan quietly. "Not yet," replied the captain, "but it is close at hand." And he went on giving his orders to the men, and doing his best to make ready for the storm, standing, like an officer commanding a breach, with his face to the wind, and his gaze fixed on the troubled sky. The glass had fallen to 26 degrees, and the hand pointed to tempest. It was 1 o'clock in the morning when Lady Helena and Miss Grant ventured upstairs on deck. But they no sooner made their appearance than the captain hurried toward them, and begged them to go below again immediately. The waves were already beginning to dash over the side of the ship, and the sea might any moment sweep right over her from stem to stern. The noise of the warring elements was so great that his words were scarcely audible, but Lady Helena took advantage of a sudden lull to ask if there was any danger. "None whatever," replied John Mangles. "But you cannot remain on deck, madam, no more can Miss Mary." The ladies could not disobey an order that seemed almost an entreaty, and they returned to their cabin. At the same moment the wind redoubled its fury, making the masts bend beneath the weight of the sails, and completely lifting up the yacht. "Haul up the foresail," shouted the captain. "Lower the topsail and jib-boom." Glenarvan and his companions stood silently gazing at the struggle between their good ship and the waves, lost in wondering and half-terrified admiration at the spectacle. Just then, a dull hissing was heard above the noise of the elements. The steam was escaping violently, not by the funnel, but from the safety valves of the boiler. The alarm whistle sounded unnaturally loud, and the yacht made a frightful pitch, overturning Wilson, who was at the wheel, by an unexpected blow from the tiller. The Duncan no longer obeyed the helm. "What is the matter?" cried the captain, rushing on the bridge. "The ship is heeling over on her side," replied Wilson. The engine! Shouted the engineer. Away rushed John to the engine room. A cloud of steam filled the room. The pistons were motionless in their cylinders, and they were apparently powerless, and the engine driver, fearing for his boilers, was letting off the steam. "What's wrong?" asked the captain. "The propeller is bent or entangled," was the reply. "It's not acting at all. Can't you extricate it?" "It is impossible." An accident like this could not be remedied, and John's only resource was to fall back on his sails, and seek to make an auxiliary of his most powerful enemy, the wind. He went up again on deck, and after explaining in a few words to Lord Glenarvan how things stood, begged him to retire to his cabin, with the rest of the passengers. But Glenarvan wished to remain above. "No, your lordship," said the captain in a firm tone. "I must be alone with my men. Go into the saloon. The vessel will have a hard fight with the waves, and they would sweep you over without mercy. But we might be a help. Go in, my lord, go in. I must indeed insist on it. There are times when I must be master on board, and retire you must." Their situation must indeed be desperate for John Mangles to speak in such authoritative language. Glenarvan was wise enough to understand this, and felt he must set an example in obedience. He therefore quitted the deck immediately with his 3 companions, and rejoined the ladies, who were anxiously watching the denouement of this war with the elements. "He's an energetic fellow, this brave John of mine," said Lord Glenarvan, as he entered the saloon. "That he is," replied Paganel. "He reminds me of your great Shakespeare's boatswain in The Tempest, who says to the king on board, 'Hence, what care these roarers for the name of king? To cabin, silence, trouble us not.'" However, John Mangles did not lose a second in extricating his ship from the peril in which she was placed by the condition of her screw propeller. He resolved to rely on the mainsail for keeping in the right route as far as possible, and to brace the yards obliquely, so as not to present a direct front to the storm. The yacht turned about like a swift horse that feels the spur, and presented a broadside to the billows. The only question was, how long would she hold out with so little sail, and what sail could resist such violence for any length of time? The great advantage of keeping up the mainsail was that it presented to the waves only the most solid portions of the yacht, and kept her in the right course. Still it involved some peril, for the vessel might get engulfed between the waves, and not be able to raise herself. But Mangles felt there was no alternative, and all he could do was to keep the crew ready to alter the sail at any moment, and stay in the shrouds himself watching the tempest. The remainder of the night was spent in this manner, and it was hoped that morning would bring a calm. But this was a delusive hope. At 8 a.m., the wind had increased to a hurricane. John said nothing, but he trembled for his ship, and those on board. The Duncan made a frightful plunge forward, and for an instant the men thought she would never rise again. Already they had seized their hatchets to cut away the shrouds from the mainmast, but the next minute the sails were torn away by the tempest, and had flown off like gigantic albatrosses. The yacht had risen once more, but she found herself at the mercy of the waves entirely now, with nothing to steady or direct her, and was so fearfully pitched and tossed about that every moment the captain expected the masts would break short off. John had no resource but to put up a forestaysail, and run before the gale. But this was no easy task. 20 times over he had all his work to begin again, and it was 3 p.m. before his attempt succeeded. A mere shred of canvas though it was enough to drive the Duncan forward with inconceivable rapidity to the northeast, of course in the same direction as the hurricane. Swiftness was their only chance of safety. Sometimes she would get in advance of the waves which carried her along, and cutting through them with her sharp prow, bury herself in their depths. At others, she would keep pace with them, and make such enormous leaps that there was imminent danger of her being pitched over on her side. And then again, every now and then the storm-driven sea would outdistance the yacht, and the angry billows would sweep over the deck from stem to stern with tremendous violence. In this alarming situation and amid dreadful alternations of hope and despair, the 12th of December passed away, and the ensuing night John Mangles never left his post, not even to take food. Though his impassive face betrayed no symptoms of fear, he was tortured with anxiety, and his steady gaze was fixed on the north, as if trying to pierce through the thick mists that enshrouded it. There was, indeed, great cause for fear. The Duncan was out of her course, and rushing toward the Australian coast with a speed which nothing could lessen. To John Mangles it seemed as if a thunderbolt were driving them along. Every instant he expected the yacht would dash against some rock, for he reckoned the coast could not be more than 12 miles off, and better far be in mid-ocean exposed to all its fury than too near land. John Mangles went to find Glenarvan, and had a private talk with him about their situation. telling him frankly the true state of affairs, stating the case with all the coolness of a sailor prepared for anything and everything, and he wound up by saying he might, perhaps, be obliged to cast the yacht on shore. To save the lives of those on board, my lord, he added. Do it then, John, replied Lord Glenarvan. And Lady Helena, Miss Grant? I will tell them at the last moment when all hope of keeping out at sea is over. You will let me know. I will, my lord. Glenarvan rejoined his companions, who felt they were in imminent danger, though no word was spoken on the subject. Both ladies displayed great courage, fully equal to any of the party. Paganel descanted in the most inopportune manner about the direction of atmospheric currents, making interesting comparisons between tornadoes, cyclones, and rectilinear tempests. The Major calmly awaited the end with the fatalism of a Mussulman. About 11 o'clock, the hurricane appeared to decrease slightly. The damp mist began to clear away, and a sudden gleam of light revealed a low-lying shore about 6 miles distant. They were driving right down on it. Enormous breakers 50 feet high were dashing over it, and the fact of their height showed John there must be solid ground before they could make such a rebound. Those are sandbanks, he said to Austin. I think they are, replied the mate. We are in God's hands, said John. If we cannot find any opening for the yacht, and if she doesn't find the way in herself, we are lost. The tide is high at present. It is just possible we may ride over those sandbanks. But just see those breakers. What ship could stand them? Let us invoke divine aid. Austin. Meanwhile, the Duncan was speeding on at a frightful rate. Soon she was within 2 miles of the sandbanks, which were still veiled from time to time in thick mist. But John fancied he could see beyond the breakers a quiet basin, where the Duncan would be in comparative safety. But how could she reach it? All the passengers were summoned on deck, for now that the hour of shipwreck was at hand, the captain did not wish anyone to be shut up in his cabin. John, said Glenarvan in a low voice to the captain, I will try to save my wife or perish with her. I put Miss Grant in your charge. Yes, my lord, replied John Mangles, raising Glenarvan's hand to his moistened eyes. The yacht was only a few cables' lengths from the sandbanks. The tide was high, and no doubt there was abundance of water to float the ship over the dangerous bar. But these terrific breakers, alternately lifting her up and then leaving her almost dry, would infallibly make her graze the sandbanks. Was there no means of calming this angry sea? A last expedient struck the captain. The oil, my lads, he exclaimed. Bring the oil here. The crew caught at the idea immediately. This was a plan that had been successfully tried already. The fury of the waves had been allayed before this time by covering them with a sheet of oil. Its effect is immediate but very temporary. The moment after a ship has passed over the smooth surface, the sea redoubles its violence, and woe to the bark that follows. The casks of seal oil were forthwith hauled up, for danger seemed to have given the men double strength. A few hatchet blows soon knocked in the heads, and they were then hung over the larboard and starboard. Be ready, shouted John, looking out for a favorable moment. In 20 seconds the yacht reached the bar. Now was the time. Pour out, cried the captain, and God prosper it. The barrels were turned upside down, and instantly a sheet of oil covered the whole surface of the water. The billows fell as if by magic, the whole foaming sea seemed leveled, and the Duncan flew over its tranquil bosom into a quiet basin beyond the formidable bar. But almost the same minute the ocean burst forth again with all its fury, and the towering breakers dashed over the bar with increased violence. Chapter 6. A hospitable colonist. The captain's first care was to anchor his vessel securely. He found excellent moorage in 5 fathoms depth of water, with a solid bottom of hard granite, which afforded a firm hold. There was no danger now of either being driven away or stranded at low water. After so many hours of danger, the Duncan found herself in a sort of creek, sheltered by a high circular point from the winds outside in the open sea. Lord Glenarvan grasped John Mangles' hand, and simply said, "Thank you, John." This was all, but John felt it ample recompense. Glenarvan kept to himself the secret of his anxiety, and neither Lady Helena, nor Mary, nor Robert suspected the grave perils they had just escaped. One important fact had to be ascertained. On what part of the coast had the tempest thrown them? How far must they go to regain the parallel? At what distance S.W. was Cape Bernouilli? This was soon determined by taking the position of the ship, and it was found that she had scarcely deviated 2 degrees from the route. They were in longitude 36 degrees 12 minutes and latitude 32 degrees 67 minutes. At Cape Catastrophe, 300 miles from Cape Bernouilli. The nearest port was Adelaide, the capital of southern Australia. Could the Duncan be repaired there? This was the question. The extent of the injuries must first be ascertained, and in order to do this, he ordered some of the men to dive down below the stern. Their report was that one of the branches of the screw was bent and had got jammed against the stern post, which of course prevented all possibility of rotation. This was a serious damage, so serious as to require more skillful workmen than could be found in Adelaide. After mature reflection, Lord Glenarvan and John Mangles came to the determination to sail round the Australian coast, stopping at Cape Bernouilli, and continuing their route south as far as Melbourne, where the Duncan could speedily be put right. This effected, they would proceed to cruise along the eastern coast to complete their search for the Britannia. This decision was unanimously approved, and it was agreed that they should start with the first fair wind. They had not to wait long, for the same night the hurricane had ceased entirely, and there was only a manageable breeze from the S.W. Preparations for sailing were instantly commenced, and at 4 o'clock in the morning the crew lifted the anchors and got under way with fresh canvas outspread, and a wind blowing right for the Australian shores. 2 hours afterward Cape Catastrophe was out of sight. In the evening they doubled Cape Borda, and came alongside Kangaroo Island. This is the largest of the Australian islands, and a great hiding place for runaway convicts. Its appearance was enchanting. The stratified rocks on the shore were richly carpeted with verdure, and innumerable kangaroos were jumping over the woods and plains, just as at the time of its discovery in 1802. Next day, boats were sent ashore to examine the coast minutely, as they were now on the 36th parallel, and between that and the 38th Glenarvan wished to leave no part unexplored. The boats had hard, rough work of it now, but the men never complained. Glenarvan and his inseparable companion, Paganel, and young Robert generally accompanied them. But all this painstaking exploration came to nothing. Not a trace of the shipwreck could be seen anywhere. The Australian shores revealed no more than the Patagonian. However, it was not time yet to lose hope altogether, for they had not reached the exact point indicated by the document. On the 20th of December, they arrived off Cape Bernouilli, which terminates Lacepede Bay, and yet not a vestige of the Britannia had been discovered. Still, this was not surprising, as it was 2 years since the occurrence of the catastrophe, and the sea might, and indeed must, have scattered and destroyed whatever fragments of the brig had remained. Besides, the natives who scent a wreck as the vultures do a dead body would have pounced upon it and carried off the smaller debris. There was no doubt whatever Harry Grant and his companions had been made prisoners the moment the waves threw them on the shore, and been dragged away into the interior of the continent. But if so, what becomes of Paganel's ingenious hypothesis about the document, viz., that it had been thrown into a river and carried by a current into the sea? That was a plausible enough theory in Patagonia, but not in the part of Australia intersected by the 37th parallel. Besides, the Patagonian rivers, the Rio Colorado and the Rio Negro, flow into the sea along deserted solitudes, uninhabited and uninhabitable, while, on the contrary, the principal rivers of Australia, the Murray, the Yarrow, the Torrens, the Darling, all connected with each other, throw themselves into the ocean by well-frequented routes, and their mouths are ports of great activity. What likelihood, consequently, would there be that a fragile bottle would ever find its way along such busy thoroughfares right out into the Indian Ocean? Paganel himself saw the impossibility of it, and confessed to the Major, who raised a discussion on the subject, that his hypothesis would be altogether illogical in Australia. It was evident that the degrees given related to the place where the Britannia was actually shipwrecked and not the place of captivity, and that the bottle therefore had been thrown into the sea on the western coast of the continent. However, as Glenarvan justly remarked, this did not alter the fact of Captain Grant's captivity in the least degree, though there was no reason now for prosecuting the search for him along the 37th parallel, more than any other. It followed, consequently, that if no traces of the Britannia were discovered at Cape Bernouilli, the only thing to be done was to return to Europe. Lord Glenarvan would have been unsuccessful, but he would have done his duty courageously and conscientiously. But the young Grants did not feel disheartened. They had long since said to themselves that the question of their father's deliverance was about to be finally settled. Irrevocably, indeed, they might consider it, for as Paganel had judiciously demonstrated, if the wreck had occurred on the eastern side, the survivors would have found their way back to their own country long since. Hope on, Mary," said Lady Helena to the young girl, as they neared the shore. "God's hand will still lead us." "Yes, Miss Mary," said Captain John. "Man's extremity is God's opportunity. When one way is hedged up, another is sure to open." "God grant it," replied Mary. Land was quite close now. The cape ran out 2 miles into the sea, and terminated in a gentle slope, and the boat glided easily into a sort of natural creek between coral banks in a state of formation, which in course of time would be a belt of coral reefs round the southern point of the Australian coast. Even now they were quite sufficiently formidable to destroy the keel of a ship, and the Britannia might likely enough have been dashed to pieces on them. The passengers landed without the least difficulty on an absolutely desert shore. Cliffs composed of beds of strata made a coastline 60 to 80 feet high, which it would have been difficult to scale without ladders or cramp irons. John Mangles happened to discover a natural breach about half a mile south. Part of the cliff had been partially beaten down, no doubt, by the sea in some equinoctial gale. Through this opening the whole party passed and reached the top of the cliff by a pretty steep path. Robert climbed like a young cat, and was the first on the summit, to the despair of Paganel, who was quite ashamed to see his long legs, 40 years old, outdistanced by a young urchin of 12. However, he was far ahead of the Major, who gave himself no concern on the subject. They were all soon assembled on the lofty crags, and from this elevation could command a view of the whole plain below. It appeared entirely uncultivated, and covered with shrubs and bushes. Glenarvan thought it resembled some glens in the lowlands of Scotland, and Paganel fancied it like some barren parts of Brittany. But along the coast the country appeared to be inhabited, and significant signs of industry revealed the presence of civilized men, not savages. "A mill!" exclaimed Robert. And, sure enough, in the distance the long sails of a mill appeared, apparently about 3 miles off. "It certainly is a windmill," said Paganel, after examining the object in question through his telescope. "Let us go to it, then," said Glenarvan. Away they started, and, after walking about half an hour, the country began to assume a new aspect, suddenly changing its sterility for cultivation. Instead of bushes, quickset hedges met the eye, enclosing recent clearings. Several bullocks and about half a dozen horses were feeding in meadows, surrounded by acacias supplied from the vast plantations of Kangaroo Island. Gradually fields covered with cereals came in sight, whole acres covered with bristling ears of corn, hayricks in the shape of large beehives, blooming orchards, a fine garden worthy of Horace, in which the useful and agreeable were blended. Then came sheds, commons wisely distributed, and last of all, a plain, comfortable dwelling-house, crowned by a joyous-sounding mill, and fanned and shaded by its long sails as they kept constantly moving round. Just at that moment a pleasant-faced man, about 50 years of age, came out of the house, warned, by the loud barking of 4 dogs, of the arrival of strangers. He was followed by 5 handsome strapping lads, his sons, and their mother, a fine tall woman. There was no mistaking the little group. This was a perfect type of the Irish colonist, a man who, weary of the miseries of his country, had come, with his family, to seek fortune and happiness beyond the seas. Before Glenarvan and his party had time to reach the house and present themselves in due form, they heard the cordial words, "Strangers, welcome to the house of Paddy O'Moore." "You are Irish," said Glenarvan, "if I am not mistaken," warmly grasping the outstretched hand of the colonist. "I was," replied Paddy O'Moore, "but now I am Australian. Come in, gentlemen, whoever you may be. This house is yours." It was impossible not to accept an invitation given with such grace. Lady Helena and Mary Grant were led in by Mrs. O'Moore, while the gentlemen were assisted by his sturdy sons to disencumber themselves of their firearms. An immense hall, light and airy, occupied the ground floor of the house, which was built of strong planks laid horizontally. A few wooden benches fastened against the gaily colored walls, about 10 stools, 2 oak chests on tin mugs, a large long table where 20 guests could sit comfortably, composed the furniture, which looked in perfect keeping with the solid house and robust inmates. The noonday meal was spread. The soup tureen was smoking between roast beef and a leg of mutton, surrounded by large plates of olives, grapes, and oranges. The necessary was there, and there was no lack of the superfluous. The host and hostess were so pleasant, and the big table, with its abundant fare, looked so inviting, that it would have been ungracious not to have seated themselves. The farm servants, on equal footing with their master, were already in their places to take their share of the meal. Paddy O'Moore pointed to the seats reserved for the strangers, and said to Glenarvan, "I was waiting for you." "Waiting for us?" replied Glenarvan in a tone of surprise. "I am always waiting for those who come," said the Irishman. And then, in a solemn voice, while the family and domestics reverently stood, he repeated the benedicite. Dinner followed immediately, during which an animated conversation was kept up on all sides. From Scotch to Irish is but a hand's breadth. The Tweed, several fathoms wide, digs a deeper trench between Scotland and England than the 20 leagues of Irish Channel, which separates Old Caledonia from the Emerald Isle. Paddy O'Moore related his history. It was that of all emigrants driven by misfortune from their own country. Many come to seek fortunes who only find trouble and sorrow, and then they throw the blame on chance, and forget the true cause is their own idleness and vice and want of common sense. Whoever is sober and industrious, honest and economical, gets on. Such a one had been and was Paddy O'Moore. He left Dundalk, where he was starving, and came with his family to Australia, landed at Adelaide, where, refusing employment as a miner, he got engaged on a farm and 2 months afterward commenced clearing ground on his own account. The whole territory of South Australia is divided into lots, each containing 80 acres, and these are granted to colonists by the government. Any industrious man, by proper cultivation, can not only get a living out of his lot, but lay by £80 a year. Paddy O'Moore knew this. He profited by his own former experience, and laid by every penny he could till he had saved enough to purchase new lots. His family prospered, and his farm also. The Irish peasant became a landed proprietor, and though his little estate had only been under cultivation for 2 years, he had 500 acres cleared by his own hands, and 500 head of cattle. He was his own master after having been a serf in Europe, and as independent as one can be in the freest country in the world. His guests congratulated him heartily as he ended his narration, and Paddy O'Moore no doubt expected confidence for confidence, but he waited in vain. However, he was one of those discreet people who can say, "I tell you who I am, but I don't ask who you are." Glenarvan's great object was to get information about the Britannia, and like a man who goes right to the point, he began at once to interrogate O'Moore as to whether he had heard of the shipwreck. The reply of the Irishman was not favorable. He had never heard the vessel mentioned. For 2 years, at least, no ship had been wrecked on that coast, neither above nor below the Cape. Now, the date of the catastrophe was within 2 years. He could, therefore, declare positively that the survivors of the wreck had not been thrown on that part of the western shore. "Now, my lord," he added, "may I ask what interest you have in making the inquiry?" This pointed question elicited in reply the whole history of the expedition. Glenarvan related the discovery of the document, and the various attempts that had been made to follow up the precise indications given of the whereabouts of the unfortunate captives, and he concluded his account by expressing his doubt whether they should ever find the captain after all. His dispirited tone made a painful impression on the minds of his auditors. Robert and Mary could not keep back their tears, and Paganel had not a word of hope or comfort to give them. John Mangles was grieved to the heart, though he, too, was beginning to yield to the feeling of hopelessness which had crept over the rest, when suddenly the whole party were electrified by hearing a voice exclaim, "My lord, praise and thank God! If Captain Grant is alive, he is on this Australian continent." Chapter 7. The quartermaster of the Britannia. The surprise caused by these words cannot be described. Glenarvan sprang to his feet, and pushing back his seat, exclaimed, Who spoke? I did, said one of the servants at the far end of the table. You, Ayrton? Replied his master, not less bewildered than Glenarvan. Yes, it was I, rejoined Ayrton in a firm tone, though somewhat agitated voice. A Scotchman like yourself, my lord, and one of the shipwrecked crew of the Britannia. The effect of such a declaration may be imagined. Mary Grant fell back, half fainting, in Lady Helena's arms, overcome by joyful emotion, and Robert and Mangles, and Paganel started up and toward the man that Paddy O'Moore had addressed as Ayrton. He was a coarse-looking fellow, about 45 years of age, with very bright eyes, though half hidden beneath thick, overhanging brows. In spite of extreme leanness, there was an air of unusual strength about him. He seemed all bone and nerves, or, to use a Scotch expression, as if he had not wasted time in making fat. He was broad-shouldered and of middle height, and though his features were coarse, his face was so full of intelligence and energy and decision that he gave one a favorable impression. The interest he excited was still further heightened by the marks of recent suffering imprinted on his countenance. It was evident that he had endured long and severe hardships, and that he had borne them bravely and come off victor. You are one of the shipwrecked sailors of the Britannia? Was Glenarvan's first question. Yes, my lord. Captain Grant's quartermaster. And saved with him after the shipwreck? No, my lord, no. I was separated from him at that terrible moment, for I was swept off the deck as the ship struck. Then you are not one of the 2 sailors mentioned in the document? No, I was not aware of the existence of the document. The captain must have thrown it into the sea when I was no longer on board. But the captain? What about the captain? I believed he had perished, gone down with all his crew. I imagined myself the sole survivor. But you said just now Captain Grant was living. No, I said, if the captain is living. And you added, he is on the Australian continent. And, indeed, he cannot be anywhere else. Then you don't know where he is? No, my lord. I say again, I supposed he was buried beneath the waves, or dashed to pieces against the rocks. It was from you I learned that he was still alive. What then do you know? Simply this, if Captain Grant is alive, he is in Australia. Where did the shipwreck occur? Asked Major McNabbs. This should have been the first question, but in the excitement caused by the unexpected incident, Glenarvan cared more to know where the captain was than where the Britannia had been lost. After the Major's inquiry, however, Glenarvan's examination proceeded more logically, and before long all the details of the event stood out clearly before the minds of the company. To the question put by the Major, Ayrton replied, When I was swept off the forecastle, when I was hauling in the jib-boom, the Britannia was running right on the Australian coast. She was not more than 2 cables' length from it, and consequently she must have struck just there. In latitude 37 degrees? Asked John Mangles. Yes, in latitude 37 degrees. On the west coast? No, on the east coast, was the prompt reply. And at what date? It was on the night of the 27th of June 1862. Exactly, just exactly, exclaimed Glenarvan. You see then, my lord, continued Ayrton, I might justly say, if Captain Grant is alive, he is on the Australian continent, and it is useless looking for him anywhere else. And we will look for him there, and find him too, and save him, exclaimed Paganel. Ah, precious document, he added with perfect naivete. You must own you have fallen into the hands of uncommonly shrewd people. But, doubtless, nobody heard his flattering words, for Glenarvan and Lady Helena, and Mary Grant and Robert were too much engrossed with Ayrton to listen to anyone else. They pressed round him and grasped his hands. It seemed as if this man's presence was the sure pledge of Harry Grant's deliverance. If the sailor had escaped the perils of the shipwreck, why should not the captain? Ayrton was quite sanguine as to his existence, but on what part of the continent he was to be found, that he could not say. The replies the man gave to the 1,000 questions that assailed him on all sides were remarkably intelligent and exact. All the while he spake, Mary held one of his hands in hers. This sailor was a companion of her father's, one of the crew of the Britannia. He had lived with Harry Grant, crossed the seas with him and shared his dangers. Mary could not keep her eyes off his face, rough and homely though it was, and she wept for joy. Up to this time no one had ever thought of doubting either the veracity or identity of the quartermaster. But the Major and perhaps John Mangles now began to ask themselves if this Ayrton's word was to be absolutely believed. There was something suspicious about this unexpected meeting. Certainly the man had mentioned facts and dates which corresponded, and the minuteness of his details was most striking. Still, exactness of details was no positive proof. Indeed, it has been noticed that a falsehood has sometimes gained ground by being exceedingly particular in minutiae. McNabbs, therefore, prudently refrained from committing himself by expressing any opinion. John Mangles, however, was soon convinced when he heard Ayrton speak to the young girl about her father. He knew Mary and Robert quite well. He had seen them in Glasgow when the ship sailed. He remembered them at the farewell breakfast given on board the Britannia to the captain's friends, at which Sheriff McIntyre was present. Robert, then a boy of 10 years old, had been given into his charge, and he ran away and tried to climb the rigging. "Yes, that I did, it is quite right," said Robert. He went on to mention several other trifling incidents, without attaching the importance to them that John Mangles did, and when he stopped Mary Grant said, in her soft voice, "Oh, go on, Mr. Ayrton. Tell us more about our father." The quartermaster did his best to satisfy the poor girl, and Glenarvan did not interrupt him, though a score of questions far more important crowded into his mind. Lady Helena made him look at Mary's beaming face, and the words he was about to utter remained unspoken. Ayrton gave an account of the Britannia's voyage across the Pacific. Mary knew most of it before, as news of the ship had come regularly up to the month of May, 1862. In the course of the year Harry Grant had touched at all the principal ports. He had been to the Hebrides, to New Guinea, New Zealand, and New Caledonia, and had succeeded in finding an important point on the western coast of Papua, where the establishment of a Scotch colony seemed to him easy and its prosperity certain. A good port on the Molucca and Philippine route must attract ships, especially when the opening of the Suez Canal would have supplanted the Cape route. Harry Grant was one of those who appreciated the great work of M. de Lesseps and would not allow political rivalries to interfere with international interests. After reconnoitering Papua, the Britannia went to provision herself at Callao, and left that port on the 30th of May 1862, to return to Europe by the Indian Ocean and the Cape. 3 weeks afterward, his vessel was disabled by a fearful storm in which they were caught, and obliged to cut away the masts. A leak sprang in the hold, and could not be stopped. The crew were too exhausted to work the pumps, and for 8 days the Britannia was tossed about in the hurricane like a shuttlecock. She had 6 feet of water in her hold, and was gradually sinking. The boats had been all carried away by the tempest. Death stared them in the face, when, on the night of the 22nd of June, as Paganel had rightly supposed, they came in sight of the eastern coast of Australia. The ship soon neared the shore, and presently dashed violently against it. Ayrton was swept off by a wave, and thrown among the breakers, where he lost consciousness. When he recovered, he found himself in the hands of natives, who dragged him away into the interior of the country. Since that time he had never heard the Britannia's name mentioned, and reasonably enough came to the conclusion that she had gone down with all hands off the dangerous reefs of Twofold Bay. This ended Ayrton's recital, and more than once sorrowful exclamations were evoked by the story. The Major could not, in common justice, doubt its authenticity. The sailor was then asked to narrate his own personal history, which was short and simple enough. He had been carried by a tribe of natives 400 miles north of the 37th parallel. He spent a miserable existence there. Not that he was ill-treated, but the natives themselves lived miserably. He passed 2 long years of painful slavery among them, but always cherished in his heart the hope of one day regaining his freedom, and watching for the slightest opportunity that might turn up, though he knew that his flight would be attended with innumerable dangers. At length one night in October, 1864, he managed to escape the vigilance of the natives, and took refuge in the depths of immense forests. For a whole month he subsisted on roots, edible ferns and mimosa gums, wandering through vast solitudes, guiding himself by the sun during the day and by the stars at night. He went on, though often almost despairingly, through bogs and rivers and across mountains, till he had traversed the whole of the uninhabited part of the continent, where only a few bold travelers have ventured. And at last, in an exhausted and all but dying condition, he reached the hospitable dwelling of Patagonia, where he said he had found a happy home in exchange for his labor. "And if Ayrton speaks well of me," said the Irish settler when the narrative ended, "I have nothing but good to say of him. He is an honest, intelligent fellow and a good worker, and as long as he pleases, Paddy O'Mora's house shall be his." Ayrton thanked him by a gesture, and waited silently for any fresh question that might be put to him, though he thought to himself that he surely must have satisfied all legitimate curiosity. What could remain to be said that he had not said 100 times already? Glenarvan was just about to open a discussion about their future plan of action, profiting by this rencontre with Ayrton, and by the information he had given them, when Major McNabbs, addressing the sailor, said, "You were quartermaster, you say, on the Britannia?" "Yes," replied Ayrton, without the least hesitation. But as if conscious that a certain feeling of mistrust, however slight, had prompted the inquiry, he added, "I have my shipping papers with me. I saved them from the wreck." He left the room immediately to fetch his official document, and, though hardly absent a minute, Paddy O'More managed to say, "My lord, you may trust Ayrton. I vouch for his being an honest man. He has been 2 months now in my service, and I have never had once to find fault with him. I knew all the story of his shipwreck and his captivity. He is a true man, worthy of your entire confidence." Glenarvan was on the point of replying that he had never doubted his good faith, when the man came in and brought his engagement written out in due form. It was a paper signed by the shipowners and Captain Grant. Mary recognized her father's writing at once. It was to certify that Tom Ayrton, able-bodied seaman, was engaged as quartermaster on board the 3-mast vessel, the Britannia, Glasgow. There could not possibly be the least doubt now of Ayrton's identity, for it would have been difficult to account for his possession of the document if he were not the man named in it. "Now then," said Glenarvan, "I wish to ask everyone's opinion as to what is best to be done. Your advice, Ayrton, will be particularly valuable, and I shall be much obliged if you would let us have it." After a few minutes' thought, Ayrton replied, "I thank you, my lord, for the confidence you show towards me, and I hope to prove worthy of it. I have some knowledge of the country, and the habits of the natives, and if I can be of any service to you—" "Most certainly you can," interrupted Glenarvan. "I think with you," resumed Ayrton, "that the captain and his 2 sailors have escaped alive from the wreck, but since they have not found their way to the English settlement, nor been seen anywhere, I have no doubt that their fate has been similar to my own, and that they are prisoners in the hands of some of the native tribes." "That's exactly what I have always argued," said Paganel. "The shipwrecked men were taken prisoners, as they feared. But must we conclude without question that, like yourself, they have been dragged away north of the 37th parallel?" "I should suppose so, sir, for hostile tribes would hardly remain anywhere near the districts under the British rule." "That will complicate our search," said Glenarvan, somewhat disconcerted. "How can we possibly find traces of the captives in the heart of so vast a continent?" No one replied, though Lady Helena's questioning glances at her companions seemed to press for an answer. Paganel even was silent. His ingenuity for once was at fault. John Mangles paced the cabin with great strides, as if he fancied himself on the deck of his ship, evidently quite nonplussed. "And you, Mr. Ayrton," said Lady Helena at last, "what would you do?" "Madam," replied Ayrton readily enough, "I should re-embark in the Duncan, and go right to the scene of the catastrophe. There I should be guided by circumstances, and by any chance indications we might discover." "Very good," returned Glenarvan, "but we must wait till the Duncan is repaired." "Ah, she has been injured then?" said Ayrton. "Yes," replied Mangles. "To any serious extent?" "No, but such injuries as require more skillful workmanship than we have on board. One of the branches of the screw is twisted, and we cannot get it repaired nearer than Melbourne." "Well, let the ship go to Melbourne then," said Paganel, "and we will go without her to Twofold Bay." "And how?" asked Mangles. "By crossing Australia as we crossed America, keeping along the 37th parallel." But the Duncan? Repeated Ayrton, as if particularly anxious on that score. The Duncan can rejoin us, or we can rejoin her, as the case may be. Should we discover Captain Grant in the course of our journey, we can all return together to Melbourne. If we have to go on to the coast, on the contrary, then the Duncan can come to us there. Who has any objection to make? Have you, Major? No, not if there is a practicable route across Australia. So practicable that I propose Lady Helena and Miss Grant should accompany us. Are you speaking seriously? Asked Glenarvan. Perfectly so, my lord. It is a journey of 350 miles. Not more. If we go 12 miles a day, it will barely take us a month. Just long enough to put the vessel in trim. If we had to cross the continent in a lower latitude, at its wildest part, and traverse immense deserts, where there is no water and where the heat is tropical, and go where the most adventurous travelers have never yet ventured, that would be a different matter. But the 37th parallel cuts only through the province of Victoria, quite an English country with roads and railways, and well populated almost everywhere. It is a journey you might make almost in a chaise, though a wagon would be better. It is a mere trip from London to Edinburgh. Nothing more. What about wild beasts, though? Asked Glenarvan, anxious to go into all the difficulties of the proposal. There are no wild beasts in Australia. And how about the savages? There are no savages in this latitude, and if there were, they are not cruel, like the New Zealanders. And the convicts? There are no convicts in the southern provinces, only in the eastern colonies. The province of Victoria not only refused to admit them, but passed a law to prevent any ticket of leave men from other provinces from entering her territories. This very year the government threatened to withdraw its subsidy from the Peninsular Company if their vessels continued to take in coal in those western parts of Australia where convicts are admitted. What? Don't you know that? And you an Englishman? In the first place, I beg leave to say I am not an Englishman, replied Glenarvan. What M. Paganel says is perfectly correct, said Paddy O'Moore. Not only the province of Victoria, but also southern Australia, Queensland, and even Tasmania, have agreed to expel convicts from their territories. Ever since I have been on this farm, I have never heard of one in this province. And I can speak for myself. I have never come across one. You see then, friends, went on Jacques Paganel, there are few if any savages, no ferocious animals, no convicts, and there are not many countries of Europe for which you can say as much. Well, will you go? What do you think, Helena? Asked Glenarvan. What we all think, dear Edward, replied Lady Helena, turning toward her companions. Let us be off at once. Chapter 8. Preparation for the Journey. Glenarvan never lost much time between adopting an idea and carrying it out. As soon as he consented to Paganel's proposition, he gave immediate orders to make arrangements for the journey with as little delay as possible. The time of starting was fixed for the 22d of December, the next day but one. What results might not come out of this journey? The presence of Harry Grant had become an indisputable fact, and the chances of finding him had increased. Not that anyone expected to discover the captain exactly on the 37th parallel, which they intended strictly to follow, but they might come upon his track, and at all events they were going to the actual spot where the wreck had occurred. That was the principal point. Besides, if Ayrton consented to join them and act as their guide through the forests of the province of Victoria and right to the eastern coast, they would have a fresh chance of success. Glenarvan was sensible of this, and asked his host whether he would have any great objection to his asking Ayrton to accompany them, for he felt particularly desirous of securing the assistance of Harry Grant's old companion. Paddy O'Moore consented, though he would regret the loss of his excellent servant. Well, then, Ayrton, will you come with us in our search expedition? Ayrton did not reply immediately. He even showed signs of hesitation, but at last, after due reflection, said, Yes, my lord, I will go with you, and if I cannot take you to Captain Grant, I can at least take you to the very place where his ship struck. Thanks, Ayrton. One question, my lord. Well, where will you meet the Duncan again? At Melbourne, unless we traverse the whole continent from coast to coast. But the captain? The captain will await my instructions in the port of Melbourne. You may depend on me then, my lord. I will, Ayrton. The quartermaster was warmly thanked by the passengers of the Duncan, and the children loaded him with caresses. Everyone rejoiced in his decision except the Irishman, who lost in him an intelligent and faithful helper. But Paddy understood the importance Glenarvan attached to the presence of the man, and submitted. The whole party then returned to the ship, after arranging a rendezvous with Ayrton, and ordering him to procure the necessary means of conveyance across the country. When John Mangles supported the proposition of Paganel, he took for granted that he should accompany the expedition. He began to speak to Glenarvan at once about it, and adduced all sorts of arguments to advance his cause. His devotion to Lady Helena and his lordship, how useful could he be in organizing the party, and how useless on board the Duncan. Everything, in fact, but the main reason, and that he had no need to bring forward. "I'll only ask you one question, John," said Glenarvan. "Have you entire confidence in your chief officer?" "Absolute," replied Mangles. "Tom Austin is a good sailor. He will take the ship to her destination, see that the repairs are skillfully executed, and bring her back on the appointed day. Tom is a slave to duty and discipline. Never would he take it upon himself to alter or retard the execution of an order. Your lordship may rely on him as on myself." "Very well then, John," replied Glenarvan. "You shall go with us, for it would be advisable," he added, smiling, "that you should be there when we find Mary Grant's father." "Oh, your lordship," murmured John, turning pale. He could say no more, but grasped Lord Glenarvan's hand. Next day, John Mangles and the ship's carpenter, accompanied by sailors carrying provisions, went back to Paddy O'Mora's house to consult the Irishman about the best method of transport. All the family met him, ready to give their best help. Ayrton was there and gave the benefit of his experience. On one point both he and Paddy agreed, that the journey should be made in a bullock wagon by the ladies, and that the gentlemen should ride on horseback. Paddy could furnish both bullocks and vehicle. The vehicle was a cart 20 feet long, covered over by a tilt, and resting on 4 large wheels without spokes or felloes or iron tires. In a word, plain wooden discs. The front and hinder part were connected by means of a rude mechanical contrivance, which did not allow of the vehicle turning quickly. There was a pole in front 35 feet long, to which the bullocks were to be yoked in couples. These animals were able to draw both with head and neck, as their yoke was fastened on the nape of the neck, and to this a collar was attached by an iron peg. It required great skill to drive such a long, narrow, shaky concern, and to guide such a team by a goad. But Ayrton had served his apprenticeship to it on the Irishman's farm, and Paddy could answer for his competency. The role of conductor was therefore assigned to him. There were no springs to the wagon, and, consequently, it was not likely to be very comfortable. But, such as it was, they had to take it. But if the rough construction could not be altered, John Mangles resolved that the interior should be made as easy as possible. His first care was to divide it into 2 compartments by a wooden partition. The back one was intended for the provisions and luggage, and Albinet's portable kitchen. The front was set apart especially for the ladies, and, under the carpenter's hands, was to be speedily converted into a comfortable room, covered with a thick carpet, and fitted up with a toilet table and 2 couches. Thick leather curtains shut in this apartment, and protected the occupants from the chilliness of the nights. In case of necessity, the gentlemen might shelter themselves here, when the violent rains came on, but a tent was to be their usual resting place when the caravan camped for the night. John Mangles exercised all his ingenuity in furnishing the small space with everything that the 2 ladies could possibly require, and he succeeded so well, that neither Lady Helena nor Mary had much reason to regret leaving their cozy cabins on board the Duncan. For the rest of the party, the preparations were soon made, for they needed much less. Strong horses were provided for Lord Glenarvan, Paganel, Robert Grant, McNabbs, and John Mangles, also for the 2 sailors, Wilson and Mulrady, who were to accompany their captain. Ayrton's place was, of course, to be in front of the wagon, and Albinet, who did not much care for equitation, was to make room for himself among the baggage. Horses and bullocks were grazing in the Irishman's meadows, ready to fetch at a moment's notice. After all arrangements were made, and the carpenter set to work, John Mangles escorted the Irishman and his family back to the vessel, for Paddy wished to return the visit of Lord Glenarvan. Ayrton thought proper to go too, and about 4 o'clock the party came over the side of the Duncan. They were received with open arms. Glenarvan would not be outstripped in politeness, and invited his visitors to stop and dine. His hospitality was willingly accepted. Paddy was quite amazed at the splendor of the saloon, and was loud in admiration of the fitting up of the cabins, and the carpets and hangings, as well as of the polished maple wood of the upper deck. Ayrton's approbation was much less hearty, for he considered it mere costly superfluity. But when he examined the yacht with a sailor's eye, the quartermaster of the Britannia was as enthusiastic about it as Paddy. He went down into the hold, inspected the screw department and the engine room, examining the engine thoroughly, and inquired about its power and consumption. He explored the coal bunkers, the storeroom, the powder store, and armory, in which last he seemed to be particularly attracted by a cannon mounted on the forecastle. Glenarvan saw he had to do with a man who understood such matters, as was evident from his questions. Ayrton concluded his investigations by a survey of the masts and rigging. "You have a fine vessel, my lord," he said after his curiosity was satisfied. "A good one, and that is best," replied Glenarvan. "And what is her tonnage?" 210 tons. "I don't think I am far out," continued Ayrton, "in judging her speed at 15 knots. I should say she could do that easily." "Say 17, put in John Mangles, and you've hit the mark." 17, exclaimed the quartermaster. "Why, not a man of war, not the best among them, could chase her." "Not one," replied Mangles. "The Duncan is a regular racing yacht, and would never let herself be beaten." "Even at sailing?" asked Ayrton. "Even at sailing." "Well, my lord, and you too, captain," returned Ayrton. "Allow a sailor who knows what a ship is worth to compliment you on yours." "Stay on board of her, then, Ayrton," said Glenarvan. "It rests with yourself to call it yours." "I will think of it, my lord," was all Ayrton's reply. Just then Olbinett came to announce dinner, and his lordship repaired with his guests to the saloon. "That Ayrton is an intelligent man," said Paganel to the Major. "Too intelligent," muttered McNabbs, who, without any apparent reason, had taken a great dislike to the face and manners of the quartermaster. During the dinner, Ayrton gave some interesting details about the Australian continent, which he knew perfectly. He asked how many sailors were going to accompany the expedition, and seemed astonished to hear that only 2 were going. He advised Glenarvan to take all his best men, and even urged him to do it, which advice, by the way, ought to have removed the Major's suspicion. "But," said Glenarvan, "our journey is not dangerous, is it?" "Not at all," replied Ayrton quickly. "Well then, we'll have all the men we can on board. Hands will be wanted to work the ship, and to help in the repairs. Besides, it is of the utmost importance that she should meet us to the very day, at whatever place may be ultimately selected. Consequently, we must not lessen her crew." Ayrton said nothing more, as if convinced his lordship was right. When evening came, Scotch and Irish separated. Ayrton and Paddy O'Moore and family returned home. Horses and wagons were to be ready the next day, and 8 o'clock in the morning was fixed for starting. Lady Helena and Mary Grant soon made their preparations. They had less to do than Jacques Paganel, for he spent half the night in arranging and wiping and rubbing up the lenses of his telescope. Of course, next morning he slept on till the Major's stentorian voice roused him. The luggage was already conveyed to the farm, thanks to John Mangles, and a boat was waiting to take the passengers. They were soon seated, and the young captain gave his final orders to Tom Austin, his chief officer. He impressed upon him that he was to wait at Melbourne for Lord Glenarvan's commands, and to obey them scrupulously, whatever they might be. The old sailor told John he might rely on him, and, in the name of the men, begged to offer his lordship their best wishes for the success of this new expedition. A storm of hurrahs burst forth from the yacht as the boat rowed off. In 10 minutes the shore was reached, and a quarter of an hour afterward the Irishman's farm. All was ready. Lady Helena was enchanted with her installation. The huge chariot, with its primitive wheels and massive planks, pleased her particularly. The 6 bullocks, yoked in pairs, had a patriarchal air about them which took her fancy. Ayrton, goad in hand, stood waiting the orders of this new master. "My word," said Paganel, "this is a famous vehicle. It beats all the mail coaches in the world. I don't know a better fashion of traveling than in a mountebank's caravan, a movable house which goes or stops wherever you please. What can one wish better?" The Sarmatians understood that, and never traveled in any other way. "Monsieur Paganel," said Lady Helena, "I hope I shall have the pleasure of seeing you in my salons." "Assuredly, madam, I should count it an honor. Have you fixed the day?" "I shall be at home every day to my friends," replied Lady Helena. "And you are the most devoted among them all," interrupted Paganel gaily. These mutual compliments were interrupted by the arrival of the 7 horses, saddled and ready. They were brought by Paddy's sons, and Lord Glenarvan paid the sum stipulated for his various purchases, adding his cordial thanks, which the worthy Irishman valued at least as much as his golden guineas. The signal was given to start, and Lady Helena and Mary took their places in the reserved compartment. Ayrton seated himself in front, and Olbinett scrambled in among the luggage. The rest of the party, well armed with carbines and revolvers, mounted their horses. Ayrton gave a peculiar cry, and his team set off. The wagon shook and the planks creaked, and the axles grated in the naves of the wheels, and before long the hospitable farm of the Irishman was out of sight. Chapter 9. A Country of Paradoxes. It was the 23d of December, 1864, a dull, damp, dreary month in the northern hemisphere, but on the Australian continent it might be called June. The hottest season of the year had already commenced, and the sun's rays were almost tropical when Lord Glenarvan started on his new expedition. Most fortunately, the 37th parallel did not cross the immense deserts, inaccessible regions, which have cost many martyrs to science already. Glenarvan could never have encountered them. He had only to do with the southern part of Australia, viz., with a narrow portion of the province of Adelaide, with the whole of Victoria, and with the top of the reversed triangle which forms New South Wales. It is scarcely 62 miles from Cape Bernouilli to the frontiers of Victoria. It was not above a 2-days' march, and Ayrton reckoned on their sleeping next night at Apsley, the most westerly town of Victoria. The commencement of a journey is always marked by ardor, both in the horses and the horsemen. This is well enough in the horsemen, but if the horses are to go far, their speed must be moderated and their strength husbanded. It was, therefore, fixed that the average journey every day should not be more than from 25 to 30 miles. Besides, the pace of the horses must be regulated by the slower pace of the bullocks, truly mechanical engines which lose in time what they gain in power. The wagon, with its passengers and provisions, was the very center of the caravan, the moving fortress. The horsemen might act as scouts, but must never be far away from it. As no special marching order had been agreed upon, everybody was at liberty to follow his inclinations within certain limits. The hunters could scour the plain, amiable folks could talk to the fair occupants of the wagon, and philosophers could philosophize. Paganel, who was all three combined, had to be and was everywhere at once. The march across Adelaide presented nothing of any particular interest. A succession of low hills rich in dust, a long stretch of what they call in Australia bush, several prairies covered with a small prickly bush, considered a great dainty by the ovine tribe, embraced many miles. Here and there they noticed a species of sheep peculiar to New Holland, sheep with pigs' heads, feeding between the posts of the telegraph line recently made between Adelaide and the coast. Up to this time there had been a singular resemblance in the country to the monotonous plains of the Argentine pampas. There was the same grassy flat soil, the same sharply defined horizon against the sky. McNabbs declared they had never changed countries, but Paganel told him to wait, and he would soon see a difference. And on the faith of this assurance marvelous things were expected by the whole party. In this fashion, after a march of 60 miles in 2 days, the caravan reached the parish of Apsley, the first town in the province of Victoria in the Wimmera district. The wagon was put up at the Crown Inn. Supper was soon smoking on the table. It consisted solely of mutton served up in various ways. They all ate heartily, but talked more than they ate, eagerly asking Paganel questions about the wonders of the country they were just beginning to traverse. The amiable geographer needed no pressing, and told them first that this part of it was called Australia Felix. Wrongly named, he continued. It had better have been called rich, for it is true of countries, as individuals, that riches do not make happiness. Thanks to her gold mines, Australia has been abandoned to wild, devastating adventurers. You will come across them when we reach the gold fields. Is not the colony of Victoria of but a recent origin? Asked Lady Glenarvan. Yes, madam, it only numbers 30 years of existence. It was on the 6th of June 1835, on a Tuesday, at 7:15 in the evening, put in the Major, who delighted in teasing the Frenchman about his precise dates. No, at 7:10, replied the geographer gravely, that Batman and Faulkner first began a settlement at Port Phillip, the bay on which the large city of Melbourne now stands. For 15 years the colony was part of New South Wales, and recognized Sydney as the capital. But in 1851, she was declared independent, and took the name of Victoria, and has greatly increased in prosperity since then, I believe, said Glenarvan. Judge for yourself, my noble friend, replied Paganel. Here are the numbers given by the last statistics, and let McNabb say as he likes, I know nothing more eloquent than statistics. Go on, said the Major. Well, then, in 1836, the colony of Port Phillip had 224 inhabitants. Today, the province of Victoria numbers 550,000. 7 million of vines produce annually 121,000 gallons of wine. There are 103,000 horses spreading over the plains, and 675,272 horned cattle graze in her wide-stretching pastures. Is there not also a certain number of pigs? Inquired McNabbs. Yes, Major, 79,625. And how many sheep? 7,115,943, McNabbs. Including the one we are eating at this moment. No, without counting that, since it is 3 parts devoured. Bravo, Monsieur Paganel, exclaimed Lady Helena, laughing heartily. It must be owned you are posted up in geographical questions, and my cousin McNabbs need not try and find you tripping. It is my calling, madam, to know this sort of thing, and to give you the benefit of my information when you please. You may therefore believe me when I tell you that wonderful things are in store for you in this strange country. It does not look like it at present, said McNabbs, on purpose to tease Paganel. Just wait, impatient Major, was his rejoinder. You have hardly put your foot on the frontier when you turn round and abuse it. Well, I say and say again, and will always maintain that this is the most curious country on the earth. Its formation and nature and products and climate, and even its future disappearance have amazed, and are now amazing and will amaze all the savants in the world. Think, my friends, of a continent, the margin of which, instead of the center, rose out of the waves originally like a gigantic ring, which encloses, perhaps in its center, a sea partly evaporated, the waves of which are drying up daily, where humidity does not exist either in the air or in the soil, where the trees lose their bark every year instead of their leaves, where the leaves present their sides to the sun and not their face, and consequently give no shade, where the wood is often incombustible, where good-sized stones are dissolved by the rain, where the forests are low and the grasses gigantic, where the animals are strange, where quadrupeds have beaks like the echidna or ornithorhynchus, and naturalists have been obliged to create a special order for them, called monotremes, where the kangaroos leap on unequal legs and sheep have pigs' heads, where foxes fly about from tree to tree, where the swans are black, where rats make nests, where the bower bird opens her reception rooms to receive visits from her feathered friends, where the birds astonish the imagination by the variety of their notes and their aptness, where one bird serves for a clock, and another makes a sound like a postilion cracking of a whip, and a third imitates a knife grinder, and a fourth the motion of a pendulum, where one laughs when the sun rises and another cries when the sun sets. Oh, strange, illogical country, land of paradoxes and anomalies, if ever there was one on earth. The learned botanist Grimard was right when he said, there is that Australia a sort of parody, or rather a defiance of universal laws in the face of the rest of the world. Paganel's tirade was poured forth in the most impetuous manner, and seemed as if it were never coming to an end. The eloquent secretary of the Geographical Society was no longer master of himself. He went on, gesticulating furiously, and brandishing his fork to the imminent danger of his neighbors. But at last his voice was drowned in a thunder of applause, and he managed to stop. Certainly after such an enumeration of Australian peculiarities, he might have been left in peace, but the Major said in the coolest tone possible, "And is that all, Paganel?" "No, indeed not," rejoined the Frenchman with renewed vehemence. "What?" exclaimed Lady Helena. "There are more wonders still in Australia?" "Yes, madam, its climate. It is even stranger than its productions." "Is it possible?" they all said. "I am not speaking of the hygienic qualities of the climate," continued Paganel. "Rich as it is in oxygen and poor in azote. There are no damp winds, because the trade winds blow regularly on the coasts, and most diseases are unknown, from typhus to measles and chronic affections." "Still, that is no small advantage," said Glenarvan. "No doubt, but I am not referring to that, but to one quality it has which is incomparable." "And what is that?" "You will never believe me." "Yes, we will," exclaimed his auditors, their curiosity aroused by this preamble. "Well, it is." "It is what?" "It is a moral regeneration." "A moral regeneration?" "Yes," replied the savant in a tone of conviction. "Here metals do not get rust on them by exposure to the air, nor men. Here the pure, dry atmosphere whitens everything rapidly, both linen and souls. The virtue of the climate must have been well known in England when they determined to send their criminals here to be reformed." "What? Do you mean to say the climate has really any such influence?" said Lady Helena. "Yes, madam, both on animals and men." "You are not joking, Monsieur Paganel?" "I am not, madam. The horses and the cattle here are of incomparable docility. You see it. It is impossible, but it is a fact, and the convicts transported into this reviving, salubrious air become regenerated in a few years. Philanthropists know this. In Australia all natures grow better. But what is to become of you then, Monsieur Paganel, in this privileged country, you who are so good already?" said Lady Helena. "What will you turn out?" "Excellent, madam, just excellent, and that's all." Chapter 10. An Accident. The next day, the 24th of December, they started at daybreak. The heat was already considerable, but not unbearable, and the road was smooth and good, and allowed the cavalcade to make speedy progress. In the evening they camped on the banks of the White Lake, the waters of which are brackish and undrinkable. Jacques Paganel was obliged to own that the name of this lake was a complete misnomer, for the waters were no more white than the Black Sea is black, or the Red Sea red, or the Yellow River yellow, or the Blue Mountains blue. However, he argued and disputed the point with all the amour propre of a geographer, but his reasoning made no impression. Albinet prepared the evening meal with his accustomed punctuality, and after this was dispatched, the travelers disposed themselves for the night in the wagon and in the tent, and were soon sleeping soundly, notwithstanding the melancholy howling of the dingoes, the jackals of Australia. A magnificent plain, thickly covered with chrysanthemums, stretched out beyond the lake, and Glenarvan and his friends would gladly have explored its beauties when they awoke next morning, but they had to start. As far as the eye could reach, nothing was visible but one stretch of prairie, enameled with flower, in all the freshness and abundance of spring. The blue flowers of the slender-leaved flax, combined with the bright hues of the scarlet acanthus, a flower peculiar to the country. A few cassowaries were bounding over the plain, but it was impossible to get near them. The Major was fortunate enough, however, to hit one very rare animal with a ball in the leg. This was the jabiru, a species which is fast disappearing, the gigantic crane of the English colonies. This winged creature was 5 feet high, and his wide, conical, extremely pointed beak measured 18 inches in length. The violet and purple tints of his head contrasted vividly with the glossy green of his neck, and the dazzling whiteness of his throat, and the bright red of his long legs. Nature seems to have exhausted in its favor all the primitive colors on her palette. Great admiration was bestowed on this bird, and the Major's spoil would have borne the honors of the day, had not Robert come across an animal a few miles further on, and bravely killed it. It was a shapeless creature, half porcupine, half anteater, a sort of unfinished animal belonging to the first stage of creation. A long, glutinous, extensible tongue hung out of his jaws in search of the ants, which formed its principal food. "It is an echidna," said Paganel. "Have you ever seen such a creature?" "It is horrible," replied Glenarvan. "Horrible enough, but curious, and, what's more, peculiar to Australia. One might search for it in vain in any other part of the world." Naturally enough, the geographer wished to preserve this interesting specimen of Monotremata, and wanted to stow it away in the luggage. But Albinet resented the idea so indignantly that the savant was obliged to abandon his project. About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, John Mangles descried an enormous column of smoke about 3 miles off, gradually overspreading the whole horizon. What could be the cause of this phenomenon? Paganel was inclined to think it was some description of meteor, and his lively imagination was already in search of an explanation, when Ayrton cut short all his conjectures summarily, by announcing that the cloud of dust was caused by a drove of cattle on the road. The quartermaster proved right, for as the cloud came nearer, quite a chorus of bleatings and neighings, and bell-lowings escaped from it, mingled with the loud tones of a human voice, in the shape of cries and whistles and vociferations. Presently a man came out of the cloud. This was the leader-in-chief of the four-footed army. Glenarvan advanced toward him, and friendly relations were speedily established between them. The leader, or to give him his proper designation, the stockkeeper, was part owner of the drove. His name was Sam Matchell, and he was on his way from the eastern provinces to Portland Bay. The drove numbered 12,075 head in all, or 000 bullocks, 11,000 sheep, and 75 horses. All these had been bought in the Blue Mountains in a poor, lean condition, and were going to be fatted up on the rich pasture lands of southern Australia, and sold again at a great profit. Sam Matchell expected to get £2 on each bullock, and tens on every sheep, which would bring him in £3,750. This was doing good business. But what patience and energy were required to conduct such a restive, stubborn lot to their destination, and what fatigues must have to be endured. Truly the gain was hardly earned. Sam Matchell told his history in a few words, while the drove continued their march among the groves of mimosas. Lady Helena and Mary and the rest of the party seated themselves under the shade of a wide-spreading gum tree, and listened to his recital. It was 7 months since Sam Matchell had started. He had gone at the rate of 10 miles a day, and his interminable journey would last 3 months longer. His assistants in the laborious task comprised 20 dogs and 30 men, 5 of whom were blacks, and very serviceable in tracking up any strayed beasts. 6 wagons made the rear guard. All the men were armed with stock whips, the handles of which are 18 inches long, and the lash 9 feet, and they move about among the ranks, bringing refractory animals back into order, while the dogs, the light cavalry of the regiment, preserved discipline in the wings. The travelers were struck with the admirable arrangement of the drove. The different stock were kept apart, for wild sheep and bullocks would not have got on together at all. The bullocks would never have grazed where the sheep had passed along, and consequently they had to go first, divided into 2 battalions. 5 regiments of sheep followed, in charge of 20 men, and last of all came the horses. Sam Matchell drew the attention of his auditors to the fact that the real guides of the drove were neither the men nor the dogs, but the oxen themselves, beasts of superior intelligence, recognized as leaders by their congenitors. They advanced in front with perfect gravity, choosing the best route by instinct, and fully alive to their claim to respect. Indeed, they were obliged to be studied and humored in everything, for the whole drove obeyed them implicitly. If they took it into their heads to stop, it was a matter of necessity to yield to their good pleasure, for not a single animal would move a step till these leaders gave the signal to set off. Sundry details, added by the stockkeeper, completed the history of this expedition, worthy of being written, if not commended by Xenophon himself. As long as the troop marched over the plains it was well enough. There was little difficulty or fatigue. The animals fed as they went along, and slaked their thirst at the numerous creeks that watered the plains, sleeping at night and making good progress in the day, always obedient and tractable to the dogs. But when they had to go through great forests and groves of eucalyptus and mimosas, the difficulties increased. Platoons, battalions, and regiments got all mixed together or scattered, and it was a work of time to collect them again. Should a leader unfortunately go astray, he had to be found, cost what it might, on pain of a general disbandment, and the blacks were often long days in quest of him, before their search was successful. During the heavy rains the lazy beasts refused to stir, and when violent storms chanced to occur, the creatures became almost mad with terror, and were seized with a wild, disorderly panic. However, by dint of energy and ambition, the stock-keeper triumphed over these difficulties, incessantly renewed though they were. He kept steadily on. Mile after mile of plains and woods and mountains lay behind. But in addition to all his other qualities, there was one higher than all that he specially needed when they came to rivers. This was patience, patience that could stand any trial, and not only could hold out for hours and days, but for weeks. The stock-keeper would be himself forced to wait on the banks of a stream that might have been crossed at once. There was nothing to hinder but the obstinacy of the herd. The bullocks would taste the water and turn back. The sheep fled in all directions, afraid to brave the liquid element. The stock-keeper hoped when night came he might manage them better, but they still refused to go forward. The rams were dragged in by force, but the sheep would not follow. They tried what thirst would do, by keeping them without drink for several days, but when they were brought to the river again, they simply quenched their thirst, and declined a more intimate acquaintance with the water. The next expedient employed was to carry all the lambs over, hoping the mothers would be drawn after them, moved by their cries. But the lambs might bleat as pitifully as they liked. The mothers never stirred. Sometimes this state of affairs would last a whole month, and the stock-keeper would be driven to his wits' end by his bleating, bellowing, neighing army. Then all of a sudden, one fine day, without rhyme or reason, a detachment would take it into their heads to make a start across, and the only difficulty now was to keep the whole herd from rushing helter-skelter after them. The wildest confusion set in among the ranks, and numbers of the animals were drowned in the passage. Such was the narrative of Sam Matchell. During its recital, a considerable part of the troop had filed past in good order. It was time for him to return to his place at their head, that he might be able to choose the best pasturage. Taking leave of Lord Glenarvan, he sprang on a capital horse of the native breed, that one of his men held waiting for him, and after shaking hands cordially with everybody all round, took his departure. A few minutes later, nothing was visible of the stock-keeper and his troop but a cloud of dust. The wagon resumed its course in the opposite direction, and did not stop again till they halted for the night at the foot of Mount Talbot. Paganel made the judicious observation that it was the 25th of December, the Christmas day so dear to English hearts. But the steward had not forgotten it, and an appetizing meal was soon ready under the tent, for which he deserved and received warm compliments from the guests. Indeed, Albinett had quite excelled himself on this occasion. He produced from his stores such an array of European dishes as is seldom seen in the Australian desert. Reindeer hams, slices of salt beef, smoked salmon, oat cakes, and barley meal scones, tea ad libitum, and whiskey in abundance, and several bottles of port, composed this astonishing meal. The little party might have thought themselves in the grand dining hall of Malcolm Castle, in the heart of the Highlands of Scotland. The next day, at 11 a.m., the wagon reached the banks of the Wimmera on the 143D meridian. The river, half a mile in width, wound its limpid course between tall rows of gum trees and acacias. Magnificent specimens of the Myrtaceae, among others, the Metrosydro speciosa, 15 feet high, with long drooping branches, adorned with red flowers. Thousands of birds, the lories and greenfinches, and gold-winged pigeons, not to speak of the noisy paraquets, flew about in the green branches. Below, on the bosom of the water, were a couple of shy and unapproachable black swans. This rara avis of the Australian rivers soon disappeared among the windings of the Wimmera, which water the charming landscape in the most capricious manner. The wagon stopped on a grassy bank, the long fringes of which dipped in the rapid current. There was neither raft nor bridge, but cross over they must. Ayrton looked about for a practicable ford. About a quarter of a mile up the water seemed shallower, and it was here they determined to try to pass over. The soundings in different parts showed a depth of 3 feet only, so that the wagon might safely enough venture. "I suppose there is no other way of fording the river?" said Glenarvan to the quartermaster. "No, my lord, but the passage does not seem dangerous. We shall manage it." "Shall Lady Glenarvan and Miss Grant get out of the wagon?" "Not at all. My bullocks are sure-footed, and you may rely on me for keeping them straight." "Very well, Ayrton. I can trust you." The horsemen surrounded the ponderous vehicle, and all stepped boldly into the current. Generally, when wagons have to ford rivers, they have empty casks slung all round them, to keep them floating on the water. But they had no such swimming belt with them on this occasion, and they could only depend on the sagacity of the animals and the prudence of Ayrton, who directed the team. The Major and the 2 sailors were some feet in advance. Glenarvan and John Mangles went at the sides of the wagon, ready to lend any assistance the fair travelers might require, and Paganel and Robert brought up the rear. All went well till they reached the middle of the Wimmera, but then the hollow deepened, and the water rose to the middle of the wheels. The bullocks were in danger of losing their footing, and dragging with them the oscillating vehicle. Ayrton devoted himself to his task courageously. He jumped into the water, and hanging on by the bullocks' horns, dragged them back into the right course. Suddenly the wagon made a jolt that it was impossible to prevent. A crack was heard, and the vehicle began to lean over in a most precarious manner. The water now rose to the ladies' feet. The whole concern began to float, though John Mangles and Lord Glenarvan hung on to the side. It was an anxious moment. Fortunately, a vigorous effort drove the wagon toward the opposite shore, and the bank began to slope upward, so that the horses and bullocks were able to regain their footing, and soon the whole party found themselves on the other side, glad enough though wet enough too. The fore part of the wagon, however, was broken by the jolt, and Glenarvan's horse had lost a shoe. This was an accident that needed to be promptly repaired. They looked at each other, hardly knowing what to do, till Ayrton proposed he should go to Black Point Station, 20 miles further north, and bring back a blacksmith with him. "Yes, go, my good fellow," said Glenarvan. "How long will it take you to get there and back?" "About 15 hours, replied Ayrton. "But not longer. Start at once, then, and we will camp here on the banks of the Wimmera till you return." Chapter 11. Crime or Calamity. It was not without apprehension that the Major saw Ayrton quit the Wimmera camp to go and look for a blacksmith at the Black Point Station. But he did not breathe a word of his private misgivings, and contented himself with watching the neighborhood of the river. Nothing disturbed the repose of those tranquil glades, and after a short night the sun reappeared on the horizon. As to Glenarvan, his only fear was lest Ayrton should return alone. If they failed to find a workman, the wagon could not resume the journey. This might end in a delay of many days, and Glenarvan, impatient to succeed, could brook no delay in his eagerness to attain his object. Ayrton luckily had lost neither his time nor his trouble. He appeared next morning at daybreak, accompanied by a man who gave himself out as the blacksmith from Black Point Station. He was a powerful fellow and tall, but his features were of a low, brutal type, which did not prepossess anyone in his favor. But that was nothing, provided he knew his business. He scarcely spoke, and certainly he did not waste his breath in useless words. "Is he a good workman?" said John Mangles to the quartermaster. "I know no more about him than you do, Captain," said Ayrton. "But we shall see." The blacksmith set to work. Evidently that was his trade, as they could plainly see from the way he set about repairing the forepart of the wagon. He worked skillfully and with uncommon energy. The Major observed that the flesh of his wrists was deeply furrowed, showing a ring of extravasated blood. It was the mark of a recent injury, which the sleeve of an old woolen shirt could not conceal. McNabbs questioned the blacksmith about those sores which looked so painful. The man continued his work without answering. 2 hours more and the damage the carriage had sustained was made good. As to Glenarvan's horse, it was soon disposed of. The blacksmith had had the forethought to bring the shoes with him. These shoes had a peculiarity which did not escape the Major. It was a trefoil clumsily cut on the back part. McNabbs pointed it out to Ayrton. "It is the Black Point brand," said the quartermaster. That enables them to track any horses that may stray from the station and prevents their being mixed with other herds. The horse was soon shod. The blacksmith claimed his wage and went off without uttering 4 words. Half an hour later, the travelers were on the road. Beyond the grove of mimosas was a stretch of sparsely timbered country, which quite deserved its name of open plain. Some fragments of quartz and ferruginous rock lay among the scrub and the tall grass, where numerous flocks were feeding. Some miles farther the wheels of the wagon plowed deep into the alluvial soil, where irregular creeks murmured in their beds, half hidden among giant reeds. By and by they skirted vast salt lakes, rapidly evaporating. The journey was accomplished without trouble, and, indeed, without fatigue. Lady Helena invited the horsemen of the party to pay her a visit in turns, as her reception room was but small, and in pleasant converse with this amiable woman they forgot the fatigue of their day's ride. Lady Helena, seconded by Miss Mary, did the honors of their ambulatory house with perfect grace. John Mangles was not forgotten in these daily invitations, and his somewhat serious conversation was not unpleasing. The party crossed in a diagonal direction. The mail coach rode from Crowland to Horsham, which was a very dusty one, and little used by pedestrians. The spurs of some low hills were skirted at the boundary of Talbot County, and in the evening the travelers reached a point about 3 miles from Maryborough. The fine rain was falling, which in any other country would have soaked the ground. But here the air absorbed the moisture so wonderfully that the camp did not suffer in the least. Next day, the 29th of December, the march was delayed somewhat by a succession of little hills, resembling a miniature Switzerland. It was a constant repetition of up and down hill, and many a jolt besides, all of which were scarcely pleasant. The travelers walked part of the way, and thought it no hardship. At 11 o'clock they arrived at Carisbrooke, rather an important municipality. Ayrton was for passing outside the town without going through it, in order, he said, to save time. Glenarvan concurred with him, but Paganel, always eager for novelties, was for visiting Carisbrooke. They gave him his way, and the wagon went on slowly. Paganel, as was his custom, took Robert with him. His visit to the town was very short, but it sufficed to give him an exact idea of Australian towns. There was a bank, a courthouse, a market, a church, and 100 or so of brick houses, all exactly alike. The whole town was laid out in squares, crossed with parallel streets in the English fashion. Nothing could be more simple, nothing less attractive. As the town grows, they lengthen the streets as we lengthen the trousers of a growing child, and thus the original symmetry is undisturbed. Carisbrooke was full of activity, a remarkable feature in these towns of yesterday. It seems in Australia as if towns shot up like trees, owing to the heat of the sun. Men of business were hurrying along the streets. Gold buyers were hastening to meet the incoming escort. The precious metal, guarded by the local police, was coming from the mines at Bendigo and Mount Alexander. All the little world was so absorbed in its own interests that the strangers passed unobserved amid the laborious inhabitants. After an hour devoted to visiting Carisbrooke, the 2 visitors rejoined their companions and crossed a highly cultivated district. Long stretches of prairie, known as the low-level plains, next met their gaze, dotted with countless sheep and shepherds' huts. And then came a sandy tract without any transition, but with the abruptness of change so characteristic of Australian scenery. Mount Simpson and Mount Tarrangower marked the southern point where the boundary of the Loddon district cuts the 144th meridian. As yet they had not met with any of the aboriginal tribes living in the savage state. Glenarvan wondered if the Australians were wanting in Australia, as the Indians had been wanting in the pampas of the Argentine district. But Paganel told him that, in that latitude, the natives frequented chiefly the Murray Plains about 100 miles to the eastward. "We are now approaching the gold district," said he. "In a day or 2 we shall cross the rich region of Mount Alexander." It was here that the swarm of diggers alighted in 1852. The natives had to fly to the interior. "We are in civilized districts without seeing any sign of it. But our road will, before the day is over, cross the railway which connects the Murray with the sea." Well, I must confess, a railway in Australia does seem to me an astonishing thing. "And pray, why, Paganel?" said Glenarvan. "Why? Because it jars on one's ideas." "Oh, I know you English are so used to colonizing distant possessions. You, who have electric telegraphs and universal exhibitions in New Zealand, you think it is all quite natural. But it dumbfounders the mind of a Frenchman like myself, and confuses all one's notions of Australia. Because you look at the past, and not at the present, said John Mangles. A loud whistle interrupted the discussion. The party were within a mile of the railway. Quite a number of persons were hastening toward the railway bridge. The people from the neighboring stations left their houses, and the shepherds their flocks, and crowded the approaches to the railway. Every now and then there was a shout, "The railway! The railway!" Something serious must have occurred to produce such an agitation. Perhaps some terrible accident. Glenarvan, followed by the rest, urged on his horse. In a few minutes he arrived at Camden Bridge, and then he became aware of the cause of such an excitement. A fearful accident had occurred. Not a collision, but a train had gone off the line, and then there had been a fall. The affair recalled the worst disasters of American railways. The river crossed by the railway was full of broken carriages and the engine. Whether the weight of the train had been too much for the bridge, or whether the train had gone off the rails, the fact remained that 5 carriages out of 6 fell into the bed of the Loddon, dragged down by the locomotive. The 6th carriage, miraculously preserved by the breaking of the coupling chain, remained on the rails 6 feet from the abyss. Below nothing was discernible but a melancholy heap of twisted and blackened axles, shattered wagons, bent rails, charred sleepers. The boiler, burst by the shock, had scattered its plates to enormous distances. From this shapeless mass of ruins flames and black smoke still rose. After the fearful fall came fire, more fearful still. Great tracts of blood, scattered limbs, charred trunks of bodies, showed here and there. None could guess how many victims lay dead and mangled under those ruins. Glenarvan, Paganel, the Major, Mangles, mixing with the crowd, heard the current talk. Everyone tried to account for the accident, while doing his utmost to save what could be saved. "The bridge must have broken," said one. "Not a bit of it. The bridge is whole enough. They must have forgotten to close it to let the train pass. That is all." It was, in fact, a swing bridge which opened for the convenience of the boats. Had the guard, by an unpardonable oversight, omitted to close it for the passage of the train, so that the train, coming on at full speed, was precipitated into the Loddon? This hypothesis seemed very admissible, for although one half of the bridge lay beneath the ruins of the train, the other half, drawn up to the opposite shore, hung, still unharmed, by its chains. No one could doubt that an oversight on the part of the guard had caused the catastrophe. The accident had occurred in the night, to the express train which left Melbourne at 11:45 in the evening. About 3:15 in the morning, 25 minutes after leaving Castlemaine, it arrived at Camden Bridge, where the terrible disaster befell. The passengers and guards of the last and only remaining carriage at once tried to obtain help. But the telegraph, whose posts were lying on the ground, could not be worked. It was 3 hours before the authorities from Castlemaine reached the scene of the accident, and it was 6 o'clock in the morning when the salvage party was organized, under the direction of Mr. Mitchell, the Surveyor General of the colony, and a detachment of police commanded by an inspector. The squatters and their hands lent their aid, and directed their efforts first to extinguishing the fire which raged in the ruined heap with unconquerable violence. A few unrecognizable bodies lay on the slope of the embankment, but from that blazing mass no living thing could be saved. The fire had done its work too speedily. Of the passengers, 10 only survived, those in the last carriage. The railway authorities sent a locomotive to bring them back to Castlemaine. Lord Glenarvan, having introduced himself to the Surveyor General, entered into conversation with him and the Inspector of Police. The latter was a tall, thin man, imperturbably cool, and, whatever he may have felt, allowed no trace of it to appear on his features. He contemplated this calamity as a mathematician does a problem. He was seeking to solve it, and to find the unknown, and when Glenarvan observed, "This is a great misfortune," he quietly replied, "Better than that, my lord." "Better than that?" cried Glenarvan. "I do not understand you." "It is better than a misfortune. It is a crime," he replied, in the same quiet tone. Glenarvan looked inquiringly at Mr. Mitchell for a solution. "Yes, my lord," replied the Surveyor General. "Our inquiries have resulted in the conclusion that the catastrophe is the result of a crime. The last luggage van has been robbed. The surviving passengers were attacked by a gang of 5 or 6 villains. The bridge was intentionally opened, and not left open by the negligence of the guard. And connecting with this fact the guard's disappearance, we may conclude that the wretched fellow was an accomplice of these ruffians." The police officer shook his head at this inference. "You do not agree with me?" said Mr. Mitchell. "No, not as to the complicity of the guard." "Well, but granting that complicity, we may attribute the crime to the natives who haunt the Murray. Without him, the blacks could never have opened a swing bridge. They know nothing of its mechanism." "Exactly so," said the police inspector. "Well," added Mr. Mitchell, "we have the evidence of a boatman whose boat passed Camden Bridge at 10:40 p.m. that the bridge was properly shut after he passed." "True. Well, after that I cannot see any doubt as to the complicity of the guard." The police officer shook his head gently, but continuously. "Then you don't attribute the crime to the natives?" "Not at all." "To whom then?" Just at this moment a noise was heard from about half a mile up the river. A crowd had gathered, and quickly increased. They soon reached the station, and in their midst were 2 men carrying a corpse. It was the body of the guard, quite cold, stabbed to the heart. The murderers had no doubt hoped, by dragging their victim to a distance, that the police would be put on a wrong scent in their first inquiries. This discovery, at any rate, justified the doubts of the police inspector. The poor blacks had had no hand in the matter. "Those who dealt that blow," said he, "were already well used to this little instrument," and so saying he produced a pair of darbies, a kind of handcuff made of a double ring of iron secured by a lock. "I shall soon have the pleasure of presenting them with these bracelets as a New Year's gift." "Then you suspect some folks who came out free in Her Majesty's ships." "What, convicts?" cried Paganel, who recognized the formula employed in the Australian colonies. "I thought," said Glenarvan, "convicts had no right in the province of Victoria." "Bah!" said the inspector. "If they have no right, they take it. They escape sometimes, and if I am not greatly mistaken, this lot have come straight from Perth, and, take my word for it, they will soon be there again." Mr. Mitchell nodded acquiescence in the words of the police inspector. At this moment the wagon arrived at the level crossing of the railway. Glenarvan wished to spare the ladies the horrible spectacle at Camden Bridge. He took courteous leave of the Surveyor General, and made a sign to the rest to follow him. "There is no reason," said he, "for delaying our journey." When they reached the wagon, Glenarvan merely mentioned to Lady Helena that there had been a railway accident, without a hint of the crime that had played so great a part in it. Neither did he make mention of the presence of a band of convicts in the neighborhood, reserving that piece of information solely for Ayrton's ear. The little procession now crossed the railway some 200 yards below the bridge, and then resumed their eastward course. Chapter 12. Toline of the Lachlan. About 2 miles from the railway, the plain terminated in a range of low hills, and it was not long before the wagon entered a succession of narrow gorges and capricious windings, out of which it emerged into a most charming region, where grand trees, not closely planted, but in scattered groups, were growing with absolutely tropical luxuriance. As the party drove on they stumbled upon a little native boy lying fast asleep beneath the shade of a magnificent banksia. He was dressed in European garb, and seemed about 8 years of age. There was no mistaking the characteristic features of his race. The crisped hair, the nearly black skin, the flattened nose, the thick lips, the unusual length of the arms, immediately classed him among the aborigines of the interior. But a degree of intelligence appeared in his face that showed some educational influences must have been at work on his savage, untamed nature. Lady Helena, whose interest was greatly excited by this spectacle, got out of the wagon, followed by Mary, and presently the whole company surrounded the peaceful little sleeper. "Poor child," said Mary Grant. "Is he lost, I wonder, in this desert?" "I suppose," said Lady Helena. "He has come a long way to visit this part. No doubt some he loves are here." "But he can't be left here," added Robert. "We must." His compassionate sentence remained unfinished. For, just at that moment the child turned over in his sleep, and, to the extreme surprise of everybody, there was a large label on his shoulders on which the following was written: Toline, to be conducted to Echuca. Care of Geoffrey Smith, railway porter. Prepaid. That's the English all over, exclaimed Paganel. They send off a child just as they would luggage and book him like a parcel. I heard it was done, certainly, but I could not believe it before. Poor child, said Lady Helena. Could he have been in the train that got off the line at Camden Bridge? Perhaps his parents are killed, and he is left alone in the world. I don't think so, madam, replied John Mangles. That card rather goes to prove he was traveling alone. He is waking up, said Mary, and so he was. His eyes slowly opened and then closed again, pained by the glare of light. But Lady Helena took his hand, and he jumped up at once and looked about him in bewilderment at the sight of so many strangers. He seemed half frightened at first, but the presence of Lady Helena reassured him. Do you understand English, my little man? Asked the young lady. I understand it and speak it, replied the child in fluent enough English, but with a marked accent. His pronunciation was like a Frenchman's. What is your name? Asked Lady Helena. Toline, replied the little native. Toline, exclaimed Paganel. Ah, I think that means bark of a tree in Australian. Toline nodded and looked again at the travelers. Where do you come from? Inquired Lady Helena. From Melbourne, by the railway from Sandhurst. Were you in the accident at Camden Bridge? Said Glenarvan. Yes, sir, was Toline's reply. But the God of the Bible protected me. Are you traveling alone? Yes, alone. The Reverend Paxton put me in charge of Geoffrey Smith. But unfortunately the poor man was killed. And you did not know anyone else on the train? No one, madam. But God watches over children and never forsakes them. Toline said this in soft, quiet tones, which went to the heart. When he mentioned the name of God, his voice was grave and his eyes beamed with all the fervor that animated his young soul. This religious enthusiasm at so tender an age was easily explained. The child was one of the Aborigines baptized by the English missionaries, and trained by them in all the rigid principles of the Methodist Church. His calm replies, proper behavior, and even his somber garb made him look like a little reverend already. But where was he going all alone in these solitudes, and why had he left Camden Bridge? Lady Helena asked him about this. I was returning to my tribe in the Lachlan, he replied. I wish to see my family again. Are they Australians? Inquired John Mangles. Yes, Australians of the Lachlan, replied Toline. Have you a father and mother? Said Robert Grant. Yes, my brother, replied Toline, holding out his hand to little Grant. Robert was so touched by the word brother that he kissed the black child, and they were friends forthwith. The whole party were so interested in these replies of the little Australian savage that they all sat round him in a listening group. But the sun had meantime sunk behind the tall trees, and as a few miles would not greatly retard their progress, and the spot they were in would be suitable for a halt, Glenarvan gave orders to prepare their camp for the night at once. Ayrton unfastened the bullocks and turned them out to feed at will. The tent was pitched, and Albinett got the supper ready. Toline consented, after some difficulty, to share it, though he was hungry enough. He took his seat beside Robert, who chose out all the titbits for his new friend. Toline accepted them with a shy grace that was very charming. The conversation with him, however, was still kept up, for everyone felt an interest in the child, and wanted to talk to him and hear his history. It was simple enough. He was one of the poor native children confided to the care of charitable societies by the neighboring tribes. The Australian Aborigines are gentle and inoffensive, never exhibiting the fierce hatred toward their conquerors which characterizes the New Zealanders, and possibly a few of the races of northern Australia. They often go to the large towns, such as Adelaide, Sydney, and Melbourne, and walk about in very primitive costume. They go to barter their few articles of industry, hunting and fishing implements, weapons, etc., and some of the chiefs, from pecuniary motives, no doubt, willingly leave their children to profit by the advantages of a gratuitous education in English. This was how Toline's parents had acted. They were true Australian savages living in the Lachlan, a vast region lying beyond the Murray. The child had been in Melbourne 5 years, and during that time had never once seen any of his own people. And yet the imperishable feeling of kindred was still so strong in his heart that he had dared to brave this journey over the wilds to visit his tribe once more, scattered though perchance it might be, and his family, even should he find it decimated. "And after you have kissed your parents, are you coming back to Melbourne?" asked Lady Glenarvan. "Yes, madam," replied Toline, looking at the lady with a loving expression. "And what are you going to be some day?" she continued. "I am going to snatch my brothers from misery and ignorance. I am going to teach them, to bring them to know and love God. I am going to be a missionary." Words like those, spoken with such animation from a child of only 8 years, might have provoked a smile in light, scoffing auditors, but they were understood and appreciated by the grave Scotch, who admired the courage of this young disciple, already armed for the battle. Even Paganel was stirred to the depths of his heart, and felt his warmer sympathy awakened for the poor child. To speak the truth, up to that moment he did not care much for a savage in European attire. He had not come to Australia to see Australians in coats and trousers. He preferred them simply tattooed, and this conventional dress jarred on his preconceived notions. But the child's genuine religious fervor won him over completely. Indeed, the wind-up of the conversation converted the worthy geographer into his best friend. It was in reply to a question Lady Helena had asked, that Toline said he was studying at the normal school in Melbourne, and that the principal was the Reverend Mr. Paxton. "And what do they teach you?" she went on to say. "They teach me the Bible and mathematics and geography." Paganel pricked up his ears at this and said, "Indeed, geography." "Yes, sir," said Toline. "And I had the first prize for geography before the Christmas holidays." "You had the first prize for geography, my boy?" "Yes, sir." "Here it is," returned Toline, pulling a book out of his pocket. It was a Bible 32mo size and well bound. On the first page was written the words, "Normal School, Melbourne. First prize for geography. Toline of the Lachlan." Paganel was beside himself. An Australian well versed in geography. This was marvelous, and he could not help kissing Toline on both cheeks, just as if he had been the Reverend Mr. Paxton himself, on the day of the distribution of prizes. Paganel need not have been so amazed at this circumstance, however, for it is frequent enough in Australian schools. The little savages are very quick in learning geography. They learn it eagerly and, on the other hand, are perfectly averse to the science of arithmetic. Toline could not understand this outburst of affection on the part of the Frenchman, and looked so puzzled that Lady Helena thought she had better inform him that Paganel was a celebrated geographer and a distinguished professor on occasion. "A professor of geography!" cried Toline. "Oh, sir, do question me." "Question you? Well, I'd like nothing better. Indeed, I was going to do it without your leave. I should very much like to see how they teach geography in the normal school of Melbourne." "And suppose Toline trips you up, Paganel?" said McNabbs. "What a likely idea!" exclaimed the geographer. "Trip up the secretary of the Geographical Society of France." Their examination then commenced, after Paganel had settled his spectacles firmly on his nose, drawn himself up to his full height, and put on a solemn voice becoming to a professor. "Pupil Toline, stand up." As Toline was already standing, he could not get any higher, but he waited modestly for the geographer's questions. "Pupil Toline, what are the 5 divisions of the globe? Oceanica, Asia, Africa, America, and Europe." "Perfectly so. Now we'll take Oceanica first. Where are we at this moment? What are the principal divisions?" "Australia, belonging to the English; New Zealand, belonging to the English; Tasmania, belonging to the English; the islands of Chatham, Auckland, Macquarie, Kermadec, Makin, Meraki, are also belonging to the English." "Very good. And New Caledonia, the Sandwich Islands, the Mendana, the Pomotu?" "They are islands under the protectorate of Great Britain." "What?" cried Paganel. "Under the protectorate of Great Britain. I rather think, on the contrary, that France—" "France?" said the child, with an astonished look. "Well, well," said Paganel. Is that what they teach you in the Melbourne Normal School? Yes, sir. Isn't it right? Oh, yes, yes, perfectly right. All Oceanica belongs to the English. That's an understood thing. Go on. Paganel's face betrayed both surprise and annoyance, to the great delight of the Major. Let us go on to Asia, said the geographer. Asia, replied Toline, is an immense country. Capital, Calcutta. Chief towns, Bombay, Madras, Calicut, Aden, Malacca, Singapore, Pegu, Colombo, the Laccadive Islands, the Maldives, the Chagos, etc., belonging to the English. Very good, pupil Toline. And now for Africa. Africa comprises 2 chief colonies, the Cape on the south, capital Cape Town, and on the west the English settlements, chief city, Sierra Leone. Capital, said Paganel, beginning to enter into this perfectly taught but Anglo-colored fanciful geography. As to Algeria, Morocco, Egypt, they are all struck out of the Britannic cities. Let us pass on, pray, to America. It is divided, said Toline promptly, into North and South America. The former belongs to the English in Canada, New Brunswick, New Scotland, and the United States, under the government of President Johnson. President Johnson, cried Paganel, the successor of the great and good Lincoln, assassinated by a mad fanatic of the slave party. Capital, nothing could be better. And as to South America, with its Guyana, its archipelago of South Shetland, its Georgia, Jamaica, Trinidad, etc., that belongs to the English too. Well, I'll not be the one to dispute that point. But, Toline, I should like to know your opinion of Europe, or rather your professor's. Europe? Said Toline, not at all understanding Paganel's excitement. Yes, Europe. Who does Europe belong to? Why, to the English, replied Toline, as if the fact was quite settled. I much doubt it, returned Paganel. But how's that, Toline? For I want to know that. England, Ireland, Scotland, Malta, Jersey and Guernsey, the Ionian Islands, the Hebrides, the Shetlands, and the Orkneys. Yes, yes, my lad. But there are other states you forgot to mention. What are they? Replied the child, not the least disconcerted. Spain, Russia, Austria, Prussia, France, answered Paganel. They are provinces, not states, said Toline. Well, that beats all, exclaimed Paganel, tearing off his spectacles. Yes, continued the child. Spain, capital, Gibraltar. Admirable, perfect, sublime. And France, for I am French, and I should like to know to whom I belong. France, said Toline quietly, is an English province. Chief city, Calais. Calais, cried Paganel. So you think Calais still belongs to the English? Certainly. And that it is the capital of France? Yes, sir. And it is there that the governor, Lord Napoleon, lives. This was too much for Paganel's risible faculties. He burst out laughing. Toline did not know what to make of him. He had done his best to answer every question put to him. But the singularity of the answers were not his blame. Indeed, he never imagined anything singular about them. However, he took it all quietly, and waited for the professor to recover himself. These peals of laughter were quite incomprehensible to him. You see, said Major McNabbs, laughing, I was right. The pupil could enlighten you after all. Most assuredly, friend Major, replied the geographer. So that's the way they teach geography in Melbourne. They do it well, these professors in the normal school. Europe, Asia, Africa, America, Oceanica, the whole world belongs to the English. My conscience. With such an ingenious education, it is no wonder the natives submit. Ah, well, Toline, my boy, does the moon belong to England too? She will some day, replied the young savage gravely. This was the climax. Paganel could not stand any more. He was obliged to go away and take his laugh out, for he was actually exploding with mirth, and he went fully a quarter of a mile from the encampment before his equilibrium was restored. Meanwhile, Glenarvan looked up a geography they had brought among their books. It was Richardson's Compendium, a work in great repute in England, and more in agreement with modern science than the manual in use in the normal school in Melbourne. Here, my child, he said to Toline, Take this book and keep it. You have a few wrong ideas about geography, which it would be well for you to rectify. I will give you this as a keepsake from me." Toline took the book silently, but after examining it attentively, he shook his head with an air of incredulity, and could not even make up his mind to put it in his pocket. By this time night had closed in. It was 10 p.m., and time to think of rest, if they were to start betimes next day. Robert offered his friend Toline half his bed, and the little fellow accepted it. Lady Helena and Mary Grant withdrew to the wagon, and the others lay down in the tent, Paganel's merry peals still mingling with the low, sweet song of the wild magpie. But in the morning at 6 o'clock, when the sunshine wakened the sleepers, they looked in vain for the little Australian. Toline had disappeared. Was he in haste to get to the Lachlan district? Or was he hurt by Paganel's laughter? No one could say. But when Lady Helena opened her eyes, she discovered a fresh branch of mimosa leaves lying across her, and Paganel found a book in his vest pocket, which turned out to be Richardson's Geography. Chapter 13. A Warning. On the 2d of January, at sunrise, the travelers forded the Colban and the Caupespe rivers. The half of their journey was now accomplished. In 15 days more, should their journey continue to be prosperous, the little party would reach Twofold Bay. They were all in good health. All that Paganel said of the hygienic qualities of the climate was realized. There was little or no humidity, and the heat was quite bearable. Neither horses nor bullocks could complain of it any more than human beings. The order of the march had been changed in one respect since the affair of Camden Bridge. That criminal catastrophe on the railway made Ayrton take sundry precautions, which had hitherto been unnecessary. The hunters never lost sight of the wagon, and whenever they camped, one was always placed on watch. Morning and evening the firearms were primed afresh. It was certain that a gang of ruffians was prowling about the country, and though there was no cause for actual fear, it was well to be ready for whatever might happen. It need hardly be said these precautions were adopted without the knowledge of Lady Helena and Mary Grant, as Lord Glenarvan did not wish to alarm them. They were by no means unnecessary, however, for any imprudence or carelessness might have cost the travelers dear. Others beside Glenarvan were on their guard. In lonely settlements and on stations, the inhabitants and the squatters prepared carefully against any attack or surprise. Houses are closed at nightfall. The dogs let loose inside the fences, barked at the slightest sound. Not a single shepherd on horseback gathered his numerous flocks together at close of day, without having a carbine slung from his saddle. The outrage at Camden Bridge was the reason for all this, and many a colonist fastened himself in with bolts and bars now at dusk, who used to sleep with open doors and windows. The government itself displayed zeal and prudence, especially in the post office department. On this very day, just as Glenarvan and his party were on their way from Kilmore to Heathcote, the mail dashed by at full speed. But though the horses were at a gallop, Glenarvan caught sight of the glittering weapons of the mounted police that rode by its side, as they swept past in a cloud of dust. The travelers might have fancied themselves back in those lawless times when the discovery of the first gold fields deluged the Australian continent with the scum of Europe. A mile beyond the road to Kilmore, the wagon, for the first time since leaving Cape Bernouilli, struck into one of those forests of gigantic trees which extend over a superficies of several degrees. A cry of admiration escaped the travelers at the sight of the eucalyptus trees, 200 feet high, with tough bark 5 inches thick. The trunks, measuring 20 feet round, and furrowed with foamy streaks of an odorous resin, rose 150 feet above the soil. Not a branch, not a twig, not a stray shoot, not even a knot, spoilt the regularity of their outline. They could not have come out smoother from the hands of a turner. They stood like pillars all molded exactly alike, and could be counted by hundreds. At an enormous height they spread out in chaplets of branches, rounded and adorned at their extremity with alternate leaves. At the axil of these leaves solitary flowers drooped down, the calyx of which resembles an inverted urn. Under this leafy dome, which never lost its greenness, the air circulated freely, and dried up the dampness of the ground. Horses, cattle, and wagon could easily pass between the trees, for they were standing in wide rows, and parceled out like a wood that was being felled. This was neither like the densely packed woods choked up with brambles, nor the virgin forest barricaded with the trunks of fallen trees and overgrown with inextricable tangles of creepers, where only iron and fire could open up a track. A grassy carpet at the foot of the trees, and a canopy of verdure above, long perspectives of bold colors, little shade, little freshness at all, a peculiar light, as if the rays came through a thin veil, dappled lights and shades sharply reflected on the ground, made up a whole, and constituted a peculiar spectacle rich in novel effects. The forests of the oceanic continent do not in the least resemble the forests of the New World, and the eucalyptus, the terra of the aborigines, belonging to the family of Myrtaceae, the different varieties of which can hardly be enumerated, is the tree par excellence of the Australian flora. The reason of the shade not being deep, nor the darkness profound under these domes of verdure, was that these trees presented a curious anomaly in the disposition of the leaves. Instead of presenting their broad surface to the sunlight, only the side is turned. Only the profile of the leaves is seen in this singular foliage. Consequently, the sun's rays slant down them to the earth, as if through the open slants of a Venetian blind. Glenarvan expressed his surprise at this circumstance, and wondered what could be the cause of it. Paganel, who was never at a loss for an answer, immediately replied, "What astonishes me is not the caprice of nature. She knows what she is about, but botanists don't always know what they are saying. Nature made no mistake in giving this peculiar foliage to the tree, but men have erred in calling them eucalyptus." "What does the word mean?" asked Mary Grant. "It comes from a Greek word, meaning I cover well." They took care to commit the mistake in Greek, that it might not be so self-evident, for anyone can see that the eucalyptus covers badly. "I agree with you there," said Glenarvan. "But now tell us, Paganel, how it is that the leaves grow in this fashion?" "From a purely physical cause, friends," said Paganel, "and one that you will easily understand. In this country where the air is dry and rain seldom falls, and the ground is parched, the trees have no need of wind or sun. Moisture lacking, sap is lacking also. Hence these narrow leaves, which seek to defend themselves against the light and prevent too great evaporation. This is why they present the profile and not the face to the sun's rays. There is nothing more intelligent than a leaf. And nothing more selfish," added the Major. "These only thought of themselves, and not at all of travelers." Everyone inclined to the opinion of McNabbs except Paganel, who congratulated himself on walking under shadeless trees, though all the time he was wiping the perspiration from his forehead. However, this disposition of foliage was certainly to be regretted, for the journey through the forest was often long and painful, as the traveler had no protection whatever against the sun's fierce rays. The whole of this day the wagon continued to roll along through interminable rows of eucalyptus, without meeting either quadruped or native. A few cockatoos lived in the tops of the trees, but at such a height they could scarcely be distinguished, and their noisy chatter was changed into an imperceptible murmur. Occasionally a swarm of paroquets flew along a distant path, and lighted it up for an instant with gay colors. But otherwise solemn silence reigned in this vast green temple, and the tramp of the horses, a few words exchanged with each other by the riders, the grinding noise of the wheels, and from time to time a cry from Ayrton to stir up his lazy team, were the only sounds which disturbed this immense solitude. When night came they camped at the foot of some eucalyptus, which bore marks of a comparatively recent fire. They looked like tall factory chimneys, for the flame had completely hollowed them out their whole length. With the thick bark still covering them, they looked none the worse. However, this bad habit of squatters or natives will end in the destruction of these magnificent trees, and they will disappear like the cedars of Lebanon, those world monuments burnt by unlucky camp fires. Albinett, acting on Paganel's advice, lighted his fire to prepare supper in one of these tubular trunks. He found it drew capitally, and the smoke was lost in the dark foliage above. The requisite precautions were taken for the night, and Ayrton, Mulrady, Wilson, and John Mangles undertook in turn to keep watch until sunrise. On the 3d of January, all day long, they came to nothing but the same symmetrical avenues of trees. It seemed as if they never were going to end. However, toward evening the ranks of trees began to thin, and on a little plain a few miles off an assemblage of regular houses. "See more," cried Paganel. That is the last town we come to in the province of Victoria. Is it an important one? Asked Lady Helena. It is a mere village, madam, but on the way to become a municipality. Shall we find a respectable hotel there? Asked Glenarvan. I hope so, replied Paganel. Very well. Let us get on to the town, for our fair travelers, with all their courage, will not be sorry, I fancy, to have a good night's rest. My dear Edward, Mary and I will accept it gladly, but only on the condition that it will cause no delay, or take us the least out of the road. It will do neither, replied Lord Glenarvan. Besides, our bullocks are fatigued, and we will start tomorrow at daybreak. It was now 9 o'clock. The moon was just beginning to rise, but her rays were only slanting yet, and lost in the mist. It was gradually getting dark when the little party entered the wide streets of Seymour, under Paganel's guidance, who seemed always to know what he had never seen. But his instinct led him right, and he walked straight to Campbell's North British Hotel. The Major, without even leaving the hotel, was soon aware that fear absorbed the inhabitants of the little town. 10 minutes' conversation with Dixon, the loquacious landlord, made him completely acquainted with the actual state of affairs, but he never breathed a word to anyone. When supper was over, though, and Lady Glenarvan and Mary and Robert had retired, the Major detained his companions a little and said, "They have found out the perpetrators of the crime on the Sandhurst Railroad." "And are they arrested?" asked Ayrton eagerly. "No," replied McNabbs, without apparently noticing the empressement of the quartermaster. An empressement which, moreover, was reasonable enough under the circumstances. "So much the worse," replied Ayrton. "Well," said Glenarvan, "who are the authors of the crime?" "Read," replied the Major, offering Glenarvan a copy of the Australian and New Zealand Gazette, "and you will see that the inspector of the police was not mistaken." Glenarvan read aloud the following message. Sydney, January 2nd, 1866. It will be remembered that on the night of the 29th or 30th of last December, there was an accident at Camden Bridge, 5 miles beyond the station at Castlemaine, on the railway from Melbourne to Sandhurst. The night express, 11.45, dashing along at full speed, was precipitated into the Loddon River. Camden Bridge had been left open. The numerous robberies committed after the accident, the body of the guard picked up about half a mile from Camden Bridge, proved that this catastrophe was the result of a crime. Indeed, the coroner's inquest decided that the crime must be attributed to the band of convicts which escaped 6 months ago from the penitentiary at Perth, Western Australia, just as they were about to be transferred to Norfolk Island. The gang numbers 29 men. They are under the command of a certain Ben Joyce, a criminal of the most dangerous class, who arrived in Australia a few months ago, by what ship is not known, and who has hitherto succeeded in evading the hands of justice. The inhabitants of towns, colonists, and squatters at stations are hereby cautioned to be on their guard, and to communicate to the Surveyor General any information that may aid his search. J. P. Mitchell, S.G. When Glenarvan had finished reading this article, McNabbs turned to the geographer and said, "You see, Paganel, there can be convicts in Australia." "Escaped convicts, that is evident," replied Paganel, "but not regularly transported criminals. Those fellows have no business here." "Well, they are here at any rate," said Glenarvan. "But I don't suppose the fact need materially alter our arrangements. What do you think, John?" John Mangles did not reply immediately. He hesitated between the sorrow it would cause the 2 children to give up the search and the fear of compromising the expedition. "If Lady Glenarvan and Miss Grant were not with us," he said, "I should not give myself much concern about these wretches." Glenarvan understood him and added, "Of course I need not say that it is not a question of giving up our task, but would it perhaps be prudent, for the sake of our companions, to rejoin the Duncan at Melbourne, and proceed with our search for traces of Harry Grant on the eastern side? What do you think of it, McNabbs?" "Before I give my opinion," replied the Major, "I should like to hear Ayrton's." At this direct appeal, the quartermaster looked at Glenarvan and said, "I think we are 200 miles from Melbourne, and that the danger, if it exists, is as great on the route to the south as on the route to the east. Both are little frequented, and both will serve us. Besides, I do not think that 30 scoundrels can frighten 8 well-armed, determined men. My advice, then, is to go forward. And good advice too, Ayrton, replied Paganel. By going on, we may come across the traces of Captain Grant. In returning south, on the contrary, we turn our backs to them. I think with you, then, and I don't care a snap for these escaped fellows. A brave man wouldn't care a bit for them. Upon this, they agreed with the one voice to follow their original program. Just one thing, my lord, said Ayrton, when they were about to separate. Say on, Ayrton. Wouldn't it be advisable to send orders to the Duncan to be at the coast? What good would that be? Replied John Mangles. When we reach Twofold Bay, it will be time enough for that. If any unexpected event should oblige us to go to Melbourne, we might be sorry not to find the Duncan there. Besides, her injuries cannot be repaired yet. For these reasons, then, I think it would be better to wait. All right, said Ayrton, and forbore to press the matter further. Chapter 14. Wealth in the Wilderness. On January 6th at 7 a.m. After a tranquil night passed in longitude 146 degrees 15 seconds, the travelers continued their journey across the vast district. They directed their course steadily toward the rising sun and made a straight line across the plain. Twice over they came upon the traces of squatters going toward the north, and their different footprints became confused, and Glenarvan's horse no longer left on the dust the Black Point mark, recognizable by its double shamrock. The plain was furrowed in some places by fantastic winding creeks surrounded by box, and whose waters were rather temporary than permanent. They originated in the slopes of the Buffalo Ranges, a chain of mountains of moderate height, the undulating line of which was visible on the horizon. It was resolved to camp there the same night. Ayrton goaded on his team, and after a journey of 35 miles, the bullocks arrived, somewhat fatigued. The tent was pitched beneath the great trees, and as night had drawn on, supper was served as quickly as possible, for all the party cared more for sleeping than eating, after such a day's march. Paganel, who had the first watch, did not lie down, but shouldered his rifle and walked up and down before the camp, to keep himself from going to sleep. In spite of the absence of the moon, the night was almost luminous with the light of the southern constellations. The savant amused himself with reading the great book of the firmament, a book which is always open, and full of interest to those who can read it. The profound silence of sleeping nature was only interrupted by the clanking of the hobbles on the horse's feet. Paganel was engrossed in his astronomical meditations, and thinking more about the celestial than the terrestrial world, when a distant sound aroused him from his reverie. He listened attentively, and to his great amaze, fancied he heard the sounds of a piano. He could not be mistaken, for he distinctly heard chords struck. "A piano in the wilds," said Paganel to himself. "I can never believe it is that." It certainly was very surprising, but Paganel found it easier to believe it was some Australian bird imitating the sounds of a plail or aird, as others do the sounds of a clock or mill. But at this very moment, the notes of a clear, ringing voice rose on the air. The pianist was accompanied by singing. Still Paganel was unwilling to be convinced. However, next minute he was forced to admit the fact, for there fell on his ear the sublime strains of Mozart's Il mio tesoro tanto, from Don Juan. "Well now," said the geographer to himself, "let the Australian birds be as queer as they may, and even granting the paraquets are the most musical in the world, they can't sing Mozart." He listened to the sublime inspiration of the great master to the end. The effect of this soft melody on the still clear night was indescribable. Paganel remained as if spellbound for a time. The voice ceased and all was silence. When Wilson came to relieve the watch, he found the geographer plunged into a deep reverie. Paganel made no remark, however, to the sailor, but reserved his information for Glenarvan in the morning, and went into the tent to bed. Next day, they were all aroused from sleep by the sudden loud barking of dogs. Glenarvan got up forthwith. Two magnificent pointers, admirable specimens of English hunting dogs, were bounding in front of the little wood, into which they had retreated at the approach of the travelers, redoubling their clamor. "There is some station in this desert, then," said Glenarvan. "And hunters too, for these are regular setters." Paganel was just about to recount his nocturnal experiences, when two young men appeared, mounted on horses of the most perfect breed, true hunters. The two gentlemen dressed in elegant hunting costume stopped at the sight of the little group camping in gypsy fashion. They looked as if they wondered what could bring an armed party there. But when they saw the ladies get out of the wagon, they dismounted instantly and went toward them hat in hand. Lord Glenarvan came to meet them, and, as a stranger, announced his name and rank. The gentlemen bowed, and the elder of them said, "My lord, will not these ladies and yourself and friends honor us by resting a little beneath our roof?" "Mr." began Glenarvan. "Michael and Sandy Patterson are our names, proprietors of Untamed Station. Our house is scarcely a quarter of a mile distant." "Gentlemen," replied Glenarvan, "I should not like to abuse such kindly offered hospitality." "My lord," returned Michael Patterson, "by accepting it you will confer a favor on poor exiles, who will be only too happy to do the honors of the wilds." Glenarvan bowed in token of acquiescence. "Sir," said Paganel, addressing Michael Patterson, "if it is not an impudent question, may I ask whether it was you that sung an air from the divine Mozart last night?" "It was, sir," replied the stranger, "and my cousin Sandy accompanied me." "Well, sir," replied Paganel, holding out his hand to the young man, "receive the sincere compliments of a Frenchman who is a passionate admirer of this music." Michael grasped his hand cordially, and then, pointing out the road to take, set off, accompanied by the ladies and Lord Glenarvan and his friends, for the station. The horses and the camp were left to the care of Ayrton and the sailors. Untamed Station was truly a magnificent establishment, kept as scrupulously in order as an English park. Immense meadows, enclosed in gray fences, stretched away out of sight. In these, thousands of bullocks and millions of sheep were grazing, tended by numerous shepherds and still more numerous dogs. The crack of the stockwhip mingled continually with the barking of the collies, and the bellowing and bleating of the cattle and sheep. Toward the east there was a boundary of myalls and gum trees, beyond which rose Mount Untamed, its imposing peak towering 7,500 feet high. Long avenues of green trees were visible on all sides. Here and there was a thick clump of grass trees, tall bushes 10 feet high, like the dwarf palm, quite lost in their crown of long narrow leaves. The air was balmy and odorous with the perfume of scented laurels, whose white blossoms, now in full bloom, distilled on the breeze the finest aromatic perfume. To these charming groups of native trees were added transplantations from European climates. The peach, pear, and apple trees were there, the fig, the orange, and even the oak, to the rapturous delight of the travelers, who greeted them with loud hurrahs. But astonished as the travelers were to find themselves walking beneath the shadow of the trees of their own native land, they were still more so at the sight of the birds that flew about in the branches. The satin bird, with its silky plumage, and the king honeysuckers, with their plumage of gold and black velvet. For the first time, too, they saw here the lyre bird, the tail of which resembles in form the graceful instrument of Orpheus. It flew about among the tree ferns, and when its tail struck the branches, they were almost surprised not to hear the harmonious strains that inspired Amphion to rebuild the walls of Thebes. Paganel had a great desire to play on it. However, Lord Glenarvan was not satisfied with admiring the fairy-like wonders of this oasis, improvised in the Australian desert. He was listening to the history of the young gentleman. In England, in the midst of civilized countries, the newcomer acquaints his host whence he comes and whither he is going. But here, by a refinement of delicacy, Michael and Sandy Patterson thought it a duty to make themselves known to the strangers who were about to receive their hospitality. Michael and Sandy Patterson were the sons of London bankers. When they were 20 years of age, the head of their family said, "Here are some thousands, young men. Go to a distant colony, and start some useful settlement there. Learn to know life by labor. If you succeed, so much the better. If you fail, it won't matter much. We shall not regret the money which makes you men." The two young men obeyed. They chose the colony of Victoria in Australia as the field for sowing the paternal banknotes, and had no reason to repent the selection. At the end of 3 years, the establishment was flourishing. In Victoria, New South Wales, and Southern Australia, there are more than 3,000 stations, some belonging to squatters who rear cattle, and others to settlers who farm the ground. Till the arrival of the two Pattersons, The largest establishment of this sort was that of Mr. Jameson, which covered an area of 75 miles, with a frontage of about 8 miles along the Péronne, one of the affluents of the Darling. Now Hotham Station bore the palm for business and extent. The young men were both squatters and settlers. They managed their immense property with rare ability and uncommon energy. The station was far removed from the chief towns in the midst of the unfrequented districts of the Murray. It occupied a long wide space of 5 leagues in extent, lying between the Buffalo Ranges and Mount Hotham. At the 2 angles north of this vast quadrilateral, Mount Aberdeen rose on the left, and the peaks of High Barvin on the right. Winding, beautiful streams were not wanting, thanks to the creeks and affluents of the Ovens River, which throws itself at the north into the bed of the Murray. Consequently, they were equally successful in cattle breeding and farming. 10,000 acres of ground, admirably cultivated, produced harvests of native productions and exotics, and several millions of animals fattened in the fertile pastures. The products of Hotham Station fetched the very highest price in the markets of Castlemaine and Melbourne. Michael and Sandy Patterson had just concluded these details of their busy life, when their dwelling came in sight, at the extremity of the Avenue of the Oaks. It was a charming house, built of wood and brick, hidden in groves of emerophilis. Nothing at all, however, belonging to a station was visible. Neither sheds, nor stables, nor cart houses. All these outbuildings, a perfect village, comprising more than 20 huts and houses, were about a quarter of a mile off in the heart of a little valley. Electric communication was established between this village and the master's house, which, far removed from all noise, seemed buried in a forest of exotic trees. At Sandy Patterson's bidding, a sumptuous breakfast was served in less than a quarter of an hour. The wines and viands were of the finest quality, but what pleased the guests most of all in the midst of these refinements of opulence was the joy of the young squatters in offering them this splendid hospitality. It was not long before they were told the history of the expedition, and had their liveliest interest awakened for its success. They spoke hopefully to the young Grants, and Michael said, "Harry Grant has evidently fallen into the hands of natives, since he has not turned up at any of the settlements on the coast. He knows his position exactly, as the document proves, and the reason he did not reach some English colony is that he must have been taken prisoner by the savages the moment he landed." "That is precisely what befell his quartermaster, Ayrton," said John Mangles. "But you, gentlemen, then, have never heard the catastrophe of the Britannia mentioned?" inquired Lady Helena. "Never, madam," replied Michael. "And what treatment, in your opinion, has Captain Grant met with among the natives?" "The Australians are not cruel, madam," replied the young squatter, "and Miss Grant may be easy on that score. There have been many instances of the gentleness of their nature, and some Europeans have lived a long time among them without having the least cause to complain of their brutality. King, among others, the sole survivor of the Burke expedition, put in Paganel. "And not only that bold explorer," returned Sandy, "but also an English soldier named Buckley, who deserted at Port Phillip in 1803, and who was welcomed by the natives, and lived 33 years among them. And more recently," added Michael, "one of the last numbers of the Australasia informs us that a certain Marilli has just been restored to his countrymen after 16 years of slavery. His story is exactly similar to the captain's, for it was at the very time of his shipwreck in the Pruvienne in 1846 that he was made prisoner by the natives and dragged away into the interior of the continent. I therefore think you have reason to hope still." The young squatter's words caused great joy to his auditors. They completely corroborated the opinions of Paganel and Ayrton. The conversation turned on the convicts after the ladies had left the table. The squatters had heard of the catastrophe at Camden Bridge, but felt no uneasiness about the escaped gang. It was not a station with more than 100 men on it that they would dare to attack. Besides, they would never go into the deserts of the Murray, where they could find no booty, nor near the colonies of New South Wales, where the roads were too well watched. Ayrton had said this too. Glenarvan could not refuse the request of his amiable hosts to spend the whole day at the station. It was 12 hours delay, but also 12 hours rest, and both horses and bullocks would be the better for the comfortable quarters they would find there. This was accordingly agreed upon, and the young squatters sketched out a program of the day's amusements, which was adopted eagerly. At noon, 7 vigorous hunters were before the door. An elegant break was intended for the ladies, in which the coachman could exhibit his skill in driving four in hand. The cavalcade set off preceded by huntsmen, and armed with first-rate rifles, followed by a pack of pointers barking joyously as they bounded through the bushes. For 4 hours the hunting party wandered through the paths and avenues of the park, which was as large as a small German state. The Reuischleitz or Saxe-Coburg-Gotha would have gone inside it comfortably. Few people were to be met in it certainly, but sheep in abundance. As for game, there was a complete preserve awaiting the hunters. The noisy reports of guns were soon heard on all sides. Little Robert did wonders in company with Major McNabbs. The daring boy, in spite of his sister's injunctions, was always in front, and the first to fire. But John Mangles promised to watch over him, and Mary felt less uneasy. During this battue they killed certain animals peculiar to the country, the very names of which were unknown to Paganel, among others the wombat and the bandicoot. The wombat is an herbivorous animal, which burrows in the ground like a badger. It is as large as a sheep, and the flesh is excellent. The bandicoot is a species of marsupial animal which could outwit the European fox, and give him lessons in pillaging poultry yards. It was a repulsive-looking animal, 1.5 feet long, but as Paganel chanced to kill it, of course he thought it charming. An adorable creature, he called it. But the most interesting event of the day, by far, was the kangaroo hunt. About 4 o'clock, the dogs roused a troop of these curious marsupials. The little ones retreated precipitately into the maternal pouch, and all the troop decamped in file. Nothing could be more astonishing than the enormous bounds of the kangaroo. The hind legs of the animal are twice as long as the front ones, and unbend like a spring. At the head of the flying troop was a male 5 feet high, a magnificent specimen of the Macropus giganteus, an old man, as the bushmen say. For 4 or 5 miles the chase was vigorously pursued. The kangaroos showed no signs of weariness, and the dogs, who had reason enough to fear their strong paws and sharp nails, did not care to approach them. But at last, worn out with the race, the troop stopped, and the old man leaned against the trunk of a tree, ready to defend himself. One of the pointers, carried away by excitement, went up to him. Next minute the unfortunate beast leaped into the air, and fell down again completely ripped up. The whole pack, indeed, would have had little chance with these powerful marsupia. They had to dispatch the fellow with rifles. Nothing but balls could bring down the gigantic animal. Just at this moment, Robert was well nigh the victim of his own imprudence. To make sure of his aim, he had approached too near the kangaroo, and the animal leaped upon him immediately. Robert gave a loud cry and fell. Mary Grant saw it all from the break, and in an agony of terror, speechless and almost unable even to see, stretched out her arms toward her little brother. No one dared to fire, for fear of wounding the child. But John Mangles opened his hunting knife, and at the risk of being ripped up himself, sprang at the animal and plunged it into his heart. The beast dropped forward, and Robert rose unhurt. Next minute he was in his sister's arms. "Thank you, Mr. John, thank you," she said, holding out her hand to the young captain. "I had pledged myself for his safety," was all John said, taking her trembling fingers into his own. This occurrence ended the sport. The band of marsupia had disappeared after the death of their leader. The hunting party returned home, bringing their game with them. It was then 6 o'clock. A magnificent dinner was ready. Among other things, there was one dish that was a great success. It was kangaroo tail soup, prepared in the native manner. Next morning very early, they took leave of the young squatters, with hearty thanks and a positive promise from them of a visit to Malcolm Castle when they should return to Europe. Then the wagon began to move away, round the foot of Mount Hottam, and soon the hospitable dwelling disappeared from the sight of the travelers like some brief vision which had come and gone. For 5 miles further, the horses were still treading the station lands. It was not till 9 o'clock that they had passed the last fence, and entered the almost unknown districts of the province of Victoria. Chapter 15. Suspicious Occurrences. An immense barrier lay across the route to the southeast. It was the Australian Alps, a vast fortification, the fantastic curtain of which extended 1,500 miles, and pierced the clouds at the height of 4,000 feet. The cloudy sky only allowed the heat to reach the ground through a close veil of mist. The temperature was just bearable, but the road was toilsome from its uneven character. The extumescences on the plain became more and more marked. Several mounds planted with green young gum trees appeared here and there. Further on, these protuberances, rising sharply, formed the first steps of the Great Alps. From this time their course was a continual ascent, as was soon evident in the strain it made on the bullocks to drag along the cumbrous wagon. Their yoke creaked, they breathed heavily, and the muscles of their huffs were stretched as if they would burst. The planks of the vehicle groaned at the unexpected jolts, which Ayrton with all his skill could not prevent. The ladies bore their share of discomfort bravely. John Mangles and his 2 sailors acted as scouts, and went about 100 steps in advance. They found out practical paths or passes, indeed they might be called, for these projections of the ground were like so many rocks, between which the wagon had to steer carefully. It required absolute navigation to find a safe way over the billowy region. It was a difficult and often perilous task. Many a time Wilson's hatchet was obliged to open a passage through thick tangles of shrubs. The damp, argillaceous soil gave way under their feet. The route was indefinitely prolonged owing to the insurmountable obstacles: huge blocks of granite, deep ravines, suspected lagoons, which obliged them to make 1,000 detours. When night came they found they had only gone over half a degree. They camped at the foot of the Alps, on the banks of the Creek of Cobongra, on the edge of a little plain, covered with little shrubs 4 feet high, with bright red leaves which gladdened the eye. "We shall have hard work to get over," said Glenarvan, looking at the chain of mountains, the outlines of which were fast fading away in the deepening darkness. The very name Alps gives plenty of room for reflection. It is not quite so big as it sounds, my dear Glenarvan. Don't suppose you have a whole Switzerland to traverse. In Australia there are the Grampians, the Pyrenees, the Alps, the Blue Mountains, as in Europe and America, but in miniature. This simply implies either that the imagination of geographers is not infinite, or that their vocabulary of proper names is very poor. "Then these Australian Alps," said Lord Glenarvan, "are mere pocket mountains," put in Paganel. "We shall get over them without knowing it." "Speak for yourself," said the Major. "It would certainly take a very absent man who could cross over a chain of mountains and not know it." "Absent? But I am not an absent man now. I appeal to the ladies. Since ever I set foot on the Australian continent, have I been once at fault? Can you reproach me with a single blunder?" "Not one." "Monsieur Paganel," said Mary Grant, "you are now the most perfect of men." "Too perfect," added Lady Helena, laughing. "Your blunders suited you admirably, didn't they, madam? If I have no faults now, I shall soon get like everybody else. I hope then I shall make some outrageous mistake before long, which will give you a good laugh. You see, unless I make mistakes, it seems to me I fail in my vocation." Next day, the 9th of January, notwithstanding the assurances of the confident geographer, it was not without great difficulty that the little troop made its way through the Alpine Pass. They were obliged to go at a venture, and enter the depths of narrow gorges without any certainty of an outlet. Ayrton would doubtless have found himself very much embarrassed if a little inn, a miserable public house, had not suddenly presented itself. "My goodness!" cried Paganel. "The landlord of this inn won't make his fortune in a place like this. What is the use of it here?" "To give us the information we want about the route," replied Glenarvan. "Let us go in." Glenarvan, followed by Ayrton, entered the inn forthwith. The landlord of the Bush Inn, as it was called, was a coarse man with an ill-tempered face, who must have considered himself his principal customer for the gin, brandy, and whiskey he had to sell. He seldom saw anyone but the squatters and rovers. He answered all the questions put to him in a surly tone. But his replies sufficed to make the route clear to Ayrton, and that was all that was wanted. Glenarvan rewarded him with a handful of silver for his trouble, and was about to leave the tavern, when a placard against the wall arrested his attention. It was a police notice, and announcing the escape of the convicts from Perth, and offering a reward for the capture of Ben Joyce of £100 sterling. "He's a fellow that's worth hanging, and no mistake," said Glenarvan to the quartermaster, "and worth capturing still more. But what a sum to offer! He is not worth it." "I don't feel very sure of the innkeeper, though, in spite of the notice," said Glenarvan. "No more do I," replied Ayrton. They went back to the wagon, toward the point where the route to Lucknow stopped. A narrow path wound away from this which led across the chain in a slanting direction. They had commenced the ascent. It was hard work. More than once both the ladies and gentlemen had to get down and walk. They were obliged to help to push round the wheels of the heavy vehicle, and to support it frequently in dangerous declivities, to unharness the bullocks when the team could not go well round sharp turnings, prop up the wagon when it threatened to roll back, and more than once Ayrton had to reinforce his bullocks by harnessing the horses, although they were tired out already with dragging themselves along. Whether it was this prolonged fatigue, or from some other cause altogether, was not known, but one of the horses sank suddenly, without the slightest symptom of illness. It was Mulready's horse that fell, and on attempting to pull it up, the animal was found to be dead. Ayrton examined it immediately, but was quite at a loss to account for the disaster. "The beast must have broken some blood vessels," said Glenarvan. "Evidently," replied Ayrton. "Take my horse, Mulready," added Glenarvan. "I will join Lady Helena in the wagon." Mulready obeyed, and the little party continued their fatiguing ascent, leaving the carcass of the dead animal to the ravens. The Australian Alps are of no great thickness, and the base is not more than 8 miles wide. Consequently, if the pass chosen by Ayrton came out on the eastern side, they might hope to get over the high barrier within 48 hours more. The difficulty of the route would then be surmounted, and they would only have to get to the sea. During the 18th the travelers reached the topmost point of the pass, about 2,000 feet high. They found themselves on an open plateau, with nothing to intercept the view. Toward the north the quiet waters of Lake Omco, all alive with aquatic birds, and beyond this lay the vast plains of the Murray. To the south were the wide-spreading plains of Gippsland, with its abundant gold fields and tall forests. Their nature was still mistress of the products and water, and great trees where the woodman's axe was as yet unknown, and the squatters, then 5 in number, could not struggle against her. It seemed as if this chain of the Alps separated 2 different countries, one of which had retained its primitive wildness. The sun went down, and a few solitary rays piercing the rosy clouds lighted up the Murray district, leaving Gippsland in deep shadow, as if night had suddenly fallen on the whole region. The contrast was presented very vividly to the spectators placed between these 2 countries so divided, and some emotion filled the minds of the travelers, as they contemplated the almost unknown district they were about to traverse right to the frontiers of Victoria. They camped on the plateau that night, and next day the descent commenced. It was tolerably rapid. A hailstorm of extreme violence assailed the travelers, and obliged them to seek a shelter among the rocks. It was not hailstones, but regular lumps of ice, as large as one's hand, which fell from the stormy clouds. A waterspout could not have come down with more violence, and sundry big bruises warned Paganel and Robert to retreat. The wagon was riddled in several places, and few coverings would have held out against those sharp icicles, some of which had fastened themselves into the trunks of the trees. It was impossible to go on till this tremendous shower was over, unless the travelers wished to be stoned. It lasted about an hour, and then the march commenced anew over slanting rocks still slippery after the hail. Toward evening the wagon, very much shaken and disjointed in several parts, but still standing firm on its wooden discs, came down the last slopes of the Alps among great isolated pines. The passage ended in the plains of Gippsland. The chain of the Alps was safely passed, and the usual arrangements were made for the nightly encampment. On the 21st, at daybreak, the journey was resumed with an ardor which never relaxed. Everyone was eager to reach the goal, that is to say the Pacific Ocean, at that part where the wreck of the Britannia had occurred. Nothing could be done in the lonely wilds of Gippsland, and Ayrton urged Lord Glenarvan to send orders at once for the Duncan to repair to the coast, in order to have at hand all means of research. He thought it would certainly be advisable to take advantage of the Lucknow route to Melbourne. If they waited, it would be difficult to find any way of direct communication with the capital. This advice seemed good, and Paganel recommended that they should act upon it. He also thought that the presence of the yacht would be very useful, and he added that if the Lucknow road was once passed, it would be impossible to communicate with Melbourne. Glenarvan was undecided what to do, and perhaps he would have yielded to Ayrton's arguments, if the Major had not combated this decision vigorously. He maintained that the presence of Ayrton was necessary to the expedition, that he would know the country about the coast, and that if any chance should put them on the track of Harry Grant, the quartermaster would be better able to follow it up than anyone else, and finally that he alone could point out the exact spot where the shipwreck occurred. McNabbs voted therefore for the continuation of the voyage, without making the least change in their program. John Mangles was of the same opinion. The young captain said even that orders would reach the Duncan more easily from Twofold Bay than if a message was sent 200 miles over a wild country. His counsel prevailed. It was decided that they should wait till they came to Twofold Bay. The Major watched Ayrton narrowly, and noticed his disappointed look. But he said nothing, keeping his observations, as usual, to himself. The plains which lay at the foot of the Australian Alps were level, but slightly inclined toward the east. Great clumps of mimosas and eucalyptus, and various odorous gum trees, broke the uniform monotony here and there. The Gastrolobium grandiflorum covered the ground, with its bushes covered with gay flowers. Several unimportant creeks, mere streams full of little rushes, and half covered up with orchids, often interrupted the route. They had to ford these. Flocks of bustards and emus fled at the approach of the travelers. Below the shrubs, kangaroos were leaping and springing like dancing jacks. But the hunters of the party were not thinking much of the sport, and the horses little needed any additional fatigue. Moreover, a sultry heat oppressed the plain. The atmosphere was completely saturated with electricity, and its influence was felt by men and beasts. They just dragged themselves along, and cared for nothing else. The silence was only interrupted by the cries of Ayrton urging on his burdened team. From noon to 2 o'clock they went through a curious forest of ferns, which would have excited the admiration of less weary travelers. These plants in full flower measured 30 feet in height. Horses and riders passed easily beneath their drooping leaves, and sometimes the spurs would clash against the woody stems. Beneath these immovable parasols there was a refreshing coolness which everyone appreciated. Jacques Paganel, always demonstrative, gave such deep sighs of satisfaction that the paroquets and cockatoos flew out in alarm, making a deafening chorus of noisy chatter. The geographer was going on with his sighs and jubilations with the utmost coolness, when his companions suddenly saw him reel forward, and he and his horse fell down in a lump. Was it giddiness, or worse still, suffocation caused by the high temperature? They ran to him, exclaiming, "Paganel! Paganel! What is the matter?" "Just this. I have no horse now," he replied, disengaging his feet from the stirrups. "What? Your horse?" Dead like Mulready's, as if a thunderbolt had struck him. Glenarvan, John Mangles, and Wilson examined the animal, and found Paganel was right. His horse had been suddenly struck dead. "That is strange," said John. "Very strange, truly," muttered the Major. Glenarvan was greatly disturbed by this fresh accident. He could not get a fresh horse in the desert, and if an epidemic was going to seize their steeds, they would be seriously embarrassed how to proceed. Before the close of the day, it seemed as if the word epidemic was really going to be justified. A third horse, Wilson's, fell dead, and what was, perhaps equally disastrous, one of the bullocks also. The means of traction and transport were now reduced to 3 bullocks and 4 horses. The situation became grave. The unmounted horsemen might walk, of course, as many squatters had done already. But if they abandoned the wagon, what would the ladies do? Could they go over the 120 miles which lay between them and Twofold Bay? John Mangles and Lord Glenarvan examined the surviving horses with great uneasiness, but there was not the slightest symptom of illness or feebleness in them. The animals were in perfect health, and bravely bearing the fatigues of the voyage. This somewhat reassured Glenarvan, and made him hope the malady would strike no more victims. Ayrton agreed with him, but was unable to find the least solution of the mystery. They went on again, the wagon serving, from time to time, as a house of rest for the pedestrians. In the evening, after a march of only 10 miles, the signal to halt was given, and the tent pitched. The night passed without inconvenience beneath a vast mass of bushy ferns, under which enormous bats, properly called flying foxes, were flapping about. The next day's journey was good. There were no new calamities. The health of the expedition remained satisfactory. Horses and cattle did their task cheerily. Lady Helena's drawing room was very lively, thanks to the number of visitors. Albinett busied himself in passing round refreshments which were very acceptable in such hot weather. Half a barrel of Scotch ale was sent in bodily. Barclay and Company was declared to be the greatest man in Great Britain, even above Wellington, who could never have manufactured such good beer. This was a Scotch estimate. Jacques Paganel drank largely, and discoursed still more de omni re Sibyllae. A day so well commenced seemed as if it could not but end well. They had gone 15 good miles, and managed to get over a pretty hilly district where the soil was reddish. There was every reason to hope they might camp that same night on the banks of the Snowy River, an important river which throws itself into the Pacific, south of Victoria. Already the wheels of the wagon were making deep ruts on the wide plains, covered with blackish alluvium, as it passed on between tufts of luxuriant grass and fresh fields of gastrolobium. As evening came on, a white mist on the horizon marked the course of the Snowy River. Several additional miles were got over, and a forest of tall trees came in sight at a bend of the road, behind a gentle eminence. Ayrton turned his team a little toward the great trunks, lost in shadow, and he had got to the skirts of the wood, about half a mile from the river, when the wagon suddenly sank up to the middle of the wheels. "Stop!" he called out to the horseman following him. "What is wrong?" inquired Glenarvan. "We have stuck in the mud," replied Ayrton. He tried to stimulate the bullocks to a fresh effort by voice and goad, but the animals were buried halfway up their legs, and could not stir. "Let us camp here," suggested John Mangles. "It would certainly be the best place," said Ayrton. "We shall see by daylight tomorrow how to get ourselves out." Glenarvan acted on their advice, and came to a halt. Night came on rapidly after a brief twilight, but the heat did not withdraw with the light. Stifling vapors filled the air, and occasionally bright flashes of lightning, the reflections of a distant storm, lighted up the sky with a fiery glare. Arrangements were made for the night immediately. They did the best they could with the sunk wagon, and the tent was pitched beneath the shelter of the great trees, and if the rain did not come, they had not much to complain about. Ayrton succeeded, though with some difficulty, in extricating the 3 bullocks. These courageous beasts were engulfed up to their flanks. The quartermaster turned them out with the 4 horses, and allowed no one but himself to see after their pasturage. He always executed his task wisely, and this evening Glenarvan noticed he redoubled his care, for which he took occasion to thank him, the preservation of the team being of supreme importance. Meantime, the travelers were dispatching a hasty supper. Fatigue and heat destroy appetite, and sleep was needed more than food. Lady Helena and Miss Grant speedily bade the company good night, and retired. Their companions soon stretched themselves under the tent or outside under the trees, which is no great hardship in this salubrious climate. Gradually they all fell into a heavy sleep. The darkness deepened owing to a thick current of clouds which overspread the sky. There was not a breath of wind. The silence of night was only interrupted by the cries of the moor-pork in the minor key, like the mournful cuckoos of Europe. Towards 11 o'clock, after a wretched, heavy, unrefreshing sleep, the Major woke. His half-closed eyes were struck with a faint light running among the great trees. It looked like a white sheet, and glittered like a lake, and McNabbs thought at first it was the commencement of a fire. He started up and went toward the wood. But what was his surprise to perceive a purely natural phenomenon. Before him lay an immense bed of mushrooms, which emitted a phosphorescent light. The luminous spores of the cryptograms shone in the darkness with intensity. The Major, who had no selfishness about him, was going to waken Paganel, that he might see this phenomenon with his own eyes, when something occurred which arrested him. This phosphorescent light illumined the distance half a mile, and McNabbs fancied he saw a shadow pass across the edge of it. Were his eyes deceiving him? Was it some hallucination? McNabbs lay down on the ground, and, after a close scrutiny, he could distinctly see several men stooping down and lifting themselves up alternately, as if they were looking on the ground for recent marks. The Major resolved to find out what these fellows were about, and without the least hesitation or so much as arousing his companions, crept along, lying flat on the ground, like a savage on the prairies, completely hidden among the long grass. Chapter 16. A startling discovery. It was a frightful night. At 2 a.m. the rain began to fall in torrents from the stormy clouds, and continued till daybreak. The tent became an insufficient shelter. Glenarvan and his companions took refuge in the wagon. They did not sleep, but talked of one thing and another. The Major alone, whose brief absence had not been noticed, contented himself with being a silent listener. There was reason to fear that if the storm lasted longer the Snowy River would overflow its banks, which would be a very unlucky thing for the wagon, stuck fast as it was already in the soft ground. Mulrady, Ayrton, and Mangles went several times to ascertain the height of the water, and came back dripping from head to foot. At last day appeared. The rain ceased, but sunlight could not break through the thick clouds. Large patches of yellowish water, muddy, dirty ponds indeed they were, covered the ground. A hot steam rose from the soaking earth, and saturated the atmosphere with unhealthy humidity. Glenarvan's first concern was the wagon. This was the main thing in his eyes. They examined the ponderous vehicle, and found it sunk in the mud in a deep hollow in the stiff clay. The forepart had disappeared completely, and the hind part up to the axle. It would be a hard job to get the heavy conveyance out, and would need the united strength of men, bullocks, and horses. "At any rate, we must make haste," said John Mangles. "If the clay dries, it will make our task still more difficult." "Let us be quick, then," replied Ayrton. Glenarvan, his two sailors, John Mangles, and Ayrton went off at once into the wood, where the animals had passed the night. It was a gloomy-looking forest of tall gum trees, nothing but dead trees with wide spaces between, which had been barked for ages, or rather skinned like the cork oak at harvest time. A miserable network of bare branches was seen above 200 feet high in the air. Not a bird built its nest in these aerial skeletons. Not a leaf trembled on the dry branches, which rattled together like bones. To what cataclysm is this phenomenon to be attributed, so frequent in Australia, entire forests struck dead by some epidemic? No one knows. Neither the oldest natives, nor their ancestors who have lain long buried in the groves of the dead, have ever seen them green. Glenarvan, as he went along, kept his eye fixed on the gray sky, on which the smallest branch of the gum trees was sharply defined. Ayrton was astonished not to discover the horses and bullocks where he had left them the preceding night. They could not have wandered far with the hobbles on their legs. They looked over the wood, but saw no signs of them, and Ayrton returned to the banks of the river, where magnificent mimosas were growing. He gave a cry well known to his team, but there was no reply. The quartermaster seemed uneasy, and his companions looked at him with disappointed faces. An hour had passed in vain endeavors, and Glenarvan was about to go back to the wagon, when a neigh struck on his ear, and immediately after a bellow. "They are there!" cried John Mangles, slipping between the tall branches of gastrolobium, which grew high enough to hide a whole flock. Glenarvan, Mulrady, and Ayrton darted after him, and speedily shared his stupefaction at the spectacle which met their gaze. 2 bullocks and 3 horses lay stretched on the ground, struck down like the rest. Their bodies were already cold, and a flock of half-starved-looking ravens croaking among the mimosas were watching the unexpected prey. Glenarvan and his party gazed at each other, and Wilson could not keep back the oath that rose to his lips. "What do you mean, Wilson?" said Glenarvan, with difficulty controlling himself. "Ayrton, bring away the bullock and the horse we have left. They will have to serve us now." "If the wagon were not sunk in the mud," said John Mangles, "these 2 animals, by making short journeys, would be able to take us to the coast. So we must get the vehicle out, cost what it may." "We will try, John," replied Glenarvan. "Let us go back now, or they will be uneasy at our long absence." Ayrton removed the hobbles from the bullock and Mulrady from the horse, and they began to return to the encampment, following the winding margin of the river. In half an hour they rejoined Paganel and McNabbs and the ladies and told them of this fresh disaster. "Upon my honor, Ayrton," the Major could not help saying, "it is a pity that you hadn't had the shoeing of all our beasts when we forded the Wimmera." "Why, sir?" asked Ayrton. "Because out of all our horses only the one your blacksmith had in his hands has escaped the common fate." "That's true," said John Mangles. "It's strange it happens so." "A mere chance and nothing more," replied the quartermaster, looking firmly at the Major. Major McNabbs bit his lips as if to keep back something he was about to say. Glenarvan and the rest waited for him to speak out his thoughts, but the Major was silent and went up to the wagon which Ayrton was examining. What was he going to say? "Mangles?" asked Glenarvan. "I don't know," replied the young captain. "But the Major is not at all a man to speak without reason." "No, John," said Lady Helena. "McNabbs must have suspicions about Ayrton." "Suspicions!" exclaimed Paganel, shrugging his shoulders. "And what can they be?" asked Glenarvan. "Does he suppose him capable of having killed our horses and bullocks? And for what purpose? Is not Ayrton's interest identical with our own?" "You are right, dear Edward," said Lady Helena. "And what is more, the quartermaster has given us incontestable proofs of his devotion ever since the commencement of the journey." "Certainly he has," replied Mangles. "But still, what could the Major mean? I wish he would speak his mind plainly out." "Does he suppose him acting in concert with the convicts?" asked Paganel imprudently. "What convicts?" said Miss Grant. "Monsieur Paganel is making a mistake," replied John Mangles instantly. "He knows very well there are no convicts in the province of Victoria." "Ah, that is true," returned Paganel, trying to get out of his unlucky speech. "Whatever had I got in my head? Convicts? Who ever heard of convicts being in Australia? Besides, they would scarcely have disembarked before they would turn into good, honest men. The climate, you know, Miss Mary, the regenerative climate." Here the poor savant stuck fast, unable to get further, like the wagon in the mud. Lady Helena looked at him in surprise, which quite deprived him of his remaining sang-froid. But seeing his embarrassment, she took Mary away to the side of the tent, where Albinette was laying out an elaborate breakfast. "I deserve to be transported myself," said Paganel woefully. "I think so," said Glenarvan. And after this grave reply, which completely overwhelmed the worthy geographer, Glenarvan and John Mangles went toward the wagon. They found Ayrton and the two sailors doing their best to get it out of the deep ruts, and the bullock and horse, yoked together, were straining every muscle. Wilson and Mulrady were pushing the wheels, and the quartermaster urging on the team with voice and goad. But the heavy vehicle did not stir. The clay, already dry, held it as firmly as if sealed by some hydraulic cement. John Mangles had the clay watered to loosen it, but it was of no use. After renewed vigorous efforts, men and animals stopped. Unless the vehicle was taken to pieces, it would be impossible to extricate it from the mud. But they had no tools for the purpose and could not attempt such a task. However, Ayrton, who was for conquering this obstacle at all costs, was about to commence afresh, when Glenarvan stopped him by saying, "Enough, Ayrton, enough. We must husband the strength of our remaining horse and bullock. If we are obliged to continue our journey on foot, the one animal can carry the ladies and the other the provisions. They may thus still be of great service to us." "Very well, my lord," replied the quartermaster, unyoking the exhausted beasts. "Now, friends," added Glenarvan, "let us return to the encampment and deliberately examine our situation and determine on our course of action." After a tolerably good breakfast to make up for their bad night, the discussion was opened, and every one of the party was asked to give his opinion. The first point was to ascertain their exact position, and this was referred to Paganel, who informed them, with his customary rigorous accuracy, that the expedition had been stopped on the 37th parallel, in longitude 147 degrees 53 minutes, on the banks of the Snowy River. "What is the exact longitude of Twofold Bay?" asked Glenarvan. 150 degrees, replied Paganel. 2 degrees 7 minutes distant from this, and that is equal to 75 miles. And Melbourne is? 200 miles off at least. Very good. Our position being then settled, What is best to do? The response was unanimous to get to the coast without delay. Lady Helena and Mary Grant undertook to go 5 miles a day. The courageous ladies did not shrink, if necessary, from walking the whole distance between the snowy river and Twofold Bay. "You are a brave traveling companion, dear Helena," said Lord Glenarvan. "But are we sure of finding at the bay all we want when we get there?" "Without the least doubt," replied Paganel. "Eden is a municipality which already numbers many years in existence. Its port must have frequent communication with Melbourne. I suppose even at Delegete, on the Victoria frontier, 35 miles from here, we might revictual our expedition and find fresh means of transport." "And the Duncan?" asked Ayrton. "Don't you think it advisable to send for her to come to the bay?" "What do you think, John?" said Glenarvan. "I don't think your lordship should be in any hurry about it," replied the young captain after brief reflection. "There will be time enough to give orders to Tom Austin and summon him to the coast." "That's quite certain," added Paganel. "You see," said John, "in 4 or 5 days we shall reach Eden." 4 or 5 days, repeated Ayrton, shaking his head. "Say 15 or 20, Captain, if you don't want to repent your mistake when it is too late." 15 or 20 days to go 75 miles? cried Glenarvan. "At the least, my lord, you are going to traverse the most difficult portion of Victoria, a desert where everything is wanting, the squatters say, plains covered with scrub where is no beaten track and no stations. You will have to walk hatchet or torch in hand, and, believe me, that's not quick work." Ayrton had spoken in a firm tone, and Paganel, at whom all the others looked inquiringly, nodded his head in token of his agreement in opinion with the quartermaster. But John Mangles said, "Well, admitting these difficulties, in 15 days at most your lordship can send orders to the Duncan." "I have to add," said Ayrton, "that the principal difficulties are not the obstacles in the road, but the snowy river has to be crossed, and most probably we must wait till the water goes down." "Wait!" cried John. "Is there no ford?" "I think not," replied Ayrton. "This morning I was looking for some practical crossing, but could not find any. It is unusual to meet with such a tumultuous river at this time of the year, and it is a fatality against which I am powerless." "Is this snowy river wide?" asked Lady Helena. "Wide and deep, madam," replied Ayrton. "A mile wide with an impetuous current. A good swimmer could not go over without danger." "Let us build a boat then," said Robert, who never stuck at anything. "We have only to cut down a tree and hollow it out, and get in and be off." "He's going ahead, this boy of Captain Grant's," said Paganel. "And he's right," returned John Mangles. "We shall be forced to come to that, and I think it is useless to waste our time in idle discussion." "What do you think of it, Ayrton?" asked Glenarvan seriously. "I think, my lord, that a month hence, unless some help arrives, we shall find ourselves still on the banks of the Snowy." "Well, then, have you any better plan to propose?" said John Mangles, somewhat impatiently. "Yes, that the Duncan should leave Melbourne, and go to the east coast." "Oh, always the same story. And how could her presence at the bay facilitate our means of getting there?" Ayrton waited an instant before answering, and then said, rather evasively, "I have no wish to obtrude my opinions. What I do is for our common good, and I am ready to start the moment His Honor gives the signal." And he crossed his arms and was silent. "That is no reply, Ayrton," said Glenarvan. "Tell us your plan, and we will discuss it. What is it you propose?" Ayrton replied in a calm tone of assurance. "I propose that we should not venture beyond the Snowy in our present condition. It is here we must wait till help comes, and this help can only come from the Duncan. Let us camp here, where we have provisions, and let one of us take your orders to Tom Austin to go on to Twofold Bay." This unexpected proposition was greeted with astonishment, and by John Mangles with openly expressed opposition. "Meantime," continued Ayrton, "either the river will get lower and allow us to ford it, or we shall have time to make a canoe. This is the plan I submit for your lordship's approval." "Well, Ayrton," replied Glenarvan, "your plan is worthy of serious consideration. The worst thing about it is the delay it would cause, but it would save us great fatigue and perhaps danger. What do you think of it, friends? Speak your mind, McNabbs, said Lady Helena. Since the beginning of the discussion you have been only a listener, and very sparing of your words. Since you ask my advice, said the Major, I will give it you frankly. I think Ayrton has spoken wisely and well, and I side with him. Such a reply was hardly looked for, as hitherto the Major had been strongly opposed to Ayrton's project. Ayrton himself was surprised, and gave a hasty glance at the Major. However, Paganel, Lady Helena, and the sailors were all of the same way of thinking, and since McNabbs had come over to his opinion, Glenarvan decided that the quartermaster's plan should be adopted in principle. And now, John, he added, don't you think yourself it would be prudent to encamp here on the banks of the River Snowy, till we can get some means of conveyance? Yes, replied John Mangles. If our messenger can get across the Snowy when we cannot. All eyes were turned on the quartermaster, who said, with the air of a man who knew what he was about, the messenger will not cross the river. Indeed, said John Mangles. He will simply go back to the Lucknow road which leads straight to Melbourne. Go 250 miles on foot, cried the young captain. On horseback, replied Ayrton. There is one horse sound enough at present. It will only be an affair of 4 days. Allow the Duncan 2 days more to get to the bay and 20 hours to get back to the camp, and in a week the messenger can be back with the entire crew of the vessel. The Major nodded approvingly as Ayrton spoke, to the profound astonishment of John Mangles. But as everyone was in favor of the plan, all there was to do was to carry it out as quickly as possible. Now then, friends, said Glenarvan, we must settle who is to be our messenger. It will be a fatiguing, perilous mission. I would not conceal the fact from you. Who is disposed, then, to sacrifice himself for his companions and carry our instructions to Melbourne? Wilson and Mulrady, and also Paganel, John Mangles, and Robert instantly offered their services. John particularly insisted that he should be entrusted with the business. But Ayrton, who had been silent till that moment, now said, with your honor's permission I will go myself. I am accustomed to all the country round. Many a time I have been across worse parts. I can go through where another would stick. I ask then, for the good of all, that I may be sent to Melbourne. A word from you will accredit me with your chief officer, and in 6 days I guarantee the Duncan shall be in Twofold Bay. That's well spoken, replied Glenarvan. You are a clever, daring fellow, and you will succeed. It was quite evident the quartermaster was the fittest man for the mission. All the rest withdrew from the competition. John Mangles made this one last objection, that the presence of Ayrton was necessary to discover traces of the Britannia or Harry Grant. But the Major justly observed that the expedition would remain on the banks of the Snowy till the return of Ayrton, that they had no idea of resuming their search without him, and that consequently his absence would not in the least prejudice the captain's interests. Well, go, Ayrton, said Glenarvan. Be as quick as you can, and come back by Eden to our camp. A gleam of satisfaction shot across the quartermaster's face. He turned away his head, but not before John Mangles caught the look and instinctively felt his old distrust of Ayrton revive. The quartermaster made immediate preparations for departure, assisted by the 2 sailors, one of whom saw to the horse and the other to the provisions. Glenarvan, meantime, wrote his letter for Tom Austin. He ordered his chief officer to repair without delay to Twofold Bay. He introduced the quartermaster to him as a man worthy of all confidence. On arriving at the coast, Tom was to dispatch a detachment of sailors from the yacht under his orders. Glenarvan was just at this part of his letter, when McNabbs, who was following him with his eyes, asked him in a singular tone how he wrote Ayrton's name. Why, as it is pronounced, of course, replied Glenarvan. It is a mistake, replied the Major quietly. He pronounces it Ayrton, but he writes it Ben Joyce. Chapter 17. The Plot Unveiled. The revelation of Tom Ayrton's name was like a clap of thunder. Ayrton had started up quickly and grasped his revolver. A report was heard, and Glenarvan fell wounded by a ball. Gunshots resounded at the same time outside. John Mangles and the sailors, after their first surprise, would have seized Ben Joyce. But the bold convict had already disappeared and rejoined his gang scattered among the gum trees. The tent was no shelter against the balls. It was necessary to beat a retreat. Glenarvan was slightly wounded, but could stand up. "To the wagon, to the wagon!" cried John Mangles, dragging Lady Helena and Mary Grant along, who were soon in safety behind the thick curtains. John and the Major, and Paganel and the sailors seized their carbines in readiness to repulse the convicts. Glenarvan and Robert went in beside the ladies, while Olbinett rushed to the common defense. These events occurred with the rapidity of lightning. John Mangles watched the skirts of the wood attentively. The reports had ceased suddenly on the arrival of Ben Joyce. Profound silence had succeeded the noisy fusillade. A few wreaths of white smoke were still curling over the tops of the gum trees. The tall tufts of gastrolobium were motionless. All signs of attack had disappeared. The Major and John Mangles examined the wood closely as far as the great trees. The place was abandoned. Numerous footmarks were there and several half-burned caps were lying smoking on the ground. The Major, like a prudent man, extinguished these carefully, for a spark would be enough to kindle a tremendous conflagration in this forest of dry trees. "The convicts have disappeared," said John Mangles. "Yes," replied the Major, "and the disappearance of them makes me uneasy. I prefer seeing them face to face. Better to meet a tiger on the plain than a serpent in the grass. Let us beat the bushes all round the wagon." The Major and John hunted all round the country, but there was not a convict to be seen from the edge of the wood right down to the river. Ben Joyce and his gang seemed to have flown away like a flock of marauding birds. It was too sudden a disappearance to let the travelers feel perfectly safe. Consequently, they resolved to keep a sharp lookout. The wagon, a regular fortress buried in mud, was made the center of the camp, and 2 men mounted guard round it, who were relieved hour by hour. The first care of Lady Helena and Mary was to dress Glenarvan's wound. Lady Helena rushed toward him in terror, as he fell down struck by Ben Joyce's ball. Controlling her agony, the courageous woman helped her husband into the wagon. Then his shoulder was bared, and the Major found, on examination, that the ball had only gone into the flesh, and there was no internal lesion. Neither bone nor muscle appeared to be injured. The wound bled profusely, but Glenarvan could use his fingers and forearm, and consequently there was no occasion for any uneasiness about the issue. As soon as his shoulder was dressed, he would not allow any more fuss to be made about himself, but at once entered on the business in hand. All the party, except Mulrady and Wilson, who were on guard, were brought into the wagon, and the Major was asked to explain how this denouement had come about. Before commencing his recital, he told Lady Helena about the escape of the convicts at Perth, and their appearance in Victoria, as also their complicity in the railway catastrophe. He handed her the Australian and New Zealand Gazette they had bought in Seymour, and added that a reward had been offered by the police for the apprehension of Ben Joyce, a redoubtable bandit, who had become a noted character during the last 18 months, for doing deeds of villainy and crime. But how had McNabbs found out that Ayrton and Ben Joyce were one and the same individual? This was the mystery to be unraveled, and the Major soon explained it. Ever since their first meeting, McNabbs had felt an instinctive distrust of the quartermaster. 2 or 3 insignificant facts, a hasty glance exchanged between him and the blacksmith at the Wimmera River, his unwillingness to cross towns and villages, his persistence about getting the Duncan summoned to the coast, the strange death of the animals entrusted to his care, and lastly, a want of frankness in all his behavior. All these details combined had awakened the Major's suspicions. However, he could not have brought any direct accusation against him till the events of the preceding evening had occurred. He then told of his experience. McNabbs, slipping between the tall shrubs, got within reach of the suspicious shadows he had noticed about half a mile away from the encampment. The phosphorescent firs emitted a faint light, by which he could discern 3 men examining marks on the ground, and one of the 3 was the blacksmith of Black Point. "It is them," said one of the men. "Yes," replied another. "There is the trefoil on the mark of the horseshoe. It has been like that since the Wimmera. All the horses are dead. The poison is not far off. There is enough to kill a regiment of cavalry. A useful plant, this gastrolobium." I heard them say this to each other, and then they were quite silent, but I did not know enough yet, so I followed them. Soon the conversation began again. "He is a clever fellow, this Ben Joyce," said the blacksmith. "A capital quartermaster, with his invention of shipwreck. If his project succeeds, it will be a stroke of fortune. He is a very devil, is this Ayrton. Call him Ben Joyce, for he has well earned his name." And then the scoundrels left the forest. I had all the information I wanted now, and came back to the camp quite convinced, begging Paganel's pardon, that Australia does not reform criminals. This was all the Major's story, and his companions sat silently thinking over it. "Then Ayrton has dragged us here," said Glenarvan, pale with anger. "On purpose to rob and assassinate us." "For nothing else," replied the Major. "And ever since we left the Wimmera, his gang has been on our track and spying on us, waiting for a favorable opportunity." "Yes. Then the wretch was never one of the sailors on the Britannia. He had stolen the name of Ayrton and the shipping papers. They were all looking at McNabbs for an answer, for he must have put the question to himself already. "There is no great certainty about the matter," he replied in his usual calm voice. "But in my opinion the man's name is really Ayrton. Ben Joyce is his nom de guerre. It is an incontestable fact that he knew Harry Grant, and also that he was quartermaster on the Britannia. These facts were proved by the minute details given us by Ayrton, and are corroborated by the conversation between the convicts, which I repeated to you. We need not lose ourselves in vain conjectures, but consider it as certain that Ben Joyce is Ayrton, and that Ayrton is Ben Joyce. That is to say, one of the crew of the Britannia has turned leader of the convict gang." The explanations of McNabbs were accepted without discussion. "Now, then," said Glenarvan, "will you tell us how and why Harry Grant's quartermaster comes to be in Australia?" "How, I don't know," replied McNabbs. "And the police declare they are as ignorant on the subject as myself. Why, it is impossible to say. That is a mystery which the future may explain. The police are not even aware of Ayrton's identity with Ben Joyce," said John Mangles. "You are right, John," replied the Major, "and this circumstance would throw light on their search." "Then, I suppose," said Lady Helena, "the wicked wretch had got work on Paddy O'Moore's farm with a criminal intent?" "There is not the least doubt of it. He was planning some evil design against the Irishman, when a better chance presented itself. Chance led us into his presence. He heard Paganel's story and all about the shipwreck, and the audacious fellow determined to act his part immediately. The expedition was decided on. At the Wimmera he found means of communicating with one of his gang, the blacksmith of Black Point, and left traces of our journey which might be easily recognized. The gang followed us. A poisonous plant enabled them gradually to kill our bullocks and horses. At the right moment he sunk us in the marshes of the Snowy, and gave us into the hands of his gang. Such was the history of Ben Joyce. The Major had shown him up in his character, a bold and formidable criminal. His manifestly evil designs called for the utmost vigilance on the part of Glenarvan. Happily the unmasked bandit was less to be feared than the traitor. But one serious consequence must come out of this revelation. No one had thought of it yet except Mary Grant. John Mangles was the first to notice her pale, despairing face. He understood what was passing in her mind at a glance. Miss Mary, he cried. "You are crying." "Crying, my child," said Lady Helena. "My father, madam, my father," replied the poor girl. She could say no more, but the truth flashed on every mind. They all knew the cause of her grief, and why tears fell from her eyes and her father's name came to her lips. The discovery of Ayrton's treachery had destroyed all hope. The convict had invented a shipwreck to entrap Glenarvan. In the conversation overheard by McNabbs, the convicts had plainly said that the Britannia had never been wrecked on the rocks in Twofold Bay. Harry Grant had never set foot on the Australian continent. A second time they had been sent on the wrong track by an erroneous interpretation of the document. Gloomy silence fell on the whole party at the sight of the children's sorrow, and no one could find a cheering word to say. Robert was crying in his sister's arms. Paganel muttered in a tone of vexation, "That unlucky document! It may boast of having half-crazed a dozen people's wits." The worthy geographer was in such a rage with himself that he struck his forehead as if he would smash it in. Glenarvan went out to Mulrady and Wilson, who were keeping watch. Profound silence reigned over the plain between the wood and the river. Ben Joyce and his band must be at considerable distance, for the atmosphere was in such a state of complete torpor that the slightest sound would have been heard. It was evident, from the flocks of birds on the lower branches of the trees, and the kangaroos feeding quietly on the young shoots, and a couple of emus whose confiding heads passed between the great clumps of bushes, that those peaceful solitudes were untroubled by the presence of human beings. "You have neither seen nor heard anything for the last hour?" said Glenarvan to the two sailors. "Nothing whatever, your honor," replied Wilson. "The convicts must be miles away from here." "They were not in numbers enough to attack us, I suppose?" added Mulrady. "Ben Joyce will have gone to recruit his party, with some bandits like himself, among the bushrangers who may be lurking about the foot of the Alps." "That is probably the case, Mulrady," replied Glenarvan. "The rascals are cowards. They know we are armed, and well armed too. Perhaps they are waiting for nightfall to commence the attack. We must redouble our watchfulness. Oh, if we could only get out of this bog, and down the coast! But this swollen river bars our passage. I would pay its weight in gold for a raft which would carry us over to the other side. Why does not your honor give orders for a raft to be constructed? We have plenty of wood." "No, Wilson," replied Glenarvan. "This Snowy is not a river, it is an impassable torrent." John Mangles, the Major, and Paganel just then came out of the wagon on purpose to examine the state of the river. They found it still so swollen by the heavy rain that the water was a foot above the level. It formed an impetuous current like the American rapids. To venture over that foaming current and that rushing flood, broken into 1,000 eddies and hollows and gulfs, was impossible. John Mangles declared the passage impracticable. "But we must not stay here," he added, "without attempting anything. What we were going to do before Ayrton's treachery is still more necessary now." "What do you mean, John?" asked Glenarvan. "I mean that our need is urgent, and that since we cannot go to Twofold Bay, we must go to Melbourne. We have still one horse. Give it to me, my lord, and I will go to Melbourne." "But that will be a dangerous venture, John," said Glenarvan. "Not to speak of the perils of a journey of 200 miles over an unknown country. The road and the byways will be guarded by the accomplices of Ben Joyce." "I know it, my lord, but I know also that things can't stay long as they are. Ayrton only asked a week's absence to fetch the crew of the Duncan, and I will be back to the Snowy River in 6 days." "Well, my lord, what are your commands?" "Before Glenarvan decides," said Paganel, "I must make an observation. That someone must go to Melbourne is evident, but that John Mangles should be the one to expose himself to the risk cannot be. He is the captain of the Duncan, and must be careful of his life. I will go instead." "That is all very well, Paganel," said the Major. "But why should you be the one to go? Are we not here?" said Mulrady and Wilson. "And do you think," replied McNabbs, "that a journey of 200 miles on horseback frightens me?" "Friends," said Glenarvan, "one of us must go, so let it be decided by drawing lots. Write all our names, Paganel." "Not yours, my lord," said John Mangles. "And why not?" "What? Separate you from Lady Helena, and before your wound is healed, too." "Glenarvan," said Paganel, "you cannot leave the expedition." "No," added the Major. "Your place is here, Edward, you ought not to go." "Danger is involved in it," said Glenarvan, "and I will take my share along with the rest. Write the names, Paganel, and put mine among them, and I hope the lot may fall on me." His will was obeyed. The names were written and the lots drawn. Fate fixed on Mulrady. The brave sailor shouted hurrah, and said, "My lord, I am ready to start." Glenarvan pressed his hand, and then went back to the wagon, leaving John Mangles and the Major on watch. Lady Helena was informed of the determination to send a message to Melbourne, and that they had drawn lots who should go, and Mulrady had been chosen. Lady Helena said a few kind words to the brave sailor, which went straight to his heart. Fate could hardly have chosen a better man, for he was not only brave and intelligent, but robust and superior to all fatigue. Mulready's departure was fixed for 8 o'clock, immediately after the short twilight. Wilson undertook to get the horse ready. He had a project in his head of changing the horse's left shoe for one off the horses that had died in the night. This would prevent the convicts from tracking Mulready or following him, as they were not mounted. While Wilson was arranging this, Glenarvan got his letter ready for Tom Austin, but his wounded arm troubled him, and he asked Paganel to write it for him. The savant was so absorbed in one fixed idea that he seemed hardly to know what he was about. In all this succession of vexations, it must be said the document was always uppermost in Paganel's mind. He was always worrying himself about each word, trying to discover some new meaning, and losing the wrong interpretation of it, and going over and over himself in perplexities. He did not hear Glenarvan when he first spoke, but on the request being made a second time, he said, "Ah, very well. I'm ready." While he spoke, he was mechanically getting paper from his notebook. He tore a blank page off and sat down, pencil in hand, to write. Glenarvan began to dictate as follows: "Order to Tom Austin, Chief Officer, to get to sea without delay, and bring the Duncan to—" Paganel was just finishing the last word, when his eye chanced to fall on the Australian and New Zealand Gazette lying on the ground. The paper was so folded that only the last 2 syllables of the title were visible. Paganel's pencil stopped, and he seemed to become oblivious of Glenarvan and the letter entirely, till his friends called out, "Come, Paganel!" "Ah!" said the geographer, with a loud exclamation. "What is the matter?" asked the Major. "Nothing, nothing," replied Paganel. Then he muttered to himself, "Allund, Allund, Allund." He had got up and seized the newspaper. He shook it in his efforts to keep back the words that involuntarily rose to his lips. Lady Helena, Mary, Robert, and Glenarvan gazed at him in astonishment, at a loss to understand this unaccountable agitation. Paganel looked as if a sudden fit of insanity had come over him, but his excitement did not last. He became by degrees calmer. The gleam of joy that shone in his eyes died away. He sat down again and said quietly, "When you please, my lord, I am ready." Glenarvan resumed his dictation at once, and the letter was soon completed. It read as follows: "Order to Tom Austin to go to sea without delay, and take the Duncan to Melbourne by the 37th degree of latitude to the eastern coast of Australia." "Of Australia?" said Paganel. "Ah, yes, of Australia." Then he finished the letter and gave it to Glenarvan to sign, who went through the necessary formality as well as he could, and closed and sealed the letter. Paganel, whose hand still trembled with emotion, directed it thus: "Tom Austin, Chief Officer on board the yacht Duncan, Melbourne." Then he got up and went out of the wagon, gesticulating and repeating the incomprehensible words, "Allund, Allund, Allund." Chapter 18. 4 days of anguish. The rest of the day passed on without any further incident. All the preparations for Mulready's journey were completed, and the brave sailor rejoiced in being able to give his lordship this proof of devotion. Paganel had recovered his usual sang-froid and manners. His look, indeed, betrayed his preoccupation, but he seemed resolved to keep it secret. No doubt he had strong reasons for this course of action, for the Major heard him repeating, like a man struggling with himself, "No, no, they would not believe it, and, besides, what good would it be? It is too late." Having taken this resolution, he busied himself with giving Mulready the necessary directions for getting to Melbourne, and showed him his way on the map. All the tracks, that is to say, paths through the prairie, came out on the road to Lucknow. This road, after running right down to the coast, took a sudden bend in the direction of Melbourne. This was the route that must be followed steadily, for it would not do to attempt a short cut across an almost unknown country. Nothing, consequently, could be more simple. Mulready could not lose his way. As to dangers, there were none after he had gone a few miles beyond the encampment, out of the reach of Ben Joyce and his gang. Once past their hiding place, Mulready was certain of soon being able to outdistance the convicts, and execute his important mission successfully. At 6 o'clock they all dined together. The rain was falling in torrents. The tent was not protection enough, and the whole party had to take refuge in the wagon. This was a sure refuge. The clay kept it firmly embedded in the soil, like a fortress resting on sure foundations. The arsenal was composed of 7 carbines and 7 revolvers, and could stand a pretty long siege, for they had plenty of ammunition and provisions. But before 6 days were over, the Duncan would anchor in Twofold Bay, and 24 hours after her crew would reach the other shore of the snowy river. And should the passage still remain impracticable, the convicts at any rate would be forced to retire before the increased strength. But all depended on Mulready's success in his perilous enterprise. At 8 o'clock it got very dark. Now was the time to start. The horse prepared for Mulready was brought out. His feet, by way of extra precaution, were wrapped round with cloths, so that they could not make the least noise on the ground. The animal seemed tired, and yet the safety of all depended on his strength and sure-footedness. The major advised Mulready to let him go gently as soon as he got past the convicts. Better delay half a day than not arrive safely. John Mangles gave his sailor a revolver, which he had loaded with the utmost care. This is a formidable weapon in the hand of a man who does not tremble, for 6 shots fired in a few seconds would easily clear a road infested with criminals. Mulready seated himself in the saddle ready to start. "Here is the letter you are to give to Tom Austin," said Glenarvan. "Don't let him lose an hour. He is to sail for Twofold Bay at once, and if he does not find us there, if we have not managed to cross the Snowy, let him come on to us without delay. Now go, my brave sailor, and God be with you." He shook hands with him and bade him goodbye, and so did Lady Helena and Mary Grant. A more timorous man than the sailor would have shrunk back a little from setting out on such a dark, raining night on an errand so full of danger, across vast unknown wilds. But his farewells were calmly spoken, and he speedily disappeared down a path which skirted the wood. At the same moment the gusts of wind redoubled their violence. The high branches of the eucalyptus clattered together noisily, and bough after bough fell on the wet ground. More than one great tree, with no living sap, but still standing hitherto, fell with a crash during this storm. The wind howled amid the cracking wood, and mingled its moans with the ominous roaring of the rain. The heavy clouds, driving along toward the east, hung on the ground like rays of vapor, and deep, cheerless gloom intensified the horrors of the night. The travelers went back into the wagon immediately Mulready had gone. Lady Helena, Mary Grant, Glenarvan, and Paganel occupied the first compartment, which had been hermetically closed. The second was occupied by Albinett, Wilson, and Robert. The Major and John Mangles were on duty outside. This precaution was necessary, for an attack on the part of the convicts would be easy enough, and therefore probable enough. The 2 faithful guardians kept close watch, bearing philosophically the rain and wind that beat on their faces. They tried to pierce through the darkness so favorable to ambushes, for nothing could be heard but the noise of the tempest, the sough of the wind, the rattling branches, falling trees, and roaring of the unchained waters. At times the wind would cease for a few moments, as if to take breath. Nothing was audible but the moan of the snowy river, as it flowed between the motionless reeds and the dark curtain of gum trees. The silence seemed deeper in these momentary lulls, and the Major and John Mangles listened attentively. During one of these calms a sharp whistle reached them. John Mangles went hurriedly up to the Major. "You heard that?" he asked. "Yes," said McNabbs. "Is it man or beast?" "A man," replied John Mangles, and then both listened. The mysterious whistle was repeated, and answered by a kind of report, but almost indistinguishable, for the storm was raging with renewed violence. McNabbs and John Mangles could not hear themselves speak. They went for comfort under the shelter of the wagon. At this moment the leather curtains were raised and Glenarvan rejoined his 2 companions. He too had heard this ill-boding whistle, and the report which echoed under the tilt. "Which way was it?" asked he. "There," said John, pointing to the dark track in the direction taken by Mulready. "How far?" "The wind brought it. I should think 3 or 4 miles at least." "Come," said Glenarvan, putting his gun on his shoulder. "No," said the Major. "It is a decoy to get us away from the wagon." "But if Mulready has even now fallen beneath the blows of these rascals?" exclaimed Glenarvan. seizing McNabbs by the hand. "We shall know by tomorrow," said the Major coolly, determined to prevent Glenarvan from taking a step which was equally rash and futile. "You cannot leave the camp, my lord," said John. "I will go alone." "You will do nothing of the kind," cried McNabbs energetically. "Do you want to have us killed one by one to diminish our force, and put us at the mercy of these wretches? If Mulrady has fallen a victim to them, it is a misfortune that must not be repeated. Mulrady was chosen by chance. If the lot had fallen to me, I should have gone as he did, but I should neither have asked nor expected assistance." In restraining Glenarvan and John Mangles, the Major was right in every aspect of the case. To attempt to follow the sailor, to run in the darkness of night among the convicts in their leafy ambush was madness, and more than that, it was useless. Glenarvan's party was not so numerous that it could afford to sacrifice another member of it. Still Glenarvan seemed as if he could not yield. His hand was always on his carbine. He wandered about the wagon, and bent a listening ear to the faintest sound. The thought that one of his men was perhaps mortally wounded, abandoned to his fate, calling in vain on those for whose sake he had gone forth, was a torture to him. McNabbs was not sure that he should be able to restrain him, or if Glenarvan, carried away by his feelings, would not run into the arms of Ben Joyce. "Edward," said he, "be calm. Listen to me as a friend. Think of Lady Helena, of Mary Grant, of all who are left. And, besides, where would you go? Where would you find Mulrady? He must have been attacked 2 miles off. In what direction? Which track would you follow?" At that very moment, as if to answer the Major, a cry of distress was heard. "Listen," said Glenarvan. This cry came from the same quarter as the report, but less than a quarter of a mile off. Glenarvan, repulsing McNabbs, was already on the track, when at 300 paces from the wagon they heard the exclamation, "Help! Help!" The voice was plaintive and despairing. John Mangles and the Major sprang toward the spot. A few seconds after they perceived among the scrub a human form dragging itself along the ground and uttering mournful groans. It was Mulrady, wounded, apparently dying, and when his companions raised him they felt their hands bathed in blood. The rain came down with redoubled violence, and the wind raged among the branches of the dead trees. In the pelting storm, Glenarvan, the Major, and John Mangles transported the body of Mulrady. On their arrival everyone got up. Paganel, Robert, Wilson, and Olbinett left the wagon, and Lady Helena gave up her compartment to poor Mulrady. The Major removed the poor fellow's flannel shirt, which was dripping with blood and rain. He soon found the wound. It was a stab in the right side. McNabbs dressed it with great skill. He could not tell whether the weapon had touched any vital part. An intermittent jet of scarlet blood flowed from it. The patient's paleness and weakness showed that he was seriously injured. The Major washed the wound first with fresh water and then closed the orifice. After this he put on a thick pad of lint, and then folds of scraped linen held firmly in place with a bandage. He succeeded in stopping the hemorrhage. Mulrady was laid on his side, with his head and chest well raised, and Lady Helena succeeded in making him swallow a few drops of water. After about a quarter of an hour, the wounded man, who till then had lain motionless, made a slight movement. His eyes unclosed, his lips muttered incoherent words, and the Major, bending toward him, heard him repeating, "My lord, the letter, Ben Joyce." The Major repeated these words, and looked at his companions. What did Mulrady mean? Ben Joyce had been the attacking party, of course. But why? Surely for the express purpose of intercepting him, and preventing his arrival at the Duncan. This letter. Glenarvan searched Mulrady's pockets. The letter addressed to Tom Austin was gone. The night wore away amid anxiety and distress. Every moment, they feared, would be poor Mulrady's last. He suffered from acute fever. The Sisters of Charity, Lady Helena and Mary Grant, never left him. Never was patient so well tended, nor by such sympathetic hands. Day came and the rain had ceased. Great clouds filled the sky still. The ground was strewn with broken branches. The marly soil, soaked by the torrents of rain, had yielded still more. The approaches to the wagon became difficult, but it could not sink any deeper. John Mangles, Paganel, and Glenarvan went, as soon as it was light enough, to reconnoiter in the neighborhood of the encampment. They revisited the track, which was still stained with blood. They saw no vestige of Ben Joyce, nor of his band. They penetrated as far as the scene of the attack. Here 2 corpses lay on the ground, struck down by Mulready's bullets. One was the blacksmith of Black Point. His face, already changed by death, was a dreadful spectacle. Glenarvan searched no further. Prudence forbade him to wander from the camp. He returned to the wagon, deeply absorbed by the critical position of affairs. "We must not think of sending another messenger to Melbourne," said he. "But we must," said John Mangles, "and I must try to pass where my sailor could not succeed." "No, John, it is out of the question. You have not even a horse for the journey, which is full 200 miles. This was true, for Mulready's horse, the only one that remained, had not returned. Had he fallen during the attack on his rider, or was he straying in the bush, or had the convicts carried him off? "Come what will," replied Glenarvan, "we will not separate again. Let us wait a week or a fortnight, till the snowy falls to its normal level. We can then reach Twofold Bay by short stages, and from there we can send on to the Duncan, by a safer channel, the order to meet us." "That seems the only plan," said Paganel. "Therefore, my friends," rejoined Glenarvan, "no more parting. It is too great a risk for one man to venture alone into a robber-haunted waste. And now, may God save our poor sailor, and protect the rest of us." Glenarvan was right in both points. First, in prohibiting all isolated attempts, and second, in deciding to wait till the passage of the Snowy River was practicable. He was scarcely 30 miles from Delegete, the first frontier village of New South Wales, where he would easily find the means of transport to Twofold Bay, and from there he could telegraph to Melbourne his orders about the Duncan. These measures were wise, but how late? If Glenarvan had not sent Mulready to Lucknow, what misfortunes would have been averted, not to speak of the assassination of the sailor. When he reached the camp, he found his companions in better spirits. They seemed more hopeful than before. "He is better! He is better!" cried Robert, running out to meet Lord Glenarvan. "Mulready?" "Yes, Edward," answered Lady Helena. "A reaction has set in. The Major is more confident. Our sailor will live." "Where is McNabbs?" asked Glenarvan. "With him. Mulready wanted to speak to him, and they must not be disturbed." He then learned that about an hour since, the wounded man had awakened from his lethargy, and the fever had abated. But the first thing he did on recovering his memory and speech was to ask for Lord Glenarvan, or, failing him, the Major. McNabbs, seeing him so weak, would have forbidden any conversation. But Mulready insisted with such energy that the Major had to give in. The interview had already lasted some minutes when Glenarvan returned. There was nothing for it but to await the return of McNabbs. Presently the leather curtains of the wagon moved, and the Major appeared. He rejoined his friends at the foot of a gum tree, where the tent was placed. His face, usually so stolid, showed that something disturbed him. When his eyes fell on Lady Helena and the young girl, his glance was full of sorrow. Glenarvan questioned him, and extracted the following information. When he left the camp, Mulready followed one of the paths indicated by Paganel. He made as good speed as the darkness of the night would allow. He reckoned that he had gone about 2 miles when several men, 5 he thought, sprang to his horse's head. The animal reared. Mulready seized his revolver and fired. He thought he saw 2 of his assailants fall. By the flash he recognized Ben Joyce. But that was all. He had not time to fire all the barrels. He felt a violent blow on his side and was thrown to the ground. Still he did not lose consciousness. The murderers thought he was dead. He felt them search his pockets, and then heard one of them say, "I have the letter." "Give it to me," returned Ben Joyce. "And now the Duncan is ours." At this point of the story, Glenarvan could not help uttering a cry. McNabbs continued, "Now you fellows," added Ben Joyce, "catch the horse. In 2 days I shall be on board the Duncan, and in 6 I shall reach Twofold Bay. This is to be the rendezvous. My lord and his party will be still stuck in the marshes of the snowy river. Cross the river at the bridge of Kemple Pier, proceed to the coast, and wait for me. I will easily manage to get you on board. Once at sea in a craft like the Duncan, we shall be masters of the Indian Ocean." "Hurrah for Ben Joyce!" cried the convicts. Mulready's horse was brought, and Ben Joyce disappeared, galloping on the Lucknow road, while the band took the road southeast of the snowy river. Mulready, though severely wounded, had the strength to drag himself to within 300 paces from the camp, whence we found him almost dead. "There," said McNabbs, "is the history of Mulready, and now you can understand why the brave fellow was so determined to speak." This revelation terrified Glenarvan and the rest of the party. "Pirates! Pirates!" cried Glenarvan. "My crew massacred! My Duncan in the hands of these bandits!" "Yes, for Ben Joyce will surprise the ship," said the Major. "And then, well, we must get to the coast first," said Paganel. "But how are we to cross the snowy river?" said Wilson. "As they will," replied Glenarvan. "They are to cross at Kemple Pier Bridge, and so will we." "But about Mulready?" asked Lady Helena. "We will carry him, we will have relays. Can I leave my crew to the mercy of Ben Joyce and his gang?" To cross the snowy river at Kemple Pier was practicable, but dangerous. The convicts might entrench themselves at that point and defend it. They were at least 30 against 7. But there are moments when people do not deliberate, or when they have no choice but to go on. "My lord," said John Mangles, "before we throw away our chance, before venturing to this bridge, we ought to reconnoiter, and I will undertake it." "I will go with you, John," said Paganel. This proposal was agreed to, and John Mangles and Paganel prepared to start immediately. They were to follow the course of the snowy river, follow its banks till they reached the place indicated by Ben Joyce, and especially they were to keep out of sight of the convicts, who were probably scouring the bush. So the two brave comrades started, well provisioned and well armed, and were soon out of sight as they threaded their way among the tall reeds by the river. The rest anxiously awaited their return all day. Evening came, and still the scouts did not return. They began to be seriously alarmed. At last, toward 11 o'clock, Wilson announced their arrival. Paganel and John Mangles were worn out with the fatigues of a 10-mile walk. "Well, what about the bridge? Did you find it?" asked Glenarvan with impetuous eagerness. "Yes, a bridge of supplejacks," said John Mangles. "The convicts passed over." But what?" said Glenarvan, who foreboded some new misfortune. "They burned it after they passed," said Paganel. Chapter 19. Helpless and Hopeless. It was not a time for despair, but action. The bridge at Kemple Pier was destroyed, but the snowy river must be crossed, come what might, and they must reach Twofold Bay before Ben Joyce and his gang. So, instead of wasting time in empty words, the next day, the 16th of January, John Mangles and Glenarvan went down to examine the river and arrange for the passage over. The swollen and tumultuous waters had not gone down the least. They rushed on with indescribable fury. It would be risking life to battle with them. Glenarvan stood gazing with folded arms and downcast face. "Would you like me to try and swim across?" said John Mangles. "No, John, no," said Lord Glenarvan, holding back the bold, daring young fellow. "Let us wait," and they both returned to the camp. The day passed in the most intense anxiety. 10 times Lord Glenarvan went to look at the river, trying to invent some bold way of getting over, but in vain. Had a torrent of lava rushed between the shores, it could not have been more impassable. During these long wasted hours, Lady Helena, under the Major's advice, was nursing Mulready with the utmost skill. The sailor felt a throb of returning life. McNabbs ventured to affirm that no vital part was injured. Loss of blood accounted for the patient's extreme exhaustion. The wound once closed and the hemorrhage stopped, time and rest would be all that was needed to complete his cure. Lady Helena had insisted on giving up the first compartment of the wagon to him, which greatly tried his modesty. The poor fellow's greatest trouble was the delay his condition might cause Glenarvan, and he made him promise that they should leave him in the camp under Wilson's care, should the passage of the river become practicable. But, unfortunately, no passage was practicable, either that day or the next, January 17th. Glenarvan was in despair. Lady Helena and the Major vainly tried to calm him, and preached patience. Patience, indeed, when perhaps at this very moment Ben Joyce was boarding the yacht. When the Duncan, loosing from her moorings, was getting up steam to reach the fatal coast, and each hour was bringing her nearer. John Mangles felt in his own breast all that Glenarvan was suffering. He determined to conquer the difficulty at any price, and constructed a canoe in the Australian manner, with large sheets of bark of the gum trees. These sheets were kept together by bars of wood, and formed a very fragile boat. The captain and the sailor made a trial trip in it during the day. All that skill and strength and tact and courage could do they did. But they were scarcely in the current before they were upside down, and nearly paid with their lives for the dangerous experiment. The boat disappeared, dragged down by the eddy. John Mangles and Wilson had not gone 10 fathoms, and the river was a mile broad, and swollen by the heavy rains and melted snows. Thus passed the 19th and 20th of January. The Major and Glenarvan went 5 miles up the river in search of a favorable passage, but everywhere they found the same roaring, rushing, impetuous torrent. The whole southern slope of the Australian Alps poured its liquid masses into this single bed. All hope of saving the Duncan was now at an end. 5 days had elapsed since the departure of Ben Joyce. The yacht must be at this moment at the coast, and in the hands of the convicts. However, it was impossible that this state of things could last. The temporary influx would soon be exhausted, and the violence also. Indeed, on the morning of the 21st, Paganel announced that the water was already lower. "What does it matter now?" said Glenarvan. "It is too late." "That is no reason for our staying longer here," said the Major. "Certainly not," replied John Mangles. "Perhaps tomorrow the river may be practicable." "And will that save my unhappy men?" cried Glenarvan. "Will your lordship listen to me?" returned John Mangles. "I know Tom Austin. He would execute your orders, and set out as soon as departure was possible. But who knows whether the Duncan was ready and her injury repaired on the arrival of Ben Joyce? And suppose the yacht could not go to sea? Suppose there was a delay of a day or 2 days? "You are right, John," replied Glenarvan. "We must get to Twofold Bay. We are only 35 miles from Delegete." "Yes," added Paganel, "and that's a town where we shall find rapid means of conveyance. Who knows whether we shan't arrive in time to prevent a catastrophe?" "Let us start," cried Glenarvan. John Mangles and Wilson instantly set to work to construct a canoe of larger dimensions. Experience had proved that the bark was powerless against the violence of the torrent, and John accordingly felled some of the gum trees, and made a rude but solid raft with the trunks. It was a long task, and the day had gone before the work was ended. It was completed next morning. By this time the waters had visibly diminished. The torrent had once more become a river, though a very rapid one, it is true. However, by pursuing a zigzag course, and overcoming it to a certain extent, John hoped to reach the opposite shore. At 12:30, they embarked provisions enough for a couple of days. The remainder was left with the wagon and the tent. Mulrady was doing well enough to be carried over. His convalescence was rapid. At 1 o'clock, they all seated themselves on the raft, still moored to the shore. John Mangles had installed himself at the starboard, and entrusted to Wilson a sort of oar to steady the raft against the current, and lessen the leeway. He took his own stand at the back to steer by means of a large scull. But, notwithstanding their efforts, Wilson and John Mangles soon found themselves in an inverse position, which made the action of the oars impossible. There was no help for it. They could do nothing to arrest the gyratory movement of the raft. It turned round with dizzying rapidity, and drifted out of its course. John Mangles stood with pale face and set teeth, gazing at the whirling current. However, the raft had reached the middle of the river, about half a mile from the starting point. Here the current was extremely strong, and this broke the whirling eddy, and gave the raft some stability. John and Wilson seized their oars again, and managed to push it in an oblique direction. This brought them nearer to the left shore. They were not more than 50 fathoms from it, when Wilson's oar snapped short off, and the raft, no longer supported, was dragged away. John tried to resist at the risk of breaking his own or two, and Wilson, with bleeding hands, seconded his efforts with all his might. At last they succeeded, and the raft, after a passage of more than half an hour, struck against the steep bank of the opposite shore. The shock was so violent that the logs became disunited, the cords broke, and the water bubbled up between. The travelers had barely time to catch hold of the steep bank. They dragged out Mulready and the two dripping ladies. Everyone was safe, but the provisions and firearms, except the carbine of the major, went drifting down with the debris of the raft. The river was crossed. The little company found themselves almost without provisions, 35 miles from Delegete, in the midst of the unknown deserts of the Victoria frontier. Neither settlers nor squatters were to be met with. It was entirely uninhabited, unless by ferocious bushrangers and bandits. They resolved to set off without delay. Mulready saw clearly that he would be a great drag on them, and he begged to be allowed to remain, and even to remain alone, till assistance could be sent from Delegete. Glenarvan refused. It would be 3 days before he could reach Delegete, and 5 the shore, that is to say, the 26th of January. Now, as the Duncan had left Melbourne on the 16th, what difference would a few days' delay make? "No, my friend," he said. "I will not leave anyone behind. We will make a litter and carry you in turn." The litter was made of boughs of eucalyptus covered with branches, and, whether he would or not, Mulready was obliged to take his place on it. Glenarvan would be the first to carry his sailor. He took hold of one end and Wilson of the other, and all set off. What a sad spectacle, and how lamentably was this expedition to end which had commenced so well. They were no longer in search of Harry Grant. This continent, where he was not, and never had been, threatened to prove fatal to those who sought him. And when these intrepid countrymen of his should reach the shore, they would find the Duncan waiting to take them home again. The first day passed silently and painfully. Every 10 minutes the litter changed bearers. All the sailors' comrades took their share in this task without murmuring, though the fatigue was augmented by the great heat. In the evening, after a journey of only 5 miles, they camped under the gum trees. The small store of provisions saved from the raft composed the evening meal. But all they had to depend upon now was the major's carbine. It was a dark, rainy night, and morning seemed as if it would never dawn. They set off again, but the major could not find a chance of firing a shot. This fatal region was only a desert, unfrequented even by animals. Fortunately, Robert discovered a bustard's nest with a dozen of large eggs in it, which Albinett cooked on hot cinders. These, with a few roots of purslane which were growing at the bottom of a ravine, were all the breakfast of the 22d. The route now became extremely difficult. The sandy plains were bristling with spinifex, a prickly plant, which is called in Melbourne the porcupine. It tears the clothing to rags, and makes the legs bleed. The courageous ladies never complained, but footed it bravely, setting an example, and encouraging one and another by word or look. They stopped in the evening at Mount Bulla Bulla, on the edge of the Yongala Creek. The supper would have been very scant, if McNabbs had not killed a large rat, the Meuse conditor, which is highly spoken of as an article of diet. Albinett roasted it, and it would have been pronounced even superior to its reputation had it equaled the sheep in size. They were obliged to be content with it, however, and it was devoured to the bones. On the 23d the weary but still energetic travelers started off again. After having gone round the foot of the mountain, they crossed the long prairies where the grass seemed made of whalebone. It was a tangle of darts, a medley of sharp little sticks, and a path had to be cut through either with the hatchet or fire. That morning there was not even a question of breakfast. Nothing could be more barren than this region strewn with pieces of quartz. Not only hunger, but thirst began to assail the travelers. A burning atmosphere heightened their discomfort. Glenarvan and his friends could only go half a mile an hour. Should this lack of food and water continue till evening, they would all sink on the road, never to rise again. But when everything fails a man, and he finds himself without resources, at the very moment when he feels he must give up, then Providence steps in. Water presented itself in the cephalotes, a species of cup-shaped flower, filled with refreshing liquid, which hung from the branches of coralliform-shaped bushes. They all quenched their thirst with these, and felt new life returning. The only food they could find was the same as the natives were forced to subsist upon, when they could find neither game nor serpents nor insects. Paganel discovered in the dry bed of a creek a plant whose excellent properties had been frequently described by one of his colleagues in the Geographical Society. It was the nardu, a cryptogamous plant of the family Marcellacea, and the same which kept Burke and King alive in the deserts of the interior. Under its leaves, which resembled those of the trefoil, there were dried sporules as large as a lentil, and these sporules, when crushed between two stones, made a sort of flour. This was converted into coarse bread, which stilled the pangs of hunger at least. There was a great abundance of this plant growing in the district, and Albinate gathered a large supply, so that they were sure of food for several days. The next day, the 24th, Mulrady was able to walk part of the way. His wound was entirely cicatrized. The town of Delegete was not more than 10 miles off, and that evening they camped in longitude 140 degrees, on the very frontier of New South Wales. For some hours, a fine but penetrating rain had been falling. There would have been no shelter from this, if by chance John Mangles had not discovered a sawyer's hut, deserted and dilapidated to a degree. But with this miserable cabin they were obliged to be content. Wilson wanted to kindle a fire to prepare the nardu bread, and he went out to pick up the dead wood scattered all over the ground. But he found it would not light. The great quantity of albuminous matter which it contained prevented all combustion. This is the incombustible wood put down by Paganel in his list of Australian products. They had to dispense with fire, and consequently with food too, and sleep in their wet clothes, while the laughing jackasses, concealed in the high branches, seemed to ridicule the poor unfortunates. However, Glenarvan was nearly at the end of his sufferings. It was time. The two young ladies were making heroic efforts, but their strength was hourly decreasing. They dragged themselves along, almost unable to walk. Next morning they started at daybreak. At 11 a.m., Delegete came in sight in the county of Wellesley, and 50 miles from Twofold Bay. Means of conveyance were quickly procured here. Hope returned to Glenarvan as they approached the coast. Perhaps there might have been some slight delay, and after all they might get there before the arrival of the Duncan. In 24 hours they would reach the bay. At noon, after a comfortable meal, all the travelers installed in a mail coach, drawn by 5 strong horses, left Delegete at a gallop. The postilions, stimulated by a promise of a princely devoir, drove rapidly along over a well-kept road. They did not lose a minute in changing horses, which took place every 10 miles. It seemed as if they were infected with Glenarvan's zeal. All that day and night, too, they traveled on at the rate of 6 miles an hour. In the morning at sunrise, a dull murmur fell on their ears, and announced their approach to the Indian Ocean. They required to go round the bay to gain the coast at the 37th parallel, the exact point where Tom Austin was to wait their arrival. When the sea appeared, all eyes anxiously gazed at the offing. Was the Duncan, by a miracle of Providence, there running close to the shore, as a month ago, when they crossed Cape Corrientes, they had found her on the Argentine coast? They saw nothing. Sky and earth mingled in the same horizon. Not a sail enlivened the vast stretch of ocean. One hope still remained. Perhaps Tom Austin had thought it his duty to cast anchor in Twofold Bay, for the sea was heavy, and a ship would not dare to venture near the shore. "To Eden!" cried Glenarvan. Immediately the mail coach resumed the route round the bay, toward the little town of Eden, 5 miles distant. The postilions stopped not far from the lighthouse, which marks the entrance of the port. Several vessels were moored in the roadstead, but none of them bore the flag of Malcolm. Glenarvan, John Mangles, and Paganel got out of the coach, and rushed to the custom-house, to inquire about the arrival of vessels within the last few days. No ship had touched the bay for a week. "Perhaps the yacht has not started," Glenarvan said, a sudden revulsion of feeling lifting him from despair. "Perhaps we have arrived first." John Mangles shook his head. He knew Tom Austin. His first mate would not delay the execution of an order for 10 days. "I must know at all events how they stand," said Glenarvan. Better certainty than doubt. A quarter of an hour afterward, a telegram was sent to the syndicate of shipbrokers in Melbourne. The whole party then repaired to the Victoria Hotel. At 2 p.m. the following telegraphic reply was received. Lord Glenarvan, Eden. Twofold Bay. The Duncan left on the 16th current. Destination unknown. J. Andrews S.B. The telegram dropped from Glenarvan's hands. There was no doubt now. The good, honest Scotch yacht was now a pirate ship in the hands of Ben Joyce. So ended this journey across Australia, which had commenced under circumstances so favorable. All trace of Captain Grant and his shipwrecked men seemed to be irrevocably lost. This ill success had cost the loss of a ship's crew. Lord Glenarvan had been vanquished in the strife, and the courageous searchers, whom the unfriendly elements of the Pampas had been unable to check, had been conquered on the Australian shore by the perversity of man. End of Book 2.